Introduction. O goddess, heredity is invoked at each flea bite, in marsupialis diem invocare. Even war is supposed to be due to the omnipotent deity of heredity. Superior races by their patriotism and loyalty destroy the weak and the helpless, and relentlessly exterminate all peaceful tribes. Such warlike stock comes of superior clay. The dominant races have some miraculous germplasm, chromatin, with wonderful dominant units, chromosomes, which, like a precious heritage, these races transmit, unsullied and untarnished, to their descendants. Wars, carnage, butcheries make for progress, culture, and evolution. Our boasted civilization, with its scientific business thoroughness and its ideal of efficiency, attempts to carry into effect this quasi-evolutionary doctrine, this apotheosis of brute force under the aegis of science. The eugenic belief is really a recrudescence of the ancient savage superstition of the magic virtues of noble blood and of divine kingly stock. All nervous, mental, neuropathic, and psychopathic maladies are supposed to be a matter of heredity. If people are poor, ignorant, superstitious, stupid, degraded, brutal, and sick, the eugenists unhesitatingly put it all up to poor stock. The eugenic remedy is as simple as it is believed to be efficacious: introduce by legislation efficient laws favoring eugenic marriage, sterilize all the unfit and teach the masses control of births. The select and chosen stock alone should multiply, the millennium is then bound to come. Such is the doctrine of our medico-biological sages. Scientific farmers and breeders of vegetables, fruits, and cattle are regarded as competent judges of human breeders. Agriculturists and horticulturists set themselves up as advisors in the business of raising good crops of efficient children. Bachelors, spinsters, and the childless generally, are specially versed in the causation and treatment of psychopathic diseases. Felix qui partuit rerum connoisseur causes, admetus omnes, it inexorabile fatum, subsit pedibus, strepitum picerontis avari. Virgilius, Georgica. Hunigita terrorem animi tenebrasque necessist non radii solis nec lucida tela dia discutant, sed naturi species ratioque. O Lucretius, De Rerum Natura. Introduction. Psychopathic diseases are not hereditary, they are acquired characteristics. Weak nerves, a run-down, exhausted nervous system, whatever the terms may mean, may overlap psychopathic conditions, but the two are by no means equivalent, much less identical. Psychopathic states are not weak nerves or fatigued nerves. Above all, there is no need to obscure the matter and resort to the much abused, mystical and mystifying factor of heredity. It is easy to shift all blame on former generations, where in most cases the fault is close at hand, namely, a debased environment, a defective training, and a vicious education. Under the rigorous conditions of primitive life, individuals who have been unfortunate, and have become affected with mental troubles and emotional afflictions are mercilessly exterminated by the process of tribal and social selection. Each generation weeds out the individuals who have been unfortunate enough to fall under unfavorable circumstances, and have become mentally sick, suffering from acquired psychopathic disturbances. In primitive life, the crippled, the maimed, the wounded, the sick fall by the way, and are left to perish a miserable death. In fact, the less fortunate, the wounded and the stricken in the battle of life, are attacked by their own companions, they are destroyed by the ruthless social brute. The gregarious brute has no sympathy with the pains and sufferings of the injured and the wounded. The faint and the ailing are destroyed by the herd. Civilization, on the other hand, tends more and more towards the preservation of psychopathic individuals. We no longer kill our sick and our weak, nor do we, 1. Introduction abandon them to a miserable, painful death, we take care of them, and cure them. Moreover, we prevent pathogenic factors from exercising a harmful, malign social selection of the fit. We do our best to free ourselves from the blind, merciless, purposeless selection, produced by pathogenic microorganisms and by other noxious agencies. We learn to improve the external environment. We do not condemn people to death, because they are infected with smallpox, typhus, typhoid bacilli, or because of an infected appendix. We no longer regard them as sinful, unclean, accursed and taboo. We vaccinate, inoculate, operate, and attempt to cure them. By sanitary and prophylactic measures we attempt to prevent the very occurrence of epidemics. Our valuation of individuals is along lines widely different from those of the Stone Age and the caveman. We value a Pascal, a Galileo, a Newton, a Darwin, a Pasteur, and a Helmholtz far above a Milo of Croton or an African Johnson. Civilization is in need of refined, delicate and sensitive organizations, just as it is in need of galvanometers, chronometers, telephones, wireless apparatuses, sensitive plates, and various chemical reagents of a highly delicate character. We are beginning to appreciate delicate mechanisms and sensitive organizations. We shall also learn to train and guard our sensitive natures until they are strong and resistant to the incident forces of an unfavorable environment. The preservation of psychopathic individuals accounts for the apparent increase of neurotics in civilized communities. It may be well to add that, although the occasions for sudden, intense, overwhelming shocks are not so prevalent in organized societies as they are in primitive savage communities, the worries, the anxieties, the introduction of various forms of slow, grinding fears of a vague, marginal, subconscious character, present in commercial and industrial nations, are even more effective in the production of psychopathic states than are the isolated occasions of intense terrors occurring in the life of the primitive man of the Paleolithic or Neolithic periods. In my works I lay special stress on the fact that the psychopathic individual has a predisposition to dissociative states. Early experiences and training in childhood enter largely into the formation of such a predisposition. Still, there is no doubt that a sensitive nervous system is required, a brain susceptible to special stimuli of the external environment. This, of course, does not mean that the individual must suffer from stigmata of degeneration. On the contrary, it is quite possible, and in many patients we actually find it to be so, that the psychopathic individual may be even of a superior organization. JT1 The sensitivity and the delicacy of nervous organization that make the system susceptible to injurious stimulations, to which a lower form of organization could be subjected with impunity. An ordinary clock can be handled roughly without disturbance of its internal workings, but the delicate and complicated mechanism of a chronometer requires careful handling and special, favorable conditions for its normal functioning. Unfavorable conditions are more apt to affect a highly complex mechanism than a roughly made instrument. It is quite probable that it is the superior minds and more highly complex mental and nervous organizations that are subject to psychopathic states or to states of dissociation. Of course, unstable minds are also subject to dissociative states, but we must never forget the fact that highly organized brains, on account of their very complexity, are apt to become unstable under 28 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, adolescent and climacteric periods, periodic insanity, alternating insanities, and in general all the mental affections at present known under the description of manic-depressive insanity, where the disease depends not so much on the neuron itself, but on the interrelation of neurons in a complex system, on association of systems of neurons. The condition is psychopathic in nature. In psychopathic troubles the neuron itself may remain unaffected, may be perfectly normal and healthy, The disorder is due to associations with systems of neurons which are usually not called into action by the function of that particular neuron or neuron system. Briefly stated, organopathies or necropathies include a group of psychophysiological symptoms accompanied by structural, necrotic changes of the neuron, terminating in the ultimate death of the neuron systems involved in the pathological process. Neuropathies include a group of psychophysiological manifestations due to pathological functional neuron modifications, capable of restitution through a more perfect, more normal metabolism. Psychopathies are pathological phenomena of psychophysiological dissociation and disaggregation of neuron systems and the resultant disturbances of aggregate functions, the neuron itself, remaining undamaged and untouched. The psychopathies may be classified into somatopsychoses or somapsychoses and psychoneuroses. This classification may be represented by the following diagram. Fig. 1. The psychopathies may present chiefly somatic symptoms, such as paralysis, contractures, convulsions, or anesthesia, hyposthesia, hyperesthesia of the various organs, glands, and tissues. Such mental diseases clinical forms of neuroses and psychopathies 29 nervous and mental diseases organic punctional organcopathies neuropathies psychopathies somatopsychoses paiconeuros are somopsychoses neuropsychoses Fig. 1 may be termed somatic psychoses, somatopsychoses. The somatic psychoses or neuroses would comprise the various manifestations of what is at present described as hysteria and neurasthenia as well as the milder forms of hypochondriasis. In all such diseases the psychical symptoms form the prominent elements of the mental malady. The patient remains unaware of the underlying mental grounds. So much is this the case that the patient is offended if his trouble is regarded as purely mental in character. The mental side of the diseases is then said to be submerged subconsciously. In the psychoneuroses or neuropsychoses the physical symptoms are, on the contrary, few or none at all, while the predominating symptoms are entirely of a mental character. The patient ignores his physical condition, even if any exists, and his whole mind is occupied with mental troubles. Such conditions are to be found in all obsessions, fixed ideas, imperative impulses, and other allied morbid mental states. Thus 30 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. One patient is in agony over the unrighteousness of his conduct, another is obsessed by a terror of some mysterious agency, or by religious and moral scruples. The two clinical forms of psychopathies are in strong contrast. In the somatic psychopathies or somatopsychoses, the patient brings before the physician physical symptoms, stomach derangements, intestinal pains, contractures of limbs, menstrual disturbances, affections of the sexual organs and their functions, paresis, paralysis, anesthesia, headaches, and similar bodily troubles. It is for the physician to discover the underlying mental states. In the mental forms, the psychoneuroses, the patient omits reference to his physical condition. He usually states that he has always been physically well, and some patients assert that they are sure that they will always be physically well, that the whole trouble is purely mental. I have no physical trouble, he tells the physician, all my troubles are mental. If you could cure me of my mental suffering, I should be perfectly happy. The psychosomatic patient lays stress on his physical symptoms and is offended when they are declared to be mental. The psychoneurotic, on the contrary, insists on his mental symptoms, and becomes impatient when the physician pays attention to physical symptoms or to bodily functions. The psychosomatic patient believes he is afflicted with some awful, incurable, physical malady, such as cardiac trouble, tuberculosis, or some other fatal bodily disease. The psychoneurotic, on the contrary, ignores all physical troubles, but he thinks he is on the verge of insanity. The psychosomatic seeks to be assured that he is not an incurable invalid. The psychoneurotic wants to be certain that he is not crazy. The psychosomatic wishes to know whether or no he is really and truly free from some malignant disease, some horrible infection, or some fatal physical clinical forms of neuroses and psychopathies 31 malady. The psychoneurotic is anxious to be convinced that he is not insane, and that he is not to end the rest of the days of his life in some retreat or asylum for the insane. The clinical difference between the somatopsychosis and neuropsychosis is a fundamental one, and is of the utmost consequence in prognosis and treatment. The somatopsychoses simulate physical and organic nervous troubles. Thus, many hysterical forms simulate TABs, or paralysis agitans, hemiplegia, paraplegia, or epilepsy, while many of the neurasthenic, hypochondriacal, and their allied states simulate tumor or cancer of the stomach, intestinal obstructions and glandular derangements, cardiac, laryngeal, pneumonic, hepatic, splanchnic, ovarian, tubal, uterine, renal, and hundreds of other bodily afflictions. The neuropsychoses or psychoneuroses simulate all forms of mental disease, beginning with melancholia and mania and ending with general paresis and dementia. Psychopathic affections can be differentiated from the various forms of insanity by the following important symptom: readiness of the patient to get an insight into his trouble. The psychosomatic and the psychoneurotic are characterized by the fact that they are anxious to learn the nature and causation of their trouble. They are eager to learn the psychogenesis of their affection, and will do everything in their power to help the physician in his examination and study of their case. Even in the cases where the idea is fixed, the obsession intense, and the impulse uncontrollable, they are anxious to listen to views different from their own, and, in fact, are always on the lookout for some help to get rid of the insistent mental states. No matter how fixed the mental state may be, it will temporarily give way to suggestion and persuasion. 32. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. No matter how deep and intense the emotional state of the psychoneurotic and psychosomatic, it can be distracted and dissipated by the personal touch of some firm and trusted friend, or by the influence of the confidential physician who has an insight into the nature of the malady. Neither the emotions nor the ideas are immovably fixed, they are always ready to give way to other associations. Moreover, the psychoneurotic is always ready to receive such different associations and welcomes them with all his might and main. There is a great amount of optimism in the psychosomatic and psychoneurotic. This is clearly revealed in the various religious and mental cults which often delight the heart of the psychopathic patient. There is a large amount of cheerful hope in the very makeup of functional psychosis. Chapter WIOI. The source of psychopathies. The main source of psychopathic diseases is the fundamental instinct of fear with its manifestations, the feeling of anxiety, anguish, and worry. Fear is one of the most primitive instincts of animal life. Our life is so well guarded by the protective agencies of civilization that we hardly realize the extent, depth, and overwhelming effect of the fear instinct. Fear is rooted deep down in the very organization of animal existence. It takes its root in the very essence of life, the instinct of self-preservation. Primus in orb Deus fecit timor. The progress from brute to man, says James, is characterized by nothing so much as the decrease in frequency of the proper occasion for fear. In civilized life in particular, it has at last become possible for large numbers of people to pass from the cradle to the grave without ever having had a pang of genuine fear. Many of us need an attack of mental disease to teach us the meaning of the word. Hence the possibility of so much blindly optimistic philosophy and religion. Fear is a genuine instinct, and one of the earliest shown by the human child. 1. Under fear instinct are included all afferent and efferent processes, sensory, glandular, and motor reactions that accompany this fundamental instinct. Sensory, glandular, and motor processes, the latter processes in the form of afferent kinesthetic sensations, all enter in a synthesized state of what is regarded as the affective, emotional experience of fear. The sensory, glandular, and motor elements, the afferent and efferent processes, are not separate and distinct from central elements, as some psychologists and psychopathologists are apt to suppose, but these peripheral processes are intimately related to and even enter into the very constitution of the so-called central elements or central affective processes of the instinct. 34 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Similarly, Sully says, fear appears early in the life of the child as it seems to appear low down in the zoological scale. Fear probably appears in the vague form, I.e., without any distinct representation of a particular kind of evil, in connection with presentation, of strange animals, which have contracted no associations from individual experiences and which derive their emotive force from special inherited associations. Experience is, however, the chief determining factor in the evocation of fear. Fear, says Darwin, is the most depressing of all the emotions, and it soon induces utter, helpless prostration, as if in consequence of or in association with the most violent and prolonged attempts to escape from the danger, though no such attempts have actually been made. The fear of coming evil, especially if it is unknown and mysterious, gives rise to the feeling of anxiety. If we expect to suffer, says Darwin, we are anxious. James regards anxiety, especially the precordial anxiety, as morbid fear. The anxious condition of mind, says Bain, is a sort of diffused terror. Fear often expresses itself through cardiac and circulatory affections, giving rise to the feeling of anxiety. Anxiety is nothing else but the working of the instinct of fear. James makes an attempt to enumerate the various objects of fear in men, and especially in children. Among these he regards strange animals, strange men, strange places, such as the fear of the sea in children who have not seen the sea before. The great source of terror to infancy is solitude. Black things, and especially dark places, holes, caverns, etc., arouse a peculiarly gruesome fear. This fear, as well as that of solitude, of being lost, are explained after a fashion by ancestral experience. High places cause a fear of the source. Of psychopathies 35 a peculiarly sickening sort. Fear of the supernatural is one variety of fear. This horror is probably explicable as the result of a combination of simple horrors. To bring the ghostly terror to its maximum, many usual elements of the dreadful must combine, such as eye-onlyness, darkness, moving figures, inexplicable sounds, especially of a dismal character, moving figures half discerned, or if discerned, of dreadful aspect, and a vertiginous baffling of expectation. This last element, which is intellectual, is very important. It produces a strange emotional curdle in our blood to see a process with which we are familiar deliberately taking a new unwonted course. Anyone's heart would stop beating, if he perceived his chair sliding unassisted across the floor. The lower animals appear to be sensitive to the mysteriously exceptional, as well as ourselves. My friend, W.K. Brooks, of the Johns Hopkins University, told me of his large and noble dog being frightened into a sort of epileptic fit by a thread which the dog did not see. Darwin and Romans have given similar experiences. The idea of the supernatural involves that the usual should be set at naught. In the witch and hobgoblin, other supernatural elements, still of fear, are brought in: caverns, slime and ooze, vermin, corpses, and the like. A human corpse seems normally to produce an instinctive dread which is no doubt somewhat due to its mysteriousness, and which familiarity rapidly dispels. The fear of the unknown, of the unfamiliar, of the mysterious is quite common with children, with savages, and barbaric tribes. The fear of coming unknown, unfamiliar evil is specially a source of anxiety to the young or untrained, uncultivated minds. All taboos of primitive societies, of savages, of barbarians, and also of civilized people take their origin, according to recent anthropological researches, in the 36 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, perils of the soul, or in the fear of impending evil. As the great anthropologist Fraser puts it, men are undoubtedly more influenced by what they fear than by what they love. We know how in the case of the ancient nations omens, whether religious or meteorological, such as storms, thunders, lightnings, comets, and eclipses, were regarded with great terror. Armies used to throw away their arms and run panic-stricken on the occasion of the appearance of a comet or of an eclipse. Even in the civilized times of the Athenian Republic there was a terror of eclipses and of other unfamiliar natural phenomena. Thucydides, in his History of the Peloponnesian Wars, puts the appearance of comets among national disasters. The fear of coming unknown, unfamiliar evil is especially a source of anxiety to the young or untrained, uncultivated minds. This fear of some unknown evil befalling a person may become a source of great fear and anxiety when developed in early childhood. This fear of strangeness, of unfamiliarity, a feeling of being lost, developed in early childhood, may remain unassociated and thus give rise to a state of vague fear. Different forms of epilepsy are often associated with the fear instinct. In most men the instinct of fear is controlled, regulated, and inhibited from very childhood by education and by the whole organization of civilized, social life. There are cases, however, when the instinct of fear is not moderated by education and civilization, when the instinct of fear is aroused by some particular incidents or by particular objects and states. In such cases, fear becomes associated with definite situations, giving rise to morbid fear and anxiety, resulting in the mental diseases known as psychopathies or recurrent mental states, psychoneuroses and somatopsychoses. In all such cases we can find the cultivation of the source of psychopathies 37 instinct of fear in early childhood. Superstitions, and especially the early cultivation of religion, with its fear of the Lord and of unknown mysterious agencies, are especially potent in the development of the instinct of fear. Even the early cultivation of morality and conscientiousness, with their fears of right and wrong, often causes psychoneurotic states in later life. Religious, social, and moral taboos and superstitions, associated with apprehension of threatening impending evil, based on the fear instinct, form the germs of psychopathic affections. What we find on examination of the psychogenesis of psychopathic cases is the presence of the fear instinct which becomes associated with some interest of life. The interest may be physical in regard to bodily functions, or the interest may be sexual, social, it may be one of ambition in life, or it may be of a general character, referring to the loss of personality, or even to the loss of mind. The fear instinct may become by cultivation highly specialized and associated with normally indifferent objects, giving rise to the various phobias, such as astrophobia, agoraphobia, claustrophobia, erythrophobia, aechmophobia, and other phobias, according to the objects with which the fear instinct becomes associated. Objects, otherwise indifferent and even pleasant, may by association arouse the fear instinct and give rise to morbid states, like the conditional reflexes in Pavlov's animals. Chapter of embryonic personality and psychopathic affections. Here is another factor which helps to arouse the fear instinct, and thus plays an important role in the causation of psychopathic maladies. This factor is a narrow, suggestible personal life. In my work The Psychology of Suggestion, I proved by a series of experiments that the conditions of suggestibility are fixation of attention, monotony, limitation of voluntary movements, limitation of the field of consciousness, inhibition. I have shown that these conditions are favorable to disaggregation of consciousness. I have pointed out that a disaggregation of consciousness with an inhibition of the controlling, waking consciousness is one of the important conditions in the causation of subconscious states with their accompanying abnormal suggestibility. In other words, the inhibition of the personal self, or even the limitation of the personal self, helps the formation of dissociations which constitute the soil of all psychopathic diseases. When the person, therefore, is limited in his interests, is narrow in his range of knowledge, is ignorant and superstitious, and his critical personal self is embryonic and undeveloped, the predisposition to mental disaggregation is pronounced. The fear instinct has full sway in the production of psychopathic states. With the limitation and inhibition of the critical personal self, with the limitation and narrowness of personal life interests, there goes an increase of the sense of the unknown and the mysterious, cultivated by religion and superstition, with the baneful consequence of the 38NN embryonic personality and psychopathic affections. 39 Development of the fear instinct, the cause of psychopathic affections. In the embryonic personality of the child as well as in the undeveloped or narrowed individuality of the adult, the sense of the strange, of the unknown and the mysterious, is especially apt to arouse the fear instinct. In fact, the unfamiliar arouses the fear instinct even in the more highly organized mind. Any new uncertainty, says Bain, is especially the cause of terror. We become habituated to a frequent danger, and realize the full force of apprehension only when the evil is previously unknown. Such are the terrors caused by epidemics, the apprehensions from an unexperienced illness, the feeling of a recruit under fire. The mental system in infancy is highly susceptible, not merely to pain, but to shocks and surprises. Any great excitement has a perturbing effect allied to fear. After the child has contracted a familiarity with the persons and things around it, it manifests unequivocal fear on the occurrence of anything very strange. The grasp of an unknown person often gives a fright. This early experience very much resembles the manifestations habitual to the inferior animals. In another place Bain rightly says, our position in the world contains the sources of fear. The vast powers of nature dispose of our lives and happiness with irresistible might and awful aspect. Ages had elapsed ere the knowledge of law and uniformity prevailing among those powers was arrived at by the human intellect. The profound ignorance of the primitive man, and, we may add, of the undeveloped, limited, and superstitious adult, was the soil wherein his early conceptions and copyright symbol theories sprang up, and the fear inseparable from ignorance gave them their character. The essence of superstition is expressed by the definition of fear. An altogether exaggerated estimate of things, the ascription 40, causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases of evil agency to the most harmless objects, and false apprehensions everywhere, are among the attributes of the superstitious man. Compare, in speaking of the fear of the child, says T. in his limited experience of evil, by a natural generalization, he suspects danger everywhere, like a sick person whose aching body dreads in advance every motion and every contact. He feels that there is a danger everywhere, behind the things that he cannot understand, because they do not fit in with his experience. The observations collected by Romans in his interesting studies on the intelligence of animals throw much light on this question. They prove that dogs, for instance, do not fear this or that, except as they are ignorant of the cause. A dog was very much terrified one day when he heard a rumbling like thunder produced by throwing apples on the floor of the garret. He seemed to understand the cause of the noise as soon as he was taken to the garret, and became as quiet and happy as ever. Another dog had a habit of playing with dry bones. One day Romans attached a fine thread which could hardly be seen to one of the bones, and while the dog was playing with it, drew it slowly toward him. The dog recoiled in terror from the bone, which seemed to be moving of its own accord. So skittish horses show fright as long as the cause of the noise that frightens them remains unknown and invisible to them. It is the same with the child. When in the presence of all these things around him, of which he has no idea, these sounding objects, these forms, these movements, whose cause he does not divine, he is naturally a prey to vague fears. He is just what we should be if chance should cast us suddenly into an unexplored country before strange objects and strange beings, suspicious, always on the qui-vive, disposed to see imaginary enemies be embryonic personality and psychopathic affections 41 hind every bush, fearing a new danger at every turn in the road. Similarly, Sully says, the timidity of childhood is seen in the readiness with which experience invests objects and places with a fear-exciting aspect, in its tendency to look at all that is unknown as terrifying, and in the difficulty of the educator in controlling these tendencies. Sully is right in thinking that intellectual culture tends greatly to reduce the early intensity of fear. This it does by substituting knowledge for ignorance, and so undermining that vague terror before the unknown to which the child and the superstitious savage are a prey, an effect aided by the growth of willpower and the attitude of self-confidence which this brings with it. An uncultivated personality with a limited mental horizon, with a narrow range of interests, a personality sensitive to the moral categorical imperative, a personality trained in the fear of the Lord and mysterious agencies, is a fit subject for obsessions by the fear instinct. In certain types of functional psychosis and neurosis, the patient has an inkling of the fear instinct in his dread of objects, or of states of mind, moral scruples, lack of confidence, blushing, religious or social expectations of some coming misfortune and some mysterious evil, but he is not aware of the fear instinct as developed in him by the events and training of early childhood. The fears of early childhood are subconscious. At any rate, the patient does not connect them with his present mental affection. In other types of psychopathic affections, the patient is entirely unaware of the whole situation. He is engrossed by the symptoms which he regards as the sum and substance of his trouble. The fear is entirely subconscious. The fear instinct fostered by frights, scares, dread of sickness, by religious instruction with its fear of the 42 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases laud, by moral and religious injunctions and duties with fear of punishment or failure in the moral standard and duties, the enforcement of social injunctions with the consequent dread of failure and degradation, all go to the cultivation of the fear instinct, which in later life becomes manifested as functional psychosis with all its baneful effects. Thus a psychoneurotic in his account writes, I dwell on my childish acts because of my religious training, because of the superstitions charged with religious and pseudo-moral emotions. The fear of the Lord, especially when cultivated in early childhood, is not only, as the Bible has it, the beginning of religious wisdom, but is also the beginning of morbid mental states, the source of psychopathic affections. As Bacon puts it, natura enim rerum omnibus viventibus indidit matamesi formidinem, vilat cessenti su conservatrissum, ac mala ingruentia vitantem it depellentum. Verum tamanidum natura modum tenia nescia ist, sed timoribus salutribus semper vanos it mains admissit, adeo ut omnia, st intus cons pict darenta, panissis terroribus plenissima sint, praesertum humana. Chapter V. The fear instinct and psychopathic states. Fear instinct is the soil on which grow luxuriantly the infinite varieties of psychopathic affections. The body, sense, intellect, and will are all profoundly affected by the irresistible sweep of the fear instinct as manifested in the overwhelming feeling of anxiety. The fear instinct and its offspring, anxiety, weaken, dissociate, and paralyze the functions of the body and mind, giving rise to the various symptoms of psychopathic diseases. The fear instinct keeps on gnawing at the very vitals of the psychopathic patient. Even at his best, the psychopathic patient is not free from the workings of the fear instinct, from the feeling of anxiety which, as the patients themselves put it, hangs like a cloud on the margin or fringe of consciousness. From time to time he can hear the distant, threatening rumbling of the fear instinct. Even when the latter is apparently stilled, the pangs of anxiety torment the patient like a dull toothache. Montaigne, the great anatomist of human passions, in writing of fear, says, "I am not so good a naturalist, as they call it, as to discern by what secret springs fear has its motion in us, but be this as it may, it is a strange passion, and such a one as the physicians say there is no other whatever that sooner dethrones our judgment from its proper seat, which is so true, that I myself have seen very many become frantic through fear, and even in those of the best settled temper, it is most certain that it begets a terrible astonishment and confusion during the fit. I omit the vulgar sort." To 43-44 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases whom it one while represents their great-grandsires risen out of their graves in their shrouds, another while hobgoblins, spectres, and chimeras, but even among soldiers, a sort of men over whom, of all others, it ought to have the least power. How often has it converted flocks of sheep into armed squadrons, reeds and bulrushes into pikes and lances, and friends into enemies. At Deo pava etiam auxilia formidat. The thing in the world I am most afraid of is fear, that passion alone, in the trouble of it, exceeding all other accidents. Tum pava sapientium omnem mit ex animo expectorat. Such as have been well banged in some skirmish, may yet, all wounded and bloody as they are, be brought on again the next day to the charge. But such as have once conceived a good sound fear of the enemy will never be made so much as to look the enemy in the face. Such as are in immediate fear of losing their estates, of banishment or of slavery, live in perpetual anguish, and lose all appetite and repose, whereas such as are actually poor, slaves or exiles, ofttimes live as merrily as other folks. And the many people who, impatient of perpetual alarms of fear, have hanged or drowned themselves, or dashed themselves to pieces, give us sufficiently to understand that fear is more importunate and insupportable than death itself. In the present fearful war of European nations against the pressure of invasion by Teutons and their allies, a war unparalleled in the history of humanity for its extensive, brutal destructiveness, a war in which all the inventions of ages are made subservient to the passions of greed, hatred, and ferocity, having one purpose, the extermination of man, a war surpassing all battles ever waged by man or beast. In such a calamitous clash and slaughter of nations, the fear instinct comes to the foreground, claiming its victims, working the fear instinct and psychopathic states 45 havoc among the frenzied, struggling armed masses and terrified, stricken populations. That fear is a fundamentally important element in neuroses and psychoses has been fully acknowledged by many a neurologist and psychiatrist. Thus, Oppenheim says, fear is a common symptom in the neuroses. It may be an indefinite feeling of anxiety not awakened by any particular cause, or it may be definite concepts and external influences which call the fear into action. The sensation is variously described. It has its seat, as a rule, in the cardiac region, at other times in the head. The patient feels as if his heart were standing still, He thinks that he must fall or that he will get a stroke. Some explain the condition thus: "It seems to me that I have done something wrong," as if something terrible is going to happen. The expression of the face reveals a condition of anxiety, the fear often producing vasomotor, secretory, and motor disturbances. The face reddens or becomes pallid, perspiration breaks out, the saliva ceases to flow, the lips and tongue become dry, the pulse and respiration become accelerated. A materially different picture, says Kirchhoff, is presented when the feeling of fear enters the symptom group of melancholia. This feeling is referred to the cardiac region, precordial fear, and is one of the most important and frequent accompaniments of severe melancholia. The external quiet of severe simple melancholia becomes converted into anxious restlessness. From the start, sleep is almost always disturbed because the patient is tormented by the pressure in the cardiac region. Other disagreeable sensations soon follow, such as constriction of the neck or a dull feeling in the head. Bad dreams and anxious thoughts become more numerous. The daily work may make the condition endurable during the day for a time, but in the 46 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases stillness of the night, it is rapidly intensified, and if sleep does not refresh the excited brain, the days likewise are filled more and more with disheartening fears. The implication of the organs of the body is much more distinct in anxious than in simple melancholia. The appetite is lost, the nutrition is rapidly impaired. Respiration is superficial, the heart's action is accelerated and often irregular, the pulse is small, the skin is cool. When the terror shows variations or occurs in paroxysms, its increase is shown by suppression of the urine and perspiration, its subsidence by increase in these secretions. The more chronic the precordial fear, the more indistinct do these symptoms become. Religious notions are often awakened and are then explained as the dread of being possessed by evil spirits. In more severe cases, the internal life becomes a real dreamy condition in which external expressions are received in a confused, shadowy and inimical manner. A terrible, baseless, but paralyzing fear takes possession of consciousness. The anxiety states of neurosis and psychosis are essentially due to the awakening of the fear instinct normally present in every living being. The fear instinct is a fundamental one, it is only inhibited by the whole course of civilization and by the training and education of social life. Like the jinn of the Arabian Nights, it slumbers in the breast of every normal individual, and comes fully to life in the various neuroses and psychoses. Kraepelin and his school lay, with right, special stress on the fact that fear is by far the most important persistent emotion in morbid conditions. Fear is manifested by anxious excitement and by anxious tension. Experience, says Kraepelin, shows an intimate relationship between insistent psychosis and the so-called phobias, the anxiety states which in such patients become associated with definite impres, the fear instinct and psychopathic states 47 signs, actions, and views. They are associated with the thought of some great unknown danger, although the patient may be aware that in reality nothing of the kind will befall him. Violent heart action, pallor, a feeling of anxiety, tremor, cold sweat, meteorismus, diarrhea, polyuria, weakness in the legs, attacks of fainting, so that the patient loses control of his limbs and occasionally simply collapses. These states, says Kraepelin, with his usual insight into abnormal mental life, remind one of the feeling of anxiety which in the case of healthy people may, in view of a painful situation or of a serious danger, deprive one of the calmness of judgment and confidence in his movements. Thus, we find from different standpoints that the feeling of anxiety with all its accompanying phenomena is one of the manifestations of the most fundamental, the most potent, of animal instincts. The fear instinct, which is at the basis of all psychopathic maladies, underscore the fear instinct, as the most subtle and most fundamental of all instincts, is well described by Kipling. Very softly down the glade runs a waiting, watching shade, and the whisper spreads and widens far and near, and the sweat is on thy brow, for he passes even now. He is fear, O little hunter, he is fear. Ere the moon has climbed the mountain, ere the rocks are ribbed with light, when the downward dipping trails are dank and drear, comes a breathing hard behind thee, snuffle, snuffile through the night. It is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. On thy knees and draw the bow, bid the shrilling arrow go, in the empty, mocking thicket plunge the spear, but thy hands are loosed and weak, and the blood has left our white cheek. I.e. is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. 48 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases. When the heat cloud sucks the tempest, when the slivered pine trees fall, when the blinding, blaring rain squalls lash and veer, through the war gongs of the thunder rings a voice more loud than all. It is fear, O little hunter, it is fear. Now the spates are banked and deep, now the footless boulders leap, now the lightning shows each littlest leaf rib clear. But thy throat is shut and dried, and thy heart against thy side hammers. Fear, O little hunter, this is fear. A well-known author, a psychopathic sufferer, writes, Carlyle laid his finger upon the truth, when he said that the reason why the pictures of the past were always so golden in tone, so delicate in outline, was because the quality of fear was taken from them. It is the fear of what may be and what must be that overshadows present happiness, and if fear is taken from us we are happy. The strange thing is that we cannot learn not to be afraid, even though all the darkest and saddest of our experiences have left us unscathed, and if we could but find a reason for the mingling of fear with our lives, we should have gone far towards solving the riddle of the world. Dr. Cryle lays special stress on the pathological aspect of the fear instinct, that the brain is definitely influenced, damaged even, by fear has been proved by the following experiments. Rabbits were frightened by a dog but were neither injured nor chased. After various periods of time the animals were killed and their brain cells compared with the brain cells of normal animals, widespread changes were seen. The principal clinical phenomena expressed by the rabbit were rapid heart, accelerated respiration, prostration, tremors, and the fear instinct and psychopathic states 49 rise in temperature. The dog showed similar phenomena, excepting that, instead of such muscular relaxation as was shown by the rabbit, it exhibited aggressive muscular action. Both the dog and the rabbit were exhausted but, although the dog exerted himself actively and the rabbit remained physically passive, the rabbit was much more exhausted. Further observations were made upon the brain of a fox which had been chased for 2 hours by members of a hunt club, and had been finally overtaken by the hounds and killed. Most of the brain cells of the fox, as compared with those of a normal fox, showed extensive physical changes. The next line of evidence is offered with some reservation, but it has seemed to me to be more than mere idle speculation. It relates to the phenomena of one of the most interesting diseases in the entire category of human ailments. I refer to exophthalmic goiter, or Graves' disease, a disease primarily involving the emotions. This disease is frequently the direct sequence of severe mental shock or of a long and intensely worrying strain. The following case is typical. A broker was in his usual health up to the panic of 1907. During this panic his fortune and that of others were for almost a year in jeopardy, failure finally occurring. During this heavy strain he became increasingly nervous and by imperceptible degrees there developed a pulsating enlargement of the thyroid gland, an increased prominence of the eyes, marked increase in perspiration, profuse sweating even, palpitation of the heart, increased respiration with frequent sighing, increase in blood pressure. There were tremor of many muscles, rapid loss of weight and strength, frequent gastrointestinal disturbances, loss of normal control of his emotions, and marked impairment of his mental faculties. He was as completely 50 causation and treatment psychopathic diseases broken in health as in fortune. These phenomena resembled closely those of fear and followed in the wake of a strain which was due to fear. Animals in which the fear instinct can be aroused to a high degree become paralyzed and perish. Under such conditions the fear instinct not only ceases to be of protective value, but is the very one that brings about the destruction of the animal obsessed by it. One of the most terrible effects of fear, says Mosso, is the paralysis which allows neither of escape nor of defense. The fear instinct is no doubt one of the most vital of animal instincts, but when it rises to a high degree of intensity, or when it is associated with familiar and useful objects instead of strange and harmless objects, then we may agree with the great physiologist, Haller, that the phenomena of fear are not aimed at the preservation, but at the destruction of the animal, or as Darwin puts it, are of disservice to the animal. This is just the condition found in psychopathic diseases. The fear instinct becomes aroused in early life and cultivated by training, education, and environment, becoming associated in later life with particular events, objects, and special states. When the instinct of fear is aroused in connection with some future impending misfortune, the feeling of expectation and all its psychological changes, muscular, respiratory, cardiac, epigastric, and intestinal, go to form that complex state of anxiety and anguish, so highly characteristic of acute varieties of psychopathic disease. When fear reaches its acme, the heart is specially affected, the circulatory and respiratory changes become prominent, and give rise to oppression and depression which weigh like an incubus on the patient, the feeling known as precordial anxiety. The fear instinct and psychopathic states. 51. The fear instinct is the ultimate cause of the infinite varieties of psychopathic diseases. Stanley Hall seems to accept this view of the subject. In his recent paper on fear, he writes, "If there be a vital principle, fear must be one of its close allies as one of the chief springs of the mind." In spite of his former psychoanalytic inclinations, Professor Hall now asserts that Freud is wrong in interpreting this most generic form of fear as rooted in sex. Sex anxieties are themselves rooted in the larger fundamental impulse of preservation of life with its concomitant instinct of fear. This is the etiology on which I laid stress in my papers and works on the subject of psychopathic diseases. So deeply convinced is Professor Stanley Hall of the primitive and fundamental character of the fear instinct, that he refers to the facts that if the cerebrum is removed, animals, as Goltz and Bakhterev have proved, manifest very intense symptoms of fear, and so do human monsters born without brains, or hemicephalic children, as Sternberg and Lotsko have demonstrated. Oppenheim, Kirchhoff, Kraepelin, and recently other psychologists and neurologists of note all concur that fear is a fundamental factor in the pathology of neurosis. As physicians, we must remember the importance of fear in cases of surgical shock. So potent, all-embracing, and all-pervading is the fear instinct, that the physician must reckon with it in his private office, in the hospital, and in the surgical operating room. The acute fear of a surgical operation, Kreil writes, may be banished by the use of certain drugs that depress the associational power of the brain and so minimize the effect of the preparations that usually inspire fear. If, in addition, the entire field of operation is blocked by local anesthesia so that the associa 52 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseasational centers are not awakened, the patient will pass through the operation unscathed. In a number of my cases, psychognosis clearly reveals the fact that even where the neurosis has not originated in a surgical trauma, surgical operations reinforced, developed, and fixed psychopathic conditions. The fear instinct arises from the impulse of self-preservation without which animal life cannot exist. The fear instinct is one of the most primitive and most fundamental of all instincts. Neither hunger, nor sex, nor maternal instinct, nor social instinct can compare with the potency of the fear instinct, rooted as it is in self-preservation, the condition of life primordial. When the instinct of fear is at its height, it sweeps before it all other instincts. Nothing can withstand a panic. Functional psychosis in its full development is essentially a panic. A psychogenetic examination of every case of functional psychosis brings one invariably to the fundamental fear instinct. Fear is the guardian instinct of life. The intensity of the struggle for existence, the preservation of life of the animal, is expressed in the instinct of fear. The fear instinct in its mild form, when connected with what is strange and unfamiliar, or with what is really dangerous to the animal, is of the utmost consequence to life. What is strange and unfamiliar may be a menace to life, and it is a protection, if under such conditions the fear instinct is aroused. It is again of the utmost importance in weak animals, to have the fear instinct easily aroused by the slightest strange stimulus. The animal is defenseless, and its refuge, its safety, is in running. The unfamiliar stimulus may be a signal of danger, and it is safer to get away from it. The animal cannot take chances. On the other hand, animals that are too timid, so that even the familiar becomes too suspicious, cannot get their food and cannot leave the fear instinct and psychopathic states 53 progeny, they become eliminated by the process of natural selection. Even in weak animals an intensified state of the fear instinct becomes biologically abnormal, pathological. The fear instinct is abnormally developed in PSYCHOPATHIC disturbances. Harmful stimuli or expectation of danger to themselves, to their family, or to friends may arouse the feelings of anguish, anxiety, worry, manifestations of the fear instinct. Objects, thoughts, stimuli, situations, and events of expected danger may keep on changing, persisting for a longer or shorter time, but the underlying pathological state of the fear instinct remains, easily fusing with experiences of possible danger to all included within the circle of the patient's self-regard. Events or situations with fixed sensory stimuli, when repeated, fix the neurosis, very much in the same way as other conditional reflexes in Pavlov's experiments. Other sets of stimuli of an ideational character are transient in duration, while the general, apprehensive, subconscious condition persists unchanging to seize again and again on ever new objects and thoughts, forming psychic compounds of various degrees of stability. Chapter 6 / Manifestations of fear instinct and symptoms of psychopathic diseases invariably find the symptoms of functional psychosis. Fear affects the muscular and sensory systems, the vasomotor system, the respiratory system, the sudorific glands, the viscera, the heart, the intestines, etc. Bain, in describing the emotions of fear or terror, says the appearances may be distributed. Terror on the physical side shows both a loss and a transfer of nervous energy. The appearances may be distributed between the effects of relaxation and effects of tension. The relaxation is seen, as regards the muscles, in the dropping of the jaw, in the collapse overtaking all organs not specially excited, in trembling of the lips and other parts, and in the loosening of the sphincters. Next, as regards the organic processes and viscera. The digestion is everywhere weakened, the flow of saliva is checked, the gastric secretion arrested, appetite failing, the bowels deranged, the expiration is enfeebled. The heart and circulation are disturbed, there is either a flushing of the face or a deadly pallor. The skin shows symptoms, the cold sweat, the altered odor of the perspiration, the creeping action that lifts the hair. The kidneys are directly or indirectly affected. The sexual organs feel the depressing influence. the secretion of milk in the mother's breast is vitiated. Darwin gives the following description of fear. The frightened man at first stands like a statue, motionless and breathless, or crouches down as if to escape observation. The heart beats quickly and violently, but it is very doubtful if it then works more. 54. We examine closely the symptoms of fear. We fear instinct. Symptoms of psychopathic diseases. 55. Efficiently than usual so as to send a greater supply of blood to the body, for the skin instantly becomes pale, as during incipient faintness. The paleness of the surface, however, is probably in large part or is exclusively due to the vasomotor center being affected in such a manner as to cause the contraction of the small arteries of the skin. That the skin is much affected under the sense of great fear we see in the marvelous manner in which the perspiration immediately exudes from it. This exudation is all the more remarkable as the surface is then cold, and hence the term, a cold sweat, whereas the sudorific glands are properly excited into action when the surface is heated. The hairs also on the skin stand erect, and the superficial muscles shiver. In connection with the disturbed action of the heart, the breathing is hurried. The salivary glands act imperfectly, the mouth becomes dry and is often opened and shut. I have also noticed that under slight fear there is a slight tendency to yawn. One of the best symptoms is the trembling of all the muscles of the body. From this cause and from the dryness of the mouth, the voice becomes husky or indistinct, or may altogether fail. If we turn now to the manifestations of psychopathic maladies, we meet with the same symptoms. A. The attacks may be muscular, involving symptoms such as trembling, shaking, paresis, paralysis, or rigidity. There may be affection of locomotion or of muscular coordination. B. There may be sensory disturbances, anesthesia, paresthesia, analgesia, or hyperalgesia, as well as affection of muscular sense and kinesthesis. C. There may be skin disturbances, such as arrest of perspiration or profuse perspiration, especially under the influence of emotions, worry, and fatigue. Such perspiration may also occur at night, and in some cases the fear of tuberculosis may be associated with such conditions. 56. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. D. The lungs may become affected functionally, and there may occur respiratory disturbances, coughing, hawking, apnea, dyspnea, and asthmatic troubles may result. E. The heart becomes affected, bringing about precordial pain, palpitation of the heart, bradycardia, tachycardia, and cardiac arrhythmia may result. F. The stomach and intestines become affected, indigestion, vague fugitive soreness and pain may be experienced all over or in special regions of the abdomen, constipation or diarrhea may ensue. G. The renal apparatus may become affected and its activity arrested, or, as is more often the case in the milder forms of psychopathic troubles, there may be present an alteration in the amount or frequency of micturition, such as is found in the conditions of anuria and polyuria. HK. Menstruation becomes disturbed, and we may meet with conditions of dysmenorrhea, amenorrhea, menorrhagia, and other disturbances of the tubes, ovaries, and uterus. I. There are disturbances of the nervous system, such as headache, and a general dull sensation of fatigue and paresis of all mental functions, with dizziness and vertigo. On the mental side we find in the psychopathies the following disturbances. A. Affections of perceptual activity, illusions and hallucinations. B. Affections of intellectual activity, argumentativeness in regard to insignificant things, metaphysical and theological disputations. C. Affections of the moral sense, scrupulousness, over-conscientiousness, not living up to ideal states. D. Affections of religious life, commission of sins and fear of punishment. E. Affections of social life, timidity, blushing, etc. Fear instinct. Symptoms of psychopathic diseases 57. F. Affections in regard to objects, such as astrophobia, acmephobia, agoraphobia, claustrophobia, etc. ZG. Affections of conceptual life, insistent ideas. A. Affections of the attention, aprosexia. I. Affections of the will, states of abalia and uncontrollable impulses. 7. Affections of the memory, amnesic and paramnesic states. K. General mental fatigue. 2. Affections of sexual life, perversion and inversion. M. Affections in regard to marital relations. N. Affections in regard to personal life, diffidence, self-condemnation, self-depreciation. 0. Affections of apparent loss of personality, feeling of self gone. P. Formation of new personalities, dual and multiple personality. In connection with all such psychoneurotic affections we find invariably present a feeling of unrest, of uneasiness, a feeling of anxiety, conscious or subconscious, an anxious feeling of some impending evil. In all such affections we find the brooding spirit of the most powerful of all animal instincts, the fear instinct. All those affections in psychopathic cases are manifestations of fear. They are the symptoms of the fear instinct. Fear, with its consequent feeling of anxiety of some impending evil, is the cause of all the symptoms of functional psychosis in general and of somopsychosis in particular. Remove the fear and the symptoms will disappear. The fear instinct, revealed by examination of psychogenesis in the case of somopsychosis, becomes still more evident in the case of psychoneurosis. In psychoneurosis the fear protrudes into the upper consciousness. The patient clearly indicates his fears in his account, and one has to be misled with abstruse theoretical 58 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases considerations not to notice clearly that the whole matter is one of the fear instinct. The patient lays stress on his state of fear by every gesture, attitude, speech, and by his account of his trouble. He comes to the physician with some kind of fear of something, and finally shows fear in general, and asks the physician to assure him that his mind is not giving way, as he is mortally afraid of insanity. Some of the psychoneurotics work themselves up into such a state of excitement that they make arrangements with their relatives and friends to take care of them and stand by them when their mind will succumb. The whole state is one of fear, of intense fear, of frenzy and panic. Functional psychosis, both somopsychosis and PSYCHONeurosis, can be reduced to one source, the fear instinct. The anxiety present in the various forms of psychopathic maladies is the pang of dissolution, the foreshadowing of death agonies, the agonizing fear of dissolution such as is present in cases of angina pectoris. In fact, the fear paroxysm of functional psychosis is even worse than the death agony itself. Anxiety is conscious or subconscious fear of pain and suffering, vague as to extent and intensity. In anxiety there is an element of uncertainty. Fears which have their roots deep down in the subconscious are, therefore, specially apt to become feelings of anxiety. Neither inattention, nor disappointments, nor fatigue, physical or mental, nor exhaustion of disease, nor suppression of wishes and desires, nor suppressed and unsatisfied sexual life, nor conflicts, nor shocks of themselves, can ever give rise to psychopathic states. It is only insofar as they become associated with the fear instinct that psychopathic states can arise. The fear instinct is the sole cause of psychopathic affections. It may be well to point out here that in neuropsychosis the fear is conscious, or, at any rate, sufficiently clear for the physician to find it out and reveal it to fear instinct. Symptoms of psychopathic diseases 59. The patient, while in somopsychosis the fear is entirely submerged and subconscious, for he somatic symptoms alone constituting the patient's conscious complaint. In psychoneurosis, the patient has an inkling of fear in his dread of objects, states of mind, moral scruples, lack of confidence, blushing, religious or social expectations, of some coming misfortune and some mysterious evil, but he is not aware of the fear instinct developed in him by the events and training of early childhood. The fears of early childhood are all subconscious. At any rate, the patient does not connect them with his present mental affection. In somopsychosis, the patient is entirely innocent of the whole situation. He is entirely engrossed by the somatic symptoms which he regards as the sum and substance of his trouble. The fear is entirely subconscious. The fear instinct fostered by frights, scares, dread of sickness, by religious instruction with its fear of the Lord, moral and religious injunctions, with fear of punishment for failure in the moral standard and duties, the enforcement of social taboos with the consequent dread of failure and degradation, all go to the cultivation of the fear instinct, which in later life becomes manifested as somopsychosis or psychoneurosis. All functional psychosis, whether somopsychosis or psychoneurosis, is nothing else but an obsession of the fear instinct, conscious and subconscious. The deleterious influence of fear instinct on the nervous system is well stated by Dr. Kreil. It has been shown that the various cases of the discharge of nervous energy produce alterations in the nervous system and probably in the thyroid gland. This is especially true of the fear stimulus, and has been clearly demonstrated in the brains of rabbits which had been subjected to fear alone. Of special interest was the effect of daily fright. In this case the brain cells showed a distinct change, although the 60 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases animal had been subjected to no fear for 24 hours before it was killed. Now, a great distinction between man and the lower animals is the greater control man has acquired over his actions. This quality of control, having been phylogenetically most recently acquired, is the most vulnerable to various no-cures influences. The result of a constant no-psi integration may be a wearing out of the control cells of the brain. In a typical case of Graves' disease, a marked morphologic change in the brain cells has been demonstrated. As has been previously stated, the origin of many cases of Graves' disease is associated with some no-psi influence. If this influence causes stimulation of both the brain and the thyroid, its excessive action may cause impairment of the brain and also hyperplasia of the thyroid. As self-control is impaired, fear obtains an ascendancy, and, pari passu, stimulates the thyroid gland still more actively. Finally, the fear of the disease itself becomes a no-psi stimulus. As the thyroid secretion causes an increase in the facility with which nervous energy is discharged, a pathologic reciprocal interaction is established between the brain and the thyroid. The effect of the constantly recurring stimulus of the no-psi influence is heightened by summation. This reciprocal goading may continue until either the brain or the thyroid is destroyed. If the original no-psi stimulus is withdrawn before the fear of the disease becomes too strong, and before too much injury to the brain and thyroid has been inflicted, a spontaneous cure may result. Recovery may be greatly facilitated by complete therapeutic rest. A cure implies the return of the brain cells to their normal state, with the re-establishment of the normal self-control and the restoration of the thyroid to its normal state, when the impulses of daily life will once more have possession of the final common path and the no-psi influence will be dispossessed. The fear instinct. Symptoms of psychopathic diseases. 61. Discovery of the real cause of a given case of Graves' disease is frequently difficult because it may be of a painful personal nature. Of extreme interest is the fact that, in the acute stage, the patient may be unable to refer to the exciting cause without exhibiting an exacerbation of the symptoms of the disease. Presume no case should be regarded as cured until reference can be made to its cause without an abnormal reaction. It has been established that in Graves' disease injury to any part of the body, even under inhalation anesthesia, causes an exacerbation of the disease. Fear alone may cause an acute exacerbation. These acute exacerbations are frequently designated hyperthyroidism and are the special hazard of operation. In applying the principle of ANSI association in operations on patients with Graves' disease, there is scarcely a change in the pulse, in the respiration, or in the nervous state at the close of the operation. I know no remedy which can obviate the effect of the inflowing stimuli from the wound after the cocaine has worn off. It is necessary, therefore, not to venture too far in serious cases. Since the adoption of this new method, ANSI association, my operative results have been so vastly improved that now I rarely regard any case of Graves' disease as inoperable, at least to the extent of contraindicating a double ligation. Average 5 pmm pulse rate of 10 patients during the first 4 days after operation. Ether 11G nitrous oxide 112 ANSI 103 *. Thus we can understand the variations in the gastric analyses in a timid patient alarmed over his condition and afraid of the hospital. He is integrated by fear, and as fear takes precedence over all other impulses, no organ functions normally. For the same reason, one sees animals in captivity pine away under the dominance of fear. 62 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Neurosis may be represented as a fixed ideosensory nucleus, surrounded by a more or less variable network of associations, the stability of which increases with the recession from the nucleus to the periphery or marginal fringe of consciousness. Fear of strangeness, of unfamiliarity, developed in early childhood, may remain unassociated and thus give rise to a state of vague fear. The instinct, however, may through experience, through some trauma, find for itself an object and become associated with it. Anxiety, fear, horror, says Mosso, will twine themselves perpetually around the memory, like deadly ivy choking the light of reason. It is the fear instinct, the fundamental instinct of self-preservation, that gives rise to all forms of recurrent mental states, with all their agony, anxiety, despair, and depression. The fear instinct is at the basis of psychopathic diseases. All the symptoms in their infinite variety are so many different manifestations of the one fundamental fear instinct. The inner conflict and introspection characteristic of psychopathic troubles are pathological, solely because of their association with the fear instinct. Mental conflict and introspection never give rise to a mental malady, they are rather favorable to a speculative mind. When, however, introspection and mental conflict are associated with the fear instinct, the result is a psychopathic malady. In the same way a physical sickness in itself, or the thought of suffering, physical or mental, does not give rise to a psychopathic affection. It is only when the sickness, or the thought of disease, becomes associated with the fear instinct, only then does a psychopathic malady arise. The source of psychopathic affections is the fear instinct, a development of which in early childhood predisposes to all forms of psychopathic states. Functional psychosis or neurosis is an obsession of the fear instinct, conscious and subconscious. Thus fear instinct, symptoms of psychopathic diseases. 63 One of my patients became obsessed with fear of tuberculosis, manifesting most of the symptoms of consumption after a visit of a tuberculous friend. Another patient became possessed with the fear of death after visiting a sick relative of his in one of the city hospitals. Another became obsessed with the fear of syphilis after having been in contact with a friend who had been under antiepileptic treatment. In all these psychopathic fears there was a long history of a well-developed subconscious fear instinct, often traced to experiences of early childhood. Take away the fear and the psychosis or neurosis disappears. As we have pointed out, according to the investigations of Pavlov, Vasiliv, Babkin, Savadsky, Mishtoft, Orbeli, Sherrington, and others. Ideosensory changes initiated in the central nervous system and especially emotional disturbances, bring about extensive motor and circulatory reactions, accompanied by glandular secretions. Recently Schultz has found that glycosuria accompanies fear psychosis, and that the amount of glycosuria present varies with the degree and intensity of depression and fear, reaching its highest amount with the maximum of the fear psychosis. The clinical studies of Rayman, Arndt, and also my own go to confirm the same interrelation. The experiments of Cannon, Charles, Wright, and de la Paz carried out on animals prove the intimate relation of emotion, and more especially of fear-anger emotions, and stimulation of adrenal secretion. The increased secretion of epinephrine gives rise to glycosuria. The extensive motor reactions, the circulatory disturbances, and especially the stimulations of glandular secretions and their consequent effects on the total systemic reactions of the organism under the influence of the fear instinct form a psychophysiological foundation for the psychopathology of functional psychosis or neurosis. Chapter 7 The main principles of psychopathic diseases have formulated the following fundamental principles of psychopathic diseases. I. The principle of embryonic psychogenesis. Psychopathic maladies, like sarcomatous and carcinomatous growths, are of an embryonic type, having their genesis in the psychic stroma of early childhood. The genesis of psychopathic diseases can be traced to a pathological germ focus, to a phobo experience as germinal nucleus round which the fear instinct becomes organized. This pathological focus keeps up the fermentation, development, and growth of the slowly forming psychopathic symptom complex. Psychopathic states are primarily embryonic. The pathogenic germs of the primitive fear instinct are planted in the embryonic mental tissues of early child life. The psychogenesis of neurosis is an embryonic fear instinct. The principle of recurrence. In the simple life of the child, under the influence of slowly changing environment, the psychopathological system of the aroused fear instinct, formed in early childhood, tends to recur, both in the waking and sleeping states, especially in the intermediate hypnoidal states to which the child is subject, as demonstrated by my observations and experiments. IJJ. The principle of proliferation and complication. With the gradual change of the environment and with one the principle of recurrence is fundamental in psychology and psychopathology. Recurrence is a form of reproduction of various types of moments. See the Foundations, Part IT. 64 Main Principles of Psychopathic Diseases. 65 The growth of the child. Each recurrence of the fear system tends to an increased proliferation of fear associations. There is a tendency to formation of a complex psychopathic system which grows more complicated with the proliferation of conscious and subconscious associations, and with the ever-increasing assimilation of new masses of fear and anxiety experiences, further induced and kept up by worries of a depressing and unfavorable environment. The pathological focus with its organizing fear instinct as substratum brings about an ever greater proliferation and complication with the growing assimilation of psychic contents, forming the psychopathic matrix of the symptom complex. 4. The principle of fustin or of synthesis. The newly assimilated psychic contents, entering into the slowly forming complex fear system, are at first in a state of confused, incoherent disaggregation and disorganization. With the repetition of the processes of recurrence, proliferation, and complication, the psychic contents become firmly associated, synthesized, and organized into an integral psychic compound with the fear instinct as the main, inner, controlling focus. The psychic contents become fused, synthesized into one complex network of fear obsessions. V. The principle of contrast. Feelings and emotions follow the law of alternation by association of contrast. After an intense, prolonged, and exhausting activity of a complex system with one set of feelings and reactions, another system with a contrasting set of emotions and reactions is brought into function. Thus excitement and passion of emotional pleasure tone may pass into its opposite of contrasting, disagreeable, painful feeling. Feelings of excitement, passion, and exhilaration may be followed by disgust, nausea, and even vomiting. Such emotional alternation is by some medical men ascribed to fanciful, speculative, Anatom 66 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases and embryological connections. The principle is essentially central in nature. The particular form of its expression is a matter of central associations formed by experience. The fear instinct becomes attached to the opposed contrast emotions of self-regard, such as love and desire. Fear, though positio and primary, assumes a negative and secondary aspect as non-fulfillment of desire or fear of loss of the object of love. Psychomotor reactions with contrast feeling tone may be formed by means of voluntary association for the relief or rather for the inhibition of too great tension of unpleasant overexcitement. The law of contrast is characteristic of the mental life of primitive man and of the undeveloped consciousness of the child, as well as of the degenerative, atavistic states of psychopathic diseases. Psychopathic fear compounds with feelings of depression alternate with systems, having as their feeling tone states of mental exhilaration. This condition gives rise to that mental alternation so typical of psychopathic diseases, closely simulating manic depressive psychosis. 6. The principle of recession. Child experiences tend to lapse from conscious memory. This tendency is further reinforced by the process of recession, developed in detail in my works. Cognitive states recede from the focus to the periphery of consciousness, but emotional fear reactions to particular, conditional stimuli keep on recurring reflexly, automatically. The recting mental states become marginal and subconscious. Such states, to use a Mendelian term, are recessive. Recessive states recede and fade away from consciousness with each recurrence or reproduction of the symptom complex. 7. The principle of dissociation. Recessive elements and states, becoming marginal and submerged subconsciously, lapse from voluntary control and from main principles of psychopathic diseases. 67. Recall of conscious memory, they fall outside the dominant conscious life of the individual. The lapsed states are present subconsciously, and can be reproduced in various subconscious conditions, such as hypnotic, hypnoid, hypnoidal, and hypnoidic, a description of which I give in the symptomatology. Recessive elements and states fall outside the domain of voluntary associations, and as such, they are regarded as dissociated from the patient's personal life activity. Dissociated systems become parasitic, and, like malignant growths, suck the life energy of the affected individual. Under unfavorable conditions and appropriate stimulations, these dissociated, parasitic, recessive systems become manifested in later life, giving rise to fully developed symptom complexes of psychopathic states. 8. The principle of irradiation or of diffusion. Various factors of recurrence, complication, fusion, contrast, recession, and dissociation tend to neutralization of various characters of life experiences, entering into synthesis of the pathological complex system. The fear emotion becomes devoid of much, if not of all, of the cognitive content of experience. During this stage of the growth of the psychopathic symptom complex, the affected individual may for a time appear normal. The pathological condition, however, is subconsciously dormant. Meanwhile, the fear instinct, acting like a fermenting enzyme, keeps on affecting more and more psychic material. Like a malignant tumor, growing by infiltration, the latent, subconscious fear instinct becomes gradually infiltrated, diffused, irradiated throughout the psychic life of the individual, finally giving rise to a general diffused state of apprehension, anxiety, and anguish. 9. The principle of differentiation. With the growth of the child's personal life and with the further 68 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, development of cognitive activity, the general diffused emotion of the fear instinct with its feeling of anxiety, copyright symbol, and anguish, either through a series of traumas or through the intensity of a shock, becomes associated with some special object or event in the patient's present life experience, forming the apparent nucleus of the neurosis, constituting the ultimate fear state. This apparently central nucleus could not possibly of itself evoke all the extensity and intensity of the fear reactions of the psychopathic states, were it not for the great mass of fear systems which lend the last trauma its overwhelming force. The last trauma, however, is but the exciting cause, simply revealing the latent psychosis or neurosis which becomes differentiated along definite lines of mental life. X. The principle of dominance. Ultimate fear states persist in consciousness, becoming amplified and intensified with the unfolding of mental life. Such mental states, normal and abnormal, to use another Mendelian term, are dominant. In many cases, under unfavorable conditions of life and education, the fear experiences of early childhood become reinforced by a series of further traumas, which help the formation and keep up the recurrence of ultimate fear states. The fear instinct, like a malignant growth, expands along lines of least resistance. The dominant systems persist throughout the vicissitudes of life, giving rise to a fully developed somatopsychosis or psychoneurosis. 11. The principle of dynamogenesis. This factor is important in the domain of psychopathology and psychotherapy. It is intimately related to the more general and more fundamental principle of reserve energy, developed independently by Professor James and by myself. A dissociated system of recessive elements, latent and inactive, gathers force, manifesting itself in subconscious eruptions, convulsing the patient's main principles of psychopathic diseases. 69. General life activity. Subconscious systems of recessive states, when called into function, respond to appropriate stimulations with intense psychomotor reactions. The mass of associated systems exercises control on each one of its constituent systems. When a system is dissociated, the control is removed. It is like a mechanism without its controlling, governing gear, manifesting all its latent energy, giving rise to increased dynamogenesis. The emotion of the fear instinct becomes abnormally intense and uncontrollable. 12. The principle of inhibition. According to the principle of irradiation and fusion, the fear instinct tends to spread and gets diffused throughout the patient's personality. The fear instinct keeps on oscillating, spreading, changing with age, education, sex, and fluctuations of personal interests, spreading to states farther and farther removed from the original pathological focus with which, however, the states remain firmly associated. The neurosis may thus pass through many stages of metamorphosis with new determinations, but the fear nucleus remains ever the same, gathering more and more energy with each transforming interest. When the fear instinct becomes intense and diffused, it begins to exercise an inhibitive influence on nervous and mental functions. This inhibition by the hypertrophied fear instinct is specially strong on all those functions and systems that enter into the synthesis of the psychopathic aggregate. 13. The principle of diminishing resistance. In proportion as the psychopathic condition with its symptom complex keeps on recurring, the pathological system formed is gaining not only in energy, but also in ease of manifestation. The psychopathic state is evoked at the least occasion. The psychopathological symptom complex emerges at an ever-diminishing intensity of stimulation. The influence, the control, 70 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases. The resistance of associative systems, constituting the individuality of the patient, is more and more weakened. The resistance of healthy, normal associations is ever diminishing, until a point is reached when all power of opposition and control is lost. The psychopathological system with its symptom complex gets complete sway over the patient's life, and becomes an uncontrollable, psychopathic obsession. 14. The principle of metathesis and control by modification. In the psychognosis of psychopathic cases, I find that in controlling the attack the patient may have recourse to a procedure which may help him in the inhibition of the psychopathic symptom aggregate. The patient is unable to control his psychopathic state by means of reasoning or exhortation, but he awakens another morbid state with accompanying symptoms of a psychopathic character. This awakened psychopathic state changes the trend of mental life with its psychomotor reactions. The old psychopathic state no longer occupies the mental field, it must give room to another set of associations which may temporarily supplant the old psychopathic aggregate. The patient deliberately and voluntarily brings about various psychomotor conditions which help him to weaken the grip of the insistent psychopathic state. This is accomplished by stimulating a set of sensory-motor processes, accompanied by morbid emotional fear and anxiety states. If the patient worries about certain physical or mental symptoms from which he suffers, he calls forth some other symptoms of disease about which he will worry, or he may induce other sensory-motor reactions with similar feeling tone. The same result may be accomplished by voluntarily inducing ideomotor states, fear of evil omens, signs, tests, and magic charms, bound up with similar feeling tone. Mental states of the same or main principles of psychopathic diseases equals 71 similar emotional and feeling quality. New fear states are thus formed which temporarily may inhibit or at least modify, for the time being, the old, recurrent, psychopathic state. If the original state be indicated by P, the awakened sensory-motor or ideational processes by S and I respectively, their accompanying psychopathic state by P, the resulting mental conditions by P, then we may represent the total process, sensory or ideational, by the following formulae: P plus S plus P, tongue-poking smiley, 1, and P plus I plus P, tongue-poking smiley, 2. The principle of metathesis or of modification is important in the determination of the course of development taken by the psychopathic aggregate. This continuous modification which the patient is forced to take to free himself from the grip of the pathological mental state keeps on extending, enlarging, and changing the pathological aggregate in various directions on ever new lines, giving new fear determinations to the psychopathic manifestations. The symptoms keep on changing, although the fundamental state with its initial experiences remains as the central, controlling nucleus which can only be discovered by a careful psychognosis. This progressive series of fear determinations of the original psychopathic state makes it impossible for the patient himself to understand the original experience, and to grasp the primitive trend of the psychopathic nucleus in the gradual progressive course of its formation to the time of the acme of its development. A comprehension can only be fully attained by a thorough psychognosis of the case, and by the tracing of the psychopathic state or aggregate to its primordial nucleus. The physician can thus realize the history of the formation of the ultimate fear states constituting the present psychopathic system complex. The revelation of the primitive, Psychopathic nucleus 72 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases unravels the complex skein of mental states, and makes it possible to differentiate the important from the unimportant, the essential from the inessential. This procedure is valuable from a psychotherapeutic standpoint, inasmuch as the finding of the nucleus makes possible its disintegration, which in its turn helps the disorganization of the psychopathic aggregate. This principle of metathesis or of modification may be regarded as a factor in the integration and disintegration of the psychopathic aggregate. The efferent, and central processes of the aggregate are modifiable. The modifiability, however, is not the same for all the processes. The motor elements are the easiest to change, the sensory and the glandular reactions with the afferent elements they give rise to are more difficult to modify, while the central, affective, emotional synthesis, being the total product, is the last to be affected. This law of modifiability is of consequence in psychotherapy. We shall take up the discussion of this subject further on in this work. The evolution of psychopathic systems follows along these principles. A close psychognosis of psychopathic cases reveals the paramount importance of these psychopathological principles in the life history of the psychopathic aggregate from its germinal stage to its fully developed state of organization. Each case, when closely investigated, clearly reveals these fundamental, psychopathological principles. 1. The development of the psychopathic system on the principle of metathesis follows the evolution of the compound synthetic moment. See the Foundations, Part IT. Chapter 8. The law of recession. A hierarchy of moments from the lowest to the highest, belonging to one organized constellation of moments, may be arranged in a series as to intensity and vividness of consciousness, ranging from minimum to maximum through all degrees of intensity and vividness. The maximum of intensity is in the focus or in the nucleus of the moment, the minimum is at the periphery. A moment, through frequent functioning, gradually loses intensity and vividness, and passes by degrees through the intermediary stages from maximum to minimum. The fading moment passes by degrees from the center to the periphery of consciousness. However, the intensity and vividness of psychosis decrease from the center to the periphery, the extent of content increases. The further away from the center the greater is the number of the fading moments, and at the periphery the number of moments is also the greatest. The immense number of outlived moments gradually fade away with greater duration, and tends to pass to the periphery of consciousness. It is clear then that as we pass from the center to the periphery the number of outlived moments increases proportionately. The deeper the regions of the subconscious, the wider the extent of its contents. In hypnosis the intensity of consciousness becomes diffused over lower and lower moments, liberating their pent-up energy, and as with the depth of hypnosis the obscure regions of the subconscious are lightened up, their immense extents stand revealed before the astonished 73-74 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases and bewildered eye of the observing self-consciousness. A lighting up of the subconscious regions can also be brought about by the use of opium or hashish. The pent-up neuron energy becomes liberated from lower and lowermost moment. Psychosis becomes concomitantly manifested and long-forgotten experiences tend once more to the center of consciousness. Outlived moments become resurrected and rise to the surface of full consciousness with all the vividness of a present reality. Thus De Quincey in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater tells us that the minutest incidents of childhood or forgotten scenes of later years were often revived. I could not be said to recollect them, for if I had been told of them when waking, I should not have been able to acknowledge them as my past experience. But placed as they were before me in dreams like intuitions and clothed in all their evanescent circumstances, and accompanying feelings, I recognized them instantaneously. Hypnoidic states, such as described by me in my previous works, also reveal the wealth and extent of psychic content present in the lower subconscious regions. Glimpses into the subconscious are also given in hypnoidal states which are induced by the process of hypnoidization. A moment, in passing from the center of consciousness to the lower regions of the subconscious, is affecting its course gradually through all degrees of intensity, ranging from maximum to minimum. In learning to play a violin, for instance, the movements of adjustments are at first effected with much strain and intensity of attention, but a long course of exercise, practice and repetition slowly reduce the strain and intensity of attention until the act of playing and the necessary motor adjustments for it require the minimum of consciousness and minimal amount of strain. In the law of recession 75 words, the act becomes habitual, automatic. A habit is not formed suddenly. A series of repetitions is requisite, each repetition making the next one easier and reducing the strain and intensity of consciousness, until the minimum is reached. Of course, the minimum is relative for the particular moment consciousness. Some of them have a higher and some a lower minimum, although none of them may pass the absolute minimum. This largely depends on the complexity of the moment. The more complex the moment is, the higher the minimum, although they all have a tendency to reach ultimately the absolute limit. In other words, a more complex moment or aggregate of moments takes a longer time and a larger series of repetitions to reach the absolute minimum of consciousness. A simplification in the constitution of the moment makes the process of reduction more rapid, but the moment on its way to the minimum has nevertheless to pass through the different degrees of intensity. The course of this process is the one characteristic of the accumulative moment on its way to the simple form of reproduction, belonging to the type of the desultory moment consciousness. The passing through intermediate stages is a necessary condition of reduction of a functioning moment to a minimum of consciousness. In other words, the law of recession is the process of a moment's passing from the conscious into the subconscious, often effected by intermediate gradations. See the Foundation, Part 2, Multiple Personality, The Psychology of Suggestion. Chapter 9. The law of reversion. Rise from the subconscious to the conscious. Intermediary stages are not always requisite. The moment, buried in the obscure regions of the subconscious, may be lightened up with intense focal light of consciousness without passing through any intermediary stages. The direct or fading process is the dying away of light, the reverse process is the blazing up of a torch or the explosion of gunpowder. When we come to discuss the physiological aspect of the two processes, we shall see that there is a good reason for this difference. Meanwhile, we confine ourselves to the statement of this difference between the manifestations of the two processes from a purely psychological standpoint. That intermediary stages of consciousness intensity are not necessary and often dropped in the reverse process, or in the process of the moment's rising from the subconscious to the conscious, we may clearly see from such a commonplace example as the forgetting of a once familiar name. We look and search for the name, we try all manner of clues, we strain our attention in the search after the lost link, but of no avail. In fact, the more we try, the more we feel barred from the place where that lost link is to be found. We feel lost and wandering, and finally give up the whole affair in great despair and turn to something else. In the middle of our work, when we have fully forgotten all about the search of the forgotten word, the name shoots up. No intermediary stage is passed, the whole state flares up at once. In the reverse process, in the process of a moment 76, the law of reversion 77, the solution of difficult and complicated problems, of discoveries and inventions are known to occur in this way. Similarly, in the phenomena of the various forms of sensory and motor automatisms, the sensory images or the motor reactions, expressive of the rising psychic state, gush up suddenly from the depth of the subconscious self. They come complete, like Minerva out of Jove's head. In hypnosis again, ideas and sensory motor reactions, induced by suggestion in hypnotic states to occur post-hypnotically or in the so-called hypnagogic state, may flash suddenly upon the mind of the subject. While in trance the subject may be told a word or a phrase and suggested that he should be unable to remember it on awakening, but that when he hears the word now coming from the experimenter, he should be able to remember. On emerging from the trance state, the subject cannot voluntarily remember that word or phrase, although it may just be, as some say, on the tip of his tongue. He may be in a condition similar to the one when searching after a familiar word, but which somehow constantly eludes his mental grasp. Generally though, if the subject falls into deep hypnosis, his amnesia is complete and he cannot remember anything about the word, just as if it has been erased from his memory. No sooner, however, does the signal now reach him than the forgotten word or phrase immediately and instantly flashes upon his mind. This sudden, impulsive rise of moments from the subconscious into the light of central consciousness can be even more clearly seen, more concretely realized, so to say, in the post-hypnotic suggestion of the motor character. During hypnosis, the subject is suggested to do a certain act on perceiving a certain signal, but underscore that he should not have the least memory of what he is going to do before the signal is given. On coming out, 78 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases of the Hypnotic Trance. If this be deep, he remembers nothing and may engage in something else. No sooner does he perceive the signal than he jumps up and carries out the suggested act with great impetuosity and lightning-like rapidity. The suggested psychomotor reaction, hidden subconsciously, appears in the light of consciousness as instantly as the discharge of the gun at the release of the trigger, or as the ring of the electric bell at the touch of the button. If we turn to psychopathic cases, we once more meet with evidence of the same truth. We find instances the very essence of which consists in the fact that intermediary stages of the moment's transition from the subconscious to the conscious are completely wanting. The sudden onset of uncontrollable impulses and imperative ideas is notorious. Patients who have been quiet and listless for many months and even years rise suddenly, fell their attendant with one powerful blow, and immediately after return to their previous, listless state. The outburst is instantaneous. Suicidal and homicidal impulses, accompanying various forms of mental alienations, may have a sudden onset, and vanish as abruptly as they come. Imperative ideas may also have the same flash-like appearance. The idea enters the mind suddenly, torments the patient by its insistency and then somehow unaccountably vanishes. These impulses and ideas are like meteors. They appear lightning-like on the mind's horizon, and then drop out of sight. Thus all the adduced facts now verge to one truth, that reverse procession of a moment from the subconscious region to the light of consciousness need not be through intermediary stages. It may also be pointed out that the same lack of intermediary stages holds true of the moment's retrograde movement when falling back into the regions, the law of reversion 79, whence it has appeared into the focus of the upper consciousness. In fact, we may say that this fit-like process is often even more characteristic of the returning of the moment into the subconscious than of its coming. We all have experienced the fact how some ideas, whether familiar or not, often flash across the mind and the next moment disappear as mysteriously and as tracelessly as they come. They drop into the subconscious before the upper consciousness can seize on them, fixate them, and have them assimilated. Hypnoidal states are of such a nature. They are sudden upheavals from the depth of the subconscious. They often disappear from consciousness as suddenly as they appear. The same we find in the case of uncontrollable impulses. They invade consciousness, and get possession of it, like an attack, and then seemingly drop out of sight. Sometimes not even as much as a trace or a vague memory is left. In the states of hypnosis, such coming and going of subconscious moments can be investigated more closely. During hypnosis, a story may be told to the subject, and then a suggestion given that on awakening, at the giving of a signal, at the hearing of a sound, the story should occur to the subject's mind, but not before, and that the subject should relate it, but that as soon as he finishes, the whole thing should immediately lapse from his consciousness. If the subject takes post-hypnotic suggestion, and is capable of that stage of hypnosis where amnesia can be induced, then the rise and fall of subconscious moments are almost instantaneous, palpably demonstrating the truth that the subconscious moment does not necessarily require to pass transitional stages in consciousness, whether forwards or backwards, whether it enters from the unconscious to the focus of consciousness or leaves he focus to be sunk into the subconscious. _80 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. This law of reversion, with its want of intermediary stages in the history of the rise and fall of the subconscious moment, is not uniform. The subconscious moment may rise slowly, pass in a general, rough form intermediary stages of intensity of consciousness, enter the focus, and may again in departing fade away slowly, by degrees, passing through all grades of consciousness intensity in its backward course. This is especially frequent in cases when the given moment rises spontaneously from a great depth of the subconscious. The moment seems to struggle on its way with many obstacles, hence its oscillations, its many failures in its rise to full intensity. The same thing occurs in the different forms of sensory and motor automatisms, also in states of hallucinations and in some hallucinations found in the dream consciousness. The reversion of the moment is accompanied by increased sensory intensity, assimilating on its way in the reverse direction from the subconscious to the focus of consciousness as many experiences as possible with their primary and secondary sensory elements. The sensory intensity gains in proportion as the vividness and clearness of abstract associations diminish in activity. The moment, buried in the depth of the subconsciousness, does riot stand out clear and distinct, but often struggles up in an aborted form as a series of failures, blunders, and errors. This reversion of the moment from the subconscious, this rise of the hidden moment to the focus of consciousness, and the subsequent recession into the subconsciousness, with the increase of sensory intensity as the moment forces its way in the reverse direction from the subconscious to the conscious, may be termed the law of moment reversion, while the two movements, the reversion and the recession, constitute the cyclical movement of the moment consciousness. See Multiple Personality, The Foundations, Symptomatology. Chapter X. The process of degeneration meant disaggregation, a condition that makes further disaggregation more difficult. The more intense the stimulation is, the more extensive and deeper is the disaggregation, and hence the more difficult further disaggregation becomes. If the stimulation is continued or made highly intense, a point is soon reached beyond which no stimulation can pass without giving rise to disaggregation, having as its manifestation the different forms of pathological mental dissociation. The pathological process, underlying the phenomena of abnormal mental life, is not essentially different from the one taking place in normal states. If difference there be, it is not certainly one of equality, but of degree. The more intense a stimulation is, the more extensive is the process of disaggregation, the higher mounts the moment threshold, giving rise to the different phenomenon of psychophysiological and psychomotor dissociation. As expressed in a former work, the process of disaggregation, setting in under the action of strong and hurtful stimuli, is not something new and different in kind from the usual. It is a continuation of the process of association and dissociation normally going on within the function and structure of higher constellations. The one process gradually passes into the other with the intensity of duration of the stimulus. The process of disaggregation is a descending one, it proceeds from constellations to groups. Under the 81 pine stimulation leaves after it some Mo 82 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases influence of strong stimulation, such as mechanical and chemical agencies, and psychic affections, such as intense emotions of fear, and their derivatives. The degenerative process of disaggregation sets in, affecting first the higher aggregates, and then with the continuity and intensity of the stimulations the process descends deeper and deeper, affecting less complex aggregates, finally reaching the simplest aggregates of moments. The higher types of moments degenerate and fall to lower and lower stages of consciousness. The law of moment disaggregation as that of degeneration is from the complex to the simple. The lower moments, on account of the simplicity of their organization, are more stable than the more complex and higher moment, and are in a better condition to resist the disaggregating action of hurtful stimulations. Furthermore, the lower and simpler an aggregate of moments is, the older it is, either phylogenetically or ontogenetically, and therefore, its stability is more firmly assured by selection and adaptation. In the course of the life existence of the individual and the species, lower types of moments have come more often into activity. Since the higher an aggregate is, the later does it rise in the history of evolution. Hence moments that are not working smoothly, are continually weeded out. This same process is going on not only in the history of the species by the eliminating action of natural selection, but also by the special adaptations brought about in the life experience of the individual. In phylogenesis the best and most firmly organized instincts survive, while in ontogenesis those habits are consciously or unconsciously selected which are most firmly established and are best adapted to the given end. At the same time, the older a reaction is, the more thoroughly organized it becomes, the more is it enabled to withstand the onslaught of external hurtful stimuli. The process of degeneration 83 same holds true in the case of habits. A habit of long standing is well organized, and it is often extremely difficult, if not impossible, to control. Food reactions, sex reactions, social reactions, and personal moral life form an ascending series both as to time of appearance in the history of the species as well as complexity of structure and function. Food instincts in time and simplicity precede sex instincts, and sex instincts in their turn precede social instincts which antecede personal, moral life. Now we find that the instability is in the same ascending line. Food reactions are more stable than sex reactions. Sex reactions are more stable than social reactions which are more firmly organized than a highly unified personal life, guided by a moral ideal. The structure and functions of the system of alimentation remain unchanged for ages. The sex reactions may become slightly modified for some period of time. The functions relating to social life vary from generation to generation, while moral life, guided by moral ideal, is highly individualized and personal. In the downward course of mental disease processes, the degeneration is from the complex to the simple, from the stable to the unstable, from the highly organized to the lowly organized. In the different forms of mental diseases, first moral life, then social reactions are affected. The patient loses all regard for others, becomes careless, wasteful and negligent of his vocations, life work, and duties. In certain forms of mental alienation, such as melancholia and paranoia, the patient becomes suspicious of others, of his near and dear ones, becomes cruel and revengeful, sometimes ending by attacking his own friends and near relatives by committing homicide. When the deterioration of personal moral life and social reactions is well underway, degeneration of other 84 causation and treatment, psychopathic disease functions sets in. the patient gives himself over to excesses, to all kinds of debauches, and indulges in the different forms of abnormal sexual practices. Only very late in the course of the disease are the food reactions in any way affected. The phenomena manifested under the action of narcosis go further to confirm the same point of view. Moral, personal life is the first to succumb, other activities follow in the order of their complexity and duration of function. In other words, the law of disaggregation or that of degeneration is from the complex to the simple, from the highly organized to the lowly organized, from the least stable to the most stable. This stability is proportionate to the complexity of moment aggregates, and to the frequency and duration of their associative activity. In habits, formed within the lifetime of the individual, the same law holds true. Old habits are inveterate, habits formed in childhood and perpetuated can hardly be eradicated, while those that are formed later in life become more easily dissolved. Complex habits, formed in late life, relating to moral life and social intercourse, become dissolved at the first onset of the process of mental degeneration, while habits formed early in life, such as handling spoons, fork, and plate or dressing and buttoning the coat long resist the degenerative process. Paetics and patients of secondary dementia, though far advanced on the downward path of degeneration, are still for some time able to attend to the simpler functions of life, such as dressing and feeding. Once more we are confronted with facts pointing to the same law that the process of degeneration of which disaggregation constitutes a stage is from the highly to the lowly organized, from the complex to the simple, from the rational to the automatic. The process of degeneration. 85 Even in the lighter forms of psychic degenerative forms that lie on the borderland of mental alienation, such, for instance, as are present in the various forms of psychopathic maladies, we still find that the same relation holds good. Moral, personal, rational life is the first to be affected. Social activities follow, while disturbances of sex and food reactions set in late in the course of the pathological process of disaggregation and degeneration. In psychopathic cases of advanced standing, the process of degeneration brings about a simplification of life. The complicated systems of mental and moral life are dissociated, disaggregated, and disorganized. Like in a flood, the rich soil deposits are swept away and the primitive bedrock is left exposed to view. In the case of psychopathic patients, all higher structures and functions are temporarily suspended. The most primitive impulses and instincts, serving the preservation and protection of the individual, remain. The impulse of self-preservation with its accompanying instinct of the fear instinct reigns supreme. Fear rooted in the primitive impulse of self-preservation forms the pathology of psychopathic diseases. Chapter 11 The impulse of self-preservation in psychopathic diseases. As we have pointed out, the fear instinct is the arousal of the impulse of self-preservation. Psychopathic conditions are at bottom fear states, which in turn are based on the abnormal, pathological conditions of self-preservation. This is manifested in the fundamental trait of extreme selfishness characteristic of all psychopathic patients. The patient is entirely absorbed in himself and is ready to sacrifice everyone to his demands and cravings. For many years, day after day and night after night, I lived with patients who were under my care, observation, and treatment. One trait always revealed to me the predominant characteristic under the constantly changing psychopathic symptom complex, and that is the extreme selfishness of the patients. There is no greater egotism to be found than in the typical cases of psychopathic affections. This egotism runs parallel to the condition of the psychopathic state. This does not mean then that every egotist is necessarily psychopathic, but every psychopathic case is essentially egotistic. The psychopathic patient does not hesitate a moment to sacrifice to his affection father, mother, brother, sister, husband, wife, lover, friend, and children. In severe cases the patient stops at nothing, and only fear of suffering, sickness, evil consequences, and punishments can alone restrain the patient. In some extreme cases the patient is occasionally almost diabolical in his selfishness. 86. The impulse of self-preservation. 87. The constant sympathy which the patients crave from others and which they demand, if it is not given to them immediately, is but an expression of their extreme obsession by the impulse of self-preservation. In their struggle for self-preservation they forget everything else, nothing is remembered but themselves. This condition becomes the ground character which is often expressed in a frank, brutal way. Even in the best of patients one can find glimpses into the depths of the psychopathic soul, which is nothing but the immense egotism of the beast, worsted in the struggle for existence, tortured by the agonizing pangs of the fear instinct. In the vanity, conceit, arrogance, and overbearing attitude towards others, friend or stranger, as well as in the total indifference to the suffering of his intimate friends and acquaintances, we once more find the expression of that infinite selfishness which obsesses the psychopathic patient. In order to get rid of some slight inconvenience, or to obtain some slight pleasure, the patient will put others as well as his near and dear ones not only to inconvenience, but to permanent pain, and even torture. The patient lacks confidence, at least that is what he complains of, but he does not hesitate to demand of his best friends and even of total strangers all the services possible, if they are given to him, thinking that he is fully entitled to them. The patient has the conceit and vanity of his great worth in comparison with other people. The world, and especially his family, friends and lovers, should offer their happiness and life for his comfort. Even when the psychopathic patient does some altruistic act, it is only in so far as he himself can benefit by that deed. He is ready to drop it as soon as the work does not answer his selfish purposes. 88. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases himself first and last, that is the essence of psychopathic life. The patient is convinced of his goodness and kindness and of his human affections, which are far superior to those of the common run. He adores himself, and he is always ready to dwell in the glory of his delicacy and extraordinary sensitivity. This trait he is specially anxious to impress on his friends, on his family, and even on those whom he apparently loves. The delicate being of whom you all, unappreciative, gross, insensible people, should take care. That is the principle on which the psychopathic patient lives. The patient will do anything to attract attention to this side of his personality. He will emphasize his sickness, exaggerate his symptoms, and even manufacture them for the benefit of those who dare to ignore him or who pay little attention to his condition, to his wants, needs, caprices, and passing whims. There is nothing so tyrannical and merciless as the autocratic will of a psychopathic patient once he gains ascendancy. The patient's whole attention is concentrated on himself, or more specially on the symptoms of his psychopathic malady, symptoms which obsess him for the time being. Whatever the symptoms be, permanent or changing, the patient's demand is to have others sympathize with his illness from which he suffers, to have them realize the fearful agonies which he undergoes. The selfishness of the patient is exacting and knows no bounds. The whole world is to serve him, and be at his command. The psychopathic patient is driven by the impulse of self-preservation and by the furies of the fear instinct. Many of my psychopathic patients tell me that they feel sensitive as long as they witness the sufferings of other people, otherwise they do not care to know any the impulse of self-preservation. 89 thing about them. They are anxious to have such things away from them as a nuisance. They insist on being surrounded only with pleasant things or with persons and objects that contribute to their health. Everything is absorbed by the worship of the Moloch health, to whom the patients sacrifice everything. Pain, suffering, and distress of other people are looked at only from the standpoint of the possible effect they may have on the patient's precious health. Like Nero, who was probably of a psychopathic character, the psychopathic patient is ready to burn others for his health, if necessary, to torture health out of others. One of my patients, who is very intelligent, tells me frankly that he uses others to squeeze out of them strength for himself. As soon as he can no longer get it, or has obtained all he could, he is anxious to part with them, gets tired of them, and even begins to be resentful, because they are in the way of his health. Another of my patients was ready to burn parks, stables, and destroy everything, if he knew that it was good for his health. Other patients of mine do not hesitate to wake up the whole house of people to help themselves in insomnia or indigestion. Many of my patients take pleasure in forming acquaintance and even friendship with people, ask for their sympathy, require their help and assistance, come to them early in the morning and late at night, disturb their sleep in the small hours of the morning, display all the symptoms of indigestion, nausea, eructation, and vomiting. Then the patients turn round, abuse the person who helps them, telling him disagreeable things, because he is no longer useful. A few hours later the patients may turn again for help to the same person, because they find that they could still make use of him. Psychopathic patients do not hesitate, for the alleviation of their pains, of depression, of insomnia, to 90 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases take a bath in the early morning and wake up all the other patients. The others will not hesitate to do the same. They are entirely absorbed in themselves. Self is the only object of their regard. A patient, a clever lawyer, aptly characterized one of my most severe and most typical psychopathic cases as egomaniac. When you talk of gravity, I am gravity, she claims. Talk of the Trinity, I am the Trinity. As a matter of fact, every psychopathic patient is an egomaniac. Bacon's aphorisms about self-lovers may well apply to psychopathic patients, and certainly it is the nature of extreme self-lovers, as they will set an house on fire, and it were but to roast their eggs. 2. That which is specially to be noted is, that those which are swayaments sine rivali, are many times unfortunate. Driven by the impulse of self-preservation and by the anguish of extreme fear, the psychopathic patient may be pitied as a most unfortunate, miserable wretch. In the psychognosis of the particular condition, mental or nervous, be it object, idea, or action from which the patients suffer, the instinct of self-preservation with its instinctive emotion of fear can always be found in the background of consciousness or in the subconsciousness. An insight into a series of cases will help best to understand the fundamental, psychopathological processes that give rise to the different forms of psychoneuroses and somatopsychoses. The inhibition of the patient's activities, with the exception of the most primitive impulses of self-preservation with its instinct of fear, limits the patient's life to such an extent that the interests and the activities are reduced to automatic repetition of reactions to stimuli of a stereotyped character. The stimuli, the impulse of self-preservation GL, must be the same, otherwise the patient does not care to respond. He loses interest in his business, in reading, in his work, and games. The attention keeps on wandering. Games, pleasures, and hobbies in which he formerly used to take an interest lose all their attraction for him. The life he is disposed to lead is of a vegetative existence. He is afraid of anything new. The things are done in an automatic way. Routine and automatisms are characteristic of his activities. At first the patient tries to shake the slumber of his life, but afterwards he gives in and submits to the monotony, which still further emphasizes the pathological process. This routine life is a reaction by his organic, biological processes against the onset of the pathological processes. Meanwhile the family, or friends, and even physicians, noticing this tendency in the patient, advise him to occupy himself, to forget his troubles, to get pleasures, to see some interesting things, and thus become distracted. This is often effected by taking the patient away from his environment and making him travel in foreign countries. While distraction of attention may be of use in some cases where there is brooding, due to some misfortune, it is certainly of little use and even harmful in many psychopathic cases. Before proceeding with the other factors, we may bring a few cases, showing the factor of self-preservation with the fear instinct as its manifestation. As a little girl, Mrs. R.'s health seemed well. She was active in out-of-door games which she enjoyed. She was only a middling student. R received little training of any sort from her mother, and was regarded by the neighbors as a pert child. She was never given household tasks to do, and she always disliked housework. As a child, if she was refused anything she wanted, she would cry and scream. 92 Causation entrayment, psychopathic diseases, and kick till it was given her, and even up to 18 years of age would throw herself about on the floor, screaming when she thought herself misused. For the last 20 years she has regarded herself as an invalid. She complains of headaches, backaches, pains in the chest and abdomen, indigestion, lack of appetite, and many other ailments. Not all of these complaints all the time, but never free from some of them. She is fond of company, likes to gossip, to play bridge, and to dance, provided always that her husband or mother is present. Her comments on her neighbors are usually very harsh, and, while much interested in them, she has little sympathy. The summer vacations are spent at a camp. She enjoys fishing and motoring there, but is never free from her aches or her fears. She is always eager to talk about her ailments. She will cry and moan and say she wants to get well, and fears she will do something rash. She says she thinks she might do away with herself if she should find herself alone in the house. She fears she may go insane. She has no real interests in life. When she wakes in the morning, she wonders how she is going to get through the day, how kill the time. Besides these various complaints and fears, she is full of other phobias, the result of child fears. She fears to be left alone in the house or to go out alone on the street. For 15 years she has not gone alone from her home to the business street of the village. Always her husband or her mother must be with her. Either her husband or her mother is with her every hour of the 24, not in the same room necessarily, but in the house. She will not walk on the street with a group of people whom she has known all the impulse of self-preservation 93 her life unless her husband or mother be of the party. She will drive her husband's automobile, a big touring car, and enjoy doing so, but her husband or mother must be in the car. She also has great fear of crowds. Even with her husband she insists on sitting in the rear pew at church. If the rear pew is occupied she will go home, though there may be plenty of vacant seats further afront. She is terribly afraid of disease, germs, and contagion. She is always very anxious and in a panic on this matter of disease. Mr. B, age 28. Patient worked hard, timid, lack of will, of persistence. A couple of years ago, after death of grandfather, had fear of death, lasted for 5 months. 2 years later, relations with girl, abortion, fear of being prosecuted, of being accused of the crime. Has also other fears and anxieties, such as of money, also of signing his name wrongly, or other illegal acts, fear that he may become insane, inefficient, incapable. Suspects people of knowing him or of knowing the girl, and possibly reporting to the police. Cries, intense fear and anxiety. Knows that the object of fear is unreal, the emotion is too strong for him, it has become associated with everything he does or reads. Fears come over him, over reminiscences from childhood, lest he has done something bad or evil. Psychoanalytic physicians have especially helped in cultivating those harmless memories of childhood, and have associated them with the central instinct of fear and anxiety. The patient is extremely self-centered, thinks only of himself, inordinately selfish. Obsessed with self and fear. Mr. F., age 32, graduate of Cornell. Masturbated when young, read literature on the subject and began to worry and fear about the consequences, began to dream, had sexual dreams which frightened him more, worried more, read more, and dreamt more. Entered 94 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases College, Cornell, and felt miserable, obsessed with fear of mental ruin. Laid up with sprained knee for a few weeks, age 21, became constipated, physician spoke about auto-intoxication. Feels bad, physician ascribed to bowels, then began the fear consequences. Psychosomatic. Feels depression and headache, thinks due to auto-intoxication. Had some headaches in school, probably thinks he had. When a child he was very timid, sensitive, and shrinking, diffident, painful to talk to him. Harder dread and terror of his parents, who were severe with him, used to beat him mercilessly. Had strict religious training, was very conscientious about religion. Always worried about his health, is extremely selfish. Obsessed by the impulse of self-preservation and fear instinct, and with utter disregard of others, the patients are convinced of their extraordinary kindness, gentleness, sympathy, martyrdom, and even saintliness. It is from this class that all the neurotic philanthropists are recruited. Psychopathic patients are always ready to sacrifice themselves for the good of humanity. They talk endlessly about goodness, and may even devote themselves to charity work and instruction for the poor and degraded. A patient of mine worked for 3 years for the good of the poor, had high ideals and a sensitive conscience according to his accounts, but abandoned readily his wife and children. Another patient, a young woman, a typical psychopathic, full of high ideals, ran away with a married man, had a child that died by exposure. This patient was interested in modern education and improvement of humanity. She never cared to do anything for anybody, and without any hesitation took advantage of others in order to satisfy the least whim that might have crossed her mind, especially those whims that relate to health. She had all kinds of directions, the impulse of self-preservation 95 prescriptions, exercises, requisite for the strength and health of the body and the nerves. One of my patients was afraid when I happened to go away. He used to be anxious about my going and my coming. Was it love or devotion? I found out that he was afraid that I might be killed. This fear was developed in him by an actual accident in which his brother had died, but the same fear associated with me was due to the fact that the patient was sure that my treatment was requisite for his health and welfare. He was in fear lest I might be killed. He would be unable to get his treatments, and thus lose time in getting back his health. For the sake of his health the patient will not stop at anything short of murder, and even that will only be on account of the evil consequences to his health. There is no wonder that the Christian Science neurotic has well named her trouble health and science. This is essentially psychopathic. The psychopathic makes of health his science and religion. The psychopathic patient may be regarded as a case of parasitism. The parasite, living on his host, gradually loses all active functions, a condition followed by atrophy of organs no longer necessary to the life existence of the organism. According to Demure, atrophy begins with function when an organ has become useless. This uselessness may arise from two causes. The function may be no longer useful to the individual or to the species, or it may be assumed by another organ. When an organism turns parasite, it is an economy of nutrition and energy to save as much as possible. The tendency of parasitism is to dispense with unnecessary functions in the struggle for existence. The loss of function and atrophy is from the less useful, to the more useful, to the functions absolutely indispensable to survival, from the less essential, 96 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases to the more essential, to functions absolutely essential to the life existence of the individual. The life activity of the parasite becomes more and more narrowed, circumscribed, and dwindles down to a few functions requisite to its life existence, namely self-preservation, nutrition, and reproduction. With the further increase of parasitism, even the digestive and reproductive functions become simplified. The parasitic individual becomes reduced to the most fundamental of all impulses, the impulse of self-preservation. The penalty of parasitic life is the simplification of organic activities, the atrophy of all higher and complex life processes. This is what takes place in the case of the psychopathic individual. All higher activities, all higher interests cease. In many cases even the sexual instinct becomes gradually atrophied. The patient's life is being narrowed down to the impulse which is absolutely requisite for life existence, namely the impulse of self-preservation with its concomitant fear instinct. The growth of the impulse of self-preservation with its fear instinct brings about their hypertrophy, which in turn hastens the degenerative process of atrophy of all higher and more complex activities. The psychopathic patient in the process of degeneration and atrophy falls so low that not only moral, social, and intellectual, as well as other psychomotor processes become gradually diminished and atrophied, but in many cases even the instinct of reproduction, requisite for the preservation of the species, is made subservient to the impulse of self-preservation and the fear instinct. In psychopathic life all activities are narrowed down to the pettiness of individual existence. All psychopathic interests are reduced to the sorry life of self and fear. Lacking interest in anything but himself, terrorized by the fear of existence, the psychopathic patient lives a dreary, monotonous life out of which he seeks to the impulse of self-preservation. 97 Escape. Monotony, inert, indifference form the curse of his life. The patient is in a frantic condition, constantly in quest of interests which he cannot enjoy. Nothing can interest him, because he has no other interest but himself, and that is so narrow, that it can hardly fill existence. As a matter of fact, he is afraid to meet his fears, he is afraid of himself. He is bored with himself, bored with everything and with everybody. He is constantly eager to find new pastures and new excitements, so as to fill with some living interest his poor, narrow, mean, short existence full of fear, misery, wretchedness, and brutish selfishness. The patient is afraid of work, because it may fatigue and exhaust him, and may bring about a state of disease, while he looks for health. He has no interest, because he thinks only of his little self, reduced to digestion, evacuation, and sleeping. The psychopathic patient leads an inactive existence of a sluggard, a lazy, idle existence of a parasite, and still he is driven to life and activity which, from the very nature of his narrow, parasitic individuality, he can no longer enjoy. He has the ideals of a hero and lives the life of a coward. Obsessed with the anxious fears of the self-impulse, he avoids the terrors of life, and drags the grey, monotonous existence of a worm. Hence there is a tendency in the psychopathic patient to be on the lookout for ever new energetic personalities, lean on them, suck out all the energies he possibly can, then reject his new friends unhesitatingly and brutally, and be again in search for new personalities who can disperse, for ever so brief a time, the fearful monotony and dread of his miserable, psychopathic existence. That is why the patient may be characterized as a psychopathic leech, or truer still psychopathic vampire. For it is on the life and blood of other people that the psychopathic ogre is enabled 98 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases to carry on his bewitched, accursed, narrow, selfish existence, full of terror and anguish of life. The following account by Schopenhauer describes well the psychopathic individual. The aim of his life is to procure what will contribute to his bodily welfare, and he is indeed in a happy way, if this causes him no trouble. If however the luxuries of life are heaped upon him, he will inevitably be bored, and against it he has a great many fancied remedies: balls, theatres, parties, cards, gambling, horses, women, drinking, traveling, and so on. Had Schopenhauer lived in contemporary America, he might have added New Thought, Christian Science, and other cheerful religious metaphysics and psychoanalytic, Freudian twaddle, all of which cannot protect one from being bored. Nothing really interests them but themselves. They always think of their own case as soon as ever any remark is made, and their whole attention is engrossed and absorbed by the merest chance reference to anything which affects them personally, be it never so remote, with the result that they have no POW left for forming an objective view of things should the conversation take that turn. Neither can they admit any validity in arguments which tell against their interests or their vanity. They are so readily offended, insulted, or annoyed that in discussing any impersonal matter with them, no care is too great to avoid letting your remarks bear the slightest possible reference to the very worthy and sensitive individuals whom you have before you, for anything you may say will perhaps hurt their feelings. True and striking observations, fine, subtle, and witty things are lost upon them, they cannot understand them. But anything that disturbs their petty vanity in the most remote and indirect way, or reflects prejudicially upon their exceedingly precious selves, to that they are most tenderly sensitive. In the impulse of self-preservation 99 this respect they are like the little dog whose toes you are so apt to tread upon inadvertently, you know it by the shrill bark it sets up, or again they resemble a sick man covered with sores and boils, with whom the greatest care must be taken to avoid unnecessary handling. And in some this feeling reaches such a pass that, if they are talking with anyone, and he exhibits, or does not sufficiently conceal his intelligence and discernment, they look upon it as a downright insult, although for the moment they may hide their ill will, their malice, and hatred. The love of the psychopathic patient ts at Botium self-love, it is like the love of the wolf for the lamb. Lover, husband, child, friend, father, mother, brother, sister are all for the patient's self. When the attack is on, exclaimed a psychopathic patient, affected with cardiac palpitation and intense fear, I am too scared about myself to think about her. The PSYCHOPATHIC patient is a parasitic ogre with an hypertrophied ego. Patients who claim to love children when the latter are well and healthy, avoid them, like a pest, when the children happen to fall sick, for fear of disease and for fear of the sick children, producing an evil influence on the patient's sensitive nerves. The patient is afraid to come near sickness, or even afraid to hear of evil things. Such as descriptions of misfortunes, ailments, accidents, and sufferings, because they may upset him and arouse his fears about himself. All the patient wants is to be surrounded with cheer, joy, merriment, excitement, and happiness which he is unable to enjoy. The psychopathic patient is in constant search after happiness. Not that he is interested in the problem of happiness from a moral, philosophical or even purely religious standpoint. His interest is of the crudest, the meanest, the most selfish kind. It is happiness for self, a low, mean, short, and brutish self. 100 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Psychopathic happiness is not human, it is the anguish of the beast, cornered by terror. The patient is tortured by happiness, tantalized by fear. Egotism, fear, and ennui are the harpies of psychopathic life. I take almost at random a few quotations from the writings of a psychopathic patient, writings which may be regarded as typical of all other patients. What truths must I realize to become happy? How shall I get an absorbing interest and be happy? How am I to feel happy about the right things? What is this vague discontent, because I do not desire people's welfare? Is it wise for people to get all kinds of healthy happiness they can? Patient claims to be scrupulously religious, extremely conscientious, and highly moral. My happiness is affected by the happiness of others. That is as it should be, is it not so? Knowing my abilities and circumstances, to what extent is it possible for me to obtain happiness? What are the means by which my happiness may be brought about? How far should I pursue the happiness of others? What interest shall I have or cultivate so as to make my life happy? Want to do the high and the great. Must I not grow from the small to the high? When I get well and free from my fears, will I feel that if I thought things out they would be all wrong, while I will feel strong and happy? Should I be contented to do humdrum things? What is the secret of greatness and of happiness? Psychopathic patients subscribe to the cheerful effusions of new thought and plaster the walls of their rooms with elevating rules for health and happiness. The writings and accounts of the patients are full of introspection about health and about the minutiae of their feelings in the various parts of their body. Some too take the impulse of self-preservative. Ill of the patients with a literary turn keep on writing volumes about the most minute symptoms of their trouble to which they happen at any moment to be subject. I have numbers of manuscripts, biographies, autobiographies, all telling the same old story of blighted lives due to ill health, drugs, and treatments, all describing with the over-scrupulous exactness of microscopic anatomy the different symptoms that plague them by night and day. The patients tell of their talents and remarkable abilities superior to the average run, of their ill luck and failures, due to their unfortunate state of ill health. In quoting from some of the accounts given to me by the patients themselves, I wish to attract attention to this side of the patient's mental condition, the expression of the impulse of self-preservation, manifested in the general panic of health, or fear of disease, whether mental, nervous or physical, phreноphobia, or pathophobia. I give a couple of illustrations of accounts given to me by patients. These accounts of symptoms are put by the patients in the form of precise bookkeeper's inventories. The symptoms are described with the most exacting minuteness. Such summaries are often accompanied with long-winded annotations and appendices. SPS age 40. Average weight 160 ibs. Married. Profession, lawyer and author. No bad family history. No syphilis, scrofula, or insanity. No organic disease, except enlarged prostate. Neurasthenia, perhaps congenital. Objects like fishes floating before the eyes. Incessant tinnitus aurium. Occasional subjective odors and tastes. Edematous eruptions. These symptoms have appeared years ago, some of them as results of the grip. 464 degrees. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Hay fever with asthma for years, a very bad case. Produced great prostration. Some symptoms of this disease present the year round. Occasional insomnia. Occasional nocturnal and diurnal horrors. Inability to remain quiet or composed. Enlarged prostate, left lobe principally. Uric acid diathesis inherited from both sides, producing muscular and arthritic rheumatism. Numerous attacks of grippe, with great susceptibility to them, had all children's diseases but mumps. Natural somnambulism and sleep talking till puberty. Great irritability of temper. Occasional aphasia, inability to pronounce such words as prelate, rarely, slight stammering. Almost absolute lack of concentration. Great impairment of memory. Occasional great depression of spirits. Occasional inclination to cultivate obsessions, controllable by willpower. Sometimes experiences of auditory hallucinations. My trouble is inability to work even moderately without having as after effects physical agitation and heightened irritability, shown in bodily sensations, in restless and jerky movements of hands and feet and, on occasions of suspense or conflict, in violence both of manual and vocal expression. The motor discharges passing, it would seem, through the lower centers without giving higher centers a chance at them, for willpower and higher control generally is certainly not weakened, where there is time for its exercise. I say time, but of course the true differential may be something else. These effects increase with continued work till it is manifestly time to stop and wait for some weeks or months till they wear off. The impulse of self-preservation. 103. My occupation is that of editorial writer. In it I both earn a living and keep myself in touch with the material for an investigation which is of dominant interest to me, viz., the social functioning of the social man, which involves on one side the social statement of the theory of knowledge, and on the other the interpretation of society in terms of the knowing man. Forget this detail, and remember only that my main interest and activity is one which, regardless of the detail as to whether my ultimate product is good or bad, involves high-pressure brain work while I am at it. My recent history is as follows. 3 years ago I stopped work and began to cry, conventional style. 1 year ago, after a return to the office had been followed by return to investigation, I developed emotional exaggeration as described in following memoranda, and also tendency to motor violence, as mentioned above. After a summer on a farm, followed by 3 months of investigation, without office work, 3 to 5 hours a day, the motor phenomena are at the front, and I have had to stop work again. 3 years ago Dr. R of this city pronounced me physically sound all over, after all the usual tests. He has repeated the verdict this week, and my reflexes, etc., have been tested and pronounced normal by a nerve specialist of this city, rather, by his assistant, whose name I omit because of the nature of my description of his report on me attached hereto. Enclose herewith a memorandum of history of my case. Extract from a personal letter of my own, describing the examination I have already received. Memorandum by my wife in regard to questions put to her by physicians here. 104. Causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases. Memorandum: age, 40. Married 10 years. Have had no children. Father, died 65, bronchitis and heart, etc. Sedentary life, placid. Paternal grandfather, stopped work, poor health 35 to 40. Died 85, cancer. Mother, nervous till past middle age, sick headaches, fidgety feet. Mother's near family, 2 or 3 deaths by paralysis. Other grandparents: 1. Cancer in old age, 1. Cholera young, 1 young, cause of death unknown to me now. My boyhood, nervous child, alleged sensitiveness to noises. Diseases: 1881, age 11, vaccination poisoning. Sores on face and body. Effects lasted 3 or 4 years. Think took mercury, pills for even longer time. 1886 to 7 broke down while in college at D. Returned home in N in spring. Feeble through the summer. Note sharp and complete cessation of self-abuse 2 or 3 months before this breakdown. 1888 or 89 violent headache. Astigmatism. Glasses gave relief, 1898. Typhoid fever. First light, then relapse and delirium. Confined to room perhaps 7 weeks. Occupations, school to 1887, 87 to 90 in a business office. The impulse of self-preservation 105 * 1992 JH University, undergraduate work, 2 years. 92 to 96 graduate work, Germany, PhD, 9603 reporter and city desk. 0310 editorial writer. Present trouble, remember nothing to report during college period, nor reportorial, save that one time, perhaps 03, I combined unwanted executive duties with a rushing piece of magazine work in midsummer, and was highly wrought up before finishing it. Winter, 0708. Doing regular editorial work, correcting proof sheets of a book on government that appeared in the spring of 08. My father was seriously sick for a time, and certain business matters, not my own, had to be watched by me. Result, February, 08. Cursed everybody in the office one day, wanted to run away, instead walked home, had conventional hysterics, and felt weak enough to stay in bed for a week or more. Some temperature. A fool doctor, first comer, talked about inflammation of the brain, or hemorrhages or something of the sort, but thorough examination later showed blood pressure and everything else normal. March-July, 08. Europe. Too much excitement, too many friends, too much to eat and drink. July, 08. Recalled suddenly by father's new sickness. His death followed. Fall, 08. Occupied by repellent business affairs. December, 08 to March, 10. With newspaper again. I did not begin investigations on the lines of my dominant interest until July 09. 106 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases December, 09. Quit personal reading and investigation. January, 10. Quit smoking after perhaps 18 years steady habit. February, 10. A short vacation gave no relief. March, 10. Quit newspaper work. April-September, 10. On an Ohio farm, leisurely work. September-December, 10. Took up personal investigations, 3 to 5 hours a day, 5 days, perhaps, a week. Gradually improved for 6 or 8 weeks, then grew rapidly worse. Did not return to newspaper. December, 10. Quit. Body conditions, digestion good. A slight constipation will greatly increase feeling of agitation and irritableness. Sometimes bodily agitation seems localized along esophagus. Sleep, usually very good. When I can work I sleep nearer 9 hours than 8. After a motor explosion will be exhausted and sleep well. Of late apt to be wakeful in early morning hours, but rarely is the wakefulness combined with agitation. Agitated wakefulness was common for a short period in spring of Igio. Morning hours, especially after breakfast, worst time. Winter. My bad times have been in winter. Warm baths. Always soothing. Sex. Desire neither increased nor decreased. Moderate. thighs. Numbness and stinging sensations in left thigh in fall of 08. Did not recur till fall of 10. Then noticed in middle front of left thigh, and the impulse of self-preservation 107 above. Right knee. Pain superficial. Numbness, burning, stinging, sometimes violent stabbing pains, pressure sensations. Noticeable in general only when walking, but at their worst also when standing and even when lying down. Sometimes caused me to halt, but have taken long cross-country walks despite them. Pains have ceased entirely within last month, since general condition became worse. Liquor. Use very little, even at meals. Purely a social matter. Since days when I was a reporter, the only time of fairly steady drinking was in Paris in 08. Smoking. Became distasteful in winter months of 09, November, December. Later produced marked stimulation of pulse, also seemed to increase irritableness. Stopped entirely January 10, except for half a dozen smokes, last of which preceded a slight nausea. Mental condition. My private opinion is that I never could work so effectively as now, either as regards fertility or balance. Under the conditions, however, I do not pretend to be a judge of that. By effectively I refer to tests entirely within the work being done, not to any value the work may or may not have by social tests. Self-control. It seems stronger, if anything, within a certain range, that is, I come nearer being decent towards people I meet. Unfortunately too much happens, as described below, that does not get within range of will control. Depression and exaltation. Neither appears. Can enjoy living thoroughly, when I am not working. Fear. In 08 was afraid of my razor. Had to stop shaving. Nothing of the kind since then. Suspiciousness. Imagine I had it in strong form in 108 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases 008, but think not now, at least no more than normal for me. Emotional exaggeration, and reverberation of emotions. This was characteristic in the spring of 10, when I quit work and for some time afterwards. If I would think somebody, as my landlord, or some condition, was wrong, I would begin to fume inwardly. I could not shake off the preoccupation. I would have the sense of agitation in the body as well as the exaggerated emotion, and the reverberation might continue for hours. Have had a few beginnings of such experiences this fall, but nothing marked. Looking back at them, they appear as the beginnings of what might have become fixed ideas. My specialized exaggerations never stick this way. I easily free myself of them. Violence in word and movement. The worst symptom now. Restless or jerky movements of hands and feet. Spluttering talk and sounds that I haven't the slightest intention of producing. If I am crossed on trivial matters, but especially in arguments or reasoning, or kept in suspense, I become explosively irritable. As for instance smashing a chair on the floor, tearing up papers which I had to wait to have signed, hitting a waiter in the face with a bill of fare when he brought me the wrong dish. All of these things being done, as far as I can tell, without my being aware I was going to do them, but, of course, with sufficient habitual control to prevent very destructive acts as yet. Tendency to get things finished, so as not to be bothered with thinking I still have them to do. Plain feverish haste and insistence on being busy. The impulse of self-preservation 109. This is normal with me, but exaggerated now. Have not yet found the key to a low-toned life. Work. When in library work I become feverish at the start, but can settle down and retain good concentration for 5 or 6 hours unless definite physical conditions or some varieties of noises disturb me. Talkativeness. A recent phenomenon is nervous talkativeness under any and all conditions where normally I would be silent. Mischief. When I stop work, it has been very difficult thus far to keep out of any variety of mischief that comes along. Such interference must therefore be assumed at each period described above when I have been supposed to be resting completely. Fatigue. Many of the phenomena above described are closely comparable with what takes place on a smaller scale after physical fatigue, as, for instance, if I take an all-day cross-country walk, have to entertain visitors in the evening and get insufficient sleep, I would feel and act next day much as I feel now all, or almost all, of the time. Exercise. Usual recreation is long walks in the country. Of late years, however, rarely above 20 miles. Probably overdue in this under some weather conditions. Winters 08 Oak and Oak 10 have done regular gymnasium work. Some of the patients modestly ask of me to accomplish for them a few things in one treatment. The following is a good type of many others. Realize a few of my greatest faults which I wish you to correct. You corrected my whiskey habit. 110 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Now I wish you to help me along the following lines. 1. To continue to abhor whiskey. 2. At all times to keep perfect control of my temper. 3. To be enthusiastic in taking exercise in the open air and otherwise, and in playing golf, tennis and the like. 4. To have even greater energy and application in my business. To be tireless and very exact in reading newspapers and other journals. 5. To be quicker and more prolific in discovering hidden aspects of the news and the developments, and in producing feature articles and pictures having the elements of what is known as heart, or human interest, that is, popular interest. 6. To be to a greater degree capable of attracting the respect and confidence of superiors and inferiors. 7. To be fluent, to a proper degree, in speech, and convincing, always retaining the command of my higher faculties. Could you give these suggestions at one time? I can ill spare any time. I am an easy subject. Patient is a newspaper man. The psychopathic patient talks about his humanitarian ideals, about his great abilities superior to the common run of humanity, and how with his talents he is willing and has been willing to confer benefits on poor suffering humanity in spite of the fact that he has to struggle with his poor health, physical, nervous and mental. In spite of the overwhelming fatigue due to ill health, and in spite of the fearful ideas and impulses that have beset him day and night, he still has succeeded to fight his way through. The patient hankers for notoriety, for praise, for appreciation by other people, and is apt to complain that the family, neighbors, acquaintances and even friends cannot appreciate his good points, his goodwill, and his high impulse of self-preservation. 111 Ideals to which he conforms his life, tortured as it is with pains and suffering of poor health. The egocentric character of the psychopathic patient is bound up in his abnormally developed impulse of self-preservation and in his pathological state of the fear instinct. Thus one patient opens his account with the phrase, "From boyhood I had a sensitive conscience." Another patient writes, "As a child I had a keener instinct as to the real unexpressed attitude of those about me toward each other than the average child." One of my patients, an extremely puny being of mediocre intelligence, writes, "I have always, from the earliest childhood, felt that I was different from those about me, and I must acknowledge that it was not alone a feeling of inferiority on account of poor control, but a feeling that I understood more than they. I was, however, of a delicate constitution and suffered from ill health." The following is a characteristic report made by me about the condition of a psychopathic patient. He is not interested in anything but himself and in his business or money making for self-enrichment. Daily, when he is left to himself, I have to get a hold of him, and lead his mind away from his supposed troubles and financial affairs over which he worries. His central state, almost delusional in character, is fear of impoverishment. He is afraid he has only $100,000 which will hardly suffice for his expenses. The patient is 65 and has no children. His worry is based on fear of disapprobation and possibly disparaging opinion of his friends and his acquaintances in regard to his failures in life. Being a lawyer, he was never appointed to any prominent position. He made little money in his investments. To this should be added the much lamented loss of his wife's health, which might have given him room in the social 112 causation and treatment, psychopathic disease swim. Conceit, vanity, vainglory, greed, ambition, grounded in a hyperesthetic self-consciousness, associated with the fear of utter ruin, all go, as so many constituents, to form the patient's pathological, mental aggregate. I have tried to interest him in various other things than his petty self and its fears. I am sorry to say that thus far all my attempts have not been successful. The patient is too old, his life is too firmly rooted in the impulse of self-preservation with its accompanying fear instinct. Here is a characteristic statement made to me by a psychopathic patient, age 38. Apparently in good health except for a nasal and throat catarrh. Nose has been operated upon several times and a considerable part of the middle bone removed which before had obstructed the air passages. Less catarrhal trouble since operations. Perforation size of P left between nostrils. Always had trouble with eyes until about 4 years ago when properly fitted with glasses for reading. Eye trouble caused by semi-paralysis of accommodation muscles. No eye trouble now. Suffer during the whole winter with cold hands and feet. Height 5 to 914, weight 165. Now practicing law and have been engaged in like occupations last 10 years, except one spent in mining. Copyright symbol mentally inclined toward philosophical studies. Fond of outdoor sports, trees, flowers, etc. No excesses at present. Worked too hard in early life on farm. Nervous temperament and extremely sensitive of others' opinions and words. Make too much of an attempt to satisfy the expectations of others. Have had several difficulties at various times with other men which resulted in considerable physical and mental compliments and honors paid tome. The parties were always much larger and used foul methods, and as I am inclined to use kindly methods and much consideration for those copyright symbol the impulse of self-preservation 113 degrees weaker or inferior to myself, these difficulties have caused much mental worry and disturbance. Have attended a number of prize fights and always suffer extremely from increased heart action when I see them, or a personal encounter of any kind. Sleep lightly and often wake with a shudder, though I have little recollection of any dreams. Find heavy drowsiness during waking hours. Unmarried. Would probably have been married years ago, if financially able. Always have an indefinable dread of something trademark symbol fearful going to happen. This is my greatest difficulty. I am too sensitive about taking issue with effects. I have tried the real estate business, but this fear or dread has prevented me from approaching others for fear that they might take it as a personal affront, and copyright symbol in trying to be just I have been unjust to myself. There is no apparent reason why I should not accomplish much for myself and also do others good except this abnormal modesty and reluctance to oppose contrary wishes of others. I know I possess much latent force, if I can only bring it forth. In trying a case I have little difficulty. It is when matters must be taken up personally outside a formal court that I suffer. I feel a natural antagonism to some people, and it is almost impossible for me to prevent myself opposing them on every occasion. J. have felt for a long time that something not apparent on the surface was wrong. I feel that my strength will come only through some psychic cure which the ordinary physician passes over as superstition. I always believed that my eye trouble would be found to be out of the ordinary, and, though some of the best specialists prescribed for me, it was a serious handicap until an experiment was made at my own suggestion, and I now have stronger eyes than the copyright symbol average man of my age, though several specialists 114 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases advised me to quit any work which required reading. My nose and throat are the causes of much trouble yet. T. understand the theory of suggestion. I will purchase any books you direct and read them. The burden of my plaint is that I should be positive whereas I am negative. A patient of mine, a clerk of average intelligence, with hardly any ability, but with plenty of selfishness, introspection, and immeasurable conceit, writes about his ideals in life. T. would ask that this manuscript be considered in connection with my other two writings. I have already partially covered this ground in my autobiography. I should be glad to have my general outlook on life considered, and to receive suggestions relative to vocations and avocations, since my anxieties regarding these are inseparably intermingled with my thoughts of physical and mental health. Of course, since childhood my ideals have undergone a gradual modification. First, there was the religious motive of life. I wanted to be a soldier of the cross and assist in the regeneration of souls and their preparation for the life beyond. I began to meditate upon ethical theories. It appears that in doing the world's work the tendency is to specialize. In the matter of choosing my employment, my own interest is identical with the interest of society. At different times of my life I have fancied I had a liking for one calling or another. My lines of thought have gradually drifted into the philosophical. Patient means the various occult scribblings about health metaphysics. I now ask myself why I should be a lawyer, a physician, a minister, a philanthropist, or any other special thing. I conceive that a man's life is largely what circumstances make it, and it may be, therefore, that I shall always be a clerk in the impulse of self-preservation 15 an office, trying to be useful in a small way, but now we are talking of influencing such matters as far as we can by choice. I imagine that perhaps my field is in the line of ethics, philosophy, or whatever words may be used to signify the general principles governing human affairs. My reasons for thinking so are as follows. First, I feel a strong interest in those principles comparing to no other interest in my life. Second, I find very few people who seem to feel any such interest in such matters. Third, I believe such principles to be of supreme importance. The question is my position in regard to general truths so peculiar that I should regard it my mission to give those subjects more attention in study and expression than do other men? The question I want to settle is, do other men feel this same philosophical interest, realize the broad field of human obligation, and come down to special occupations, not because they are more interesting to them than the general field, but because they realize they must specialize in order to properly assist in carrying on the world's work? If this be so, then I am mistaken in thinking I should give particular attention to general principles. But my observations have gone to show that the average physician, lawyer, merchant, or politician is not interested in the broad questions of life, but only in medicine, law, business, or politics, caring little for the relation of his vocation to other vocations except as he makes his bread by it. Why then, if the various departments of human activity must be correlated, and if the individuals making up those respective departments have no disposition to do the correlating, should it not be done by those who are interested in the general field? It means that such work could be and should be done by the patient, by the philosophical clerk, interested in the general metaphysics of health. 116 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Such confessions can be easily elicited from psychopathic patients even in their best moral states of apparent diffidence and humility. This paranoidal aspect of self-aggrandizement is present in all psychopathic cases. In some this trait stands out more clearly and distinctly than in others. It is, however, present in all psychopathic patients, if one observes them closely and attentively. It is the expression of an intensified state of the impulse of self-preservation and fear instinct. In other words, it is a state of an exaggerated, hypertrophied egotism. We must appeal to a law higher than the material law. A patient writes in his account, "I worried much over it. Since that time the relation of mind and matter greatly interested me. My health at this time failed, I lost appetite and strength, had hysterical symptoms. I was treated for general neurasthenia." Psychopathic, philosophical and ethical speculations and interests have their sole source in fear of sickness and self-preservation. "One of my anxieties," another patient writes, "of my present life is connected with my business and my relationship to my partners. I am naturally conscientious and inclined to be not only earnest and sincere, but serious. My nature, instincts, and desires are not superficial. Yet my relation to the business is a superficial one. I am neither fitted by natural tastes nor by training for the indoor, rather, mechanical, conventional, and routine processes, upon which business and commercial success depends. Without the common motives of an ordinary merchant, greed, I am placed in the position of the one who lives not by the usual and conventional standards of right and wrong, but rather by a more exalted and a more rigid one of his own making, which, supported by habit and institutions, requires a greater the impulse of self-preservation. 117 Loyalty, a higher resolve, and a firmer will than is required of the conventional and conforming citizen. Emerson says it demands something godlike in one who would essay such a task, not placing the same values on money, trade, commerce, and profit as the natural money maker and money lover, and not the opportunity to substitute and supplement the usual motives by and with the larger, and to me more compelling, of community betterment and employee welfare." Another patient writes of himself, "The hypersensitive nervous systems, with the initial shock has inhibited the development of my highest potentialities and my highest endeavors." He summarizes his symptoms: dread and anxiety about being away from home and friends, self-consciousness, mental sluggishness, quick_fatigue, inability for deep thought, general state of irritability. One patient tells me that he suffers from fatigue, insomnia, dullness, inability of concentration of attention, failure in studies, slowness of comprehension, and so on, and yet he gives his opinion on every able subject with papal infallibility, and hints at being an undeveloped, unappreciated genius. Perhaps a few more of my cases will help one to realize the character and nature of the psychopathic _diathesis. MA age 43, female, married. Sister and brother died of tuberculosis. When young, she herself had an attack of tuberculosis from which, however, she entirely recovered. This made her, from her very childhood, think of herself and of the fear of death. She is suffering from menstrual irregularities with 8 canty discharges. She also suffers from headaches, backaches, indigestion, intestinal pains, borborygmus, and eructations. Her mind is entirely engrossed with 118 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases herself. She is totally unable to think of anybody but herself. The whole world is for her sake, and she does not scruple to utilize anyone who is willing to serve her. She will take advantage of everybody and would not care what the feelings of others might be about her extreme selfishness. If she were sure that no fine or punishment would follow, she would not hesitate to take anything that belongs to others, no matter whether it be friend or enemy, provided it does her good, drives away any of her discomforts or fears of disease, or gives pleasure to her, even if the others were in agony on account of it. If there were a prize on selfishness, she would be sure to fetch it. She is sure to take advantage of people who do not know her and who practice the ordinary civilities and amenities of life in regard to her. When the people refuse her demands, she does not mind it, and goes to look for other victims who have as yet no knowledge of her temperament, character, and sickness. Everything is legitimate in order to get well and healthy. The patient talks of high ideals and of service to humanity, and yet she has not hesitated to lure away a man who had a wife and 3 children. She made him divorce his wife, who was her bosom friend, had him marry herself. She spends all his money on her artistic dresses while his former wife, the mother of 3 children, and his little family are allowed enough to keep them from starvation. The patient goes around traveling, visits physicians, cures herself, keeps on being sick in various health resorts, learns all kinds of fads and their modes of healthy living, keeping away from diseases, wasting carelessly her husband's money. The patient is in terror of disease and of old age. She is in fear even to think of such things. She carries around with her all kinds of prescriptions and directions. The impulse of self-preservation 119 as to how to avoid disease and old age. Everything must be subservient to her impulse of self-preservation and instinct of fear. She has dwindled to a parasitic existence, obsessed with the lowest instincts of life. She avoids all responsibilities. All she wants is to use others as much as she can in order to obtain for herself the highest possible benefit. When she meets people who do not know her, she is quick in taking advantage of them. Life to her has no duties, but rights. Patient is a typical parasite. She would cheerfully sacrifice a nation to get out a mite of pleasure, comfort, and health. vs age 49. Female. Married, no children. She has 3 sisters and 2 brothers who are all well. As a child she lived in great poverty, she was neglected and met with accidents and scares, suffered from sickness until her little body was emaciated from privation. She managed, however, to go through school and became a clerk in a small store. She was very careful of her appearance, which meant to her a good marriage, a comfortable life. She also took good care of her health, which was rather precarious, on account of the many colds and painful menstrual periods, accompanied by severe headaches. At the same time, on account of the poor life led, she also suffered from some obscure intestinal troubles, more especially from severe constipation, relieved by frequent and large enemas. After years of precarious health and quests for happiness, for marriage, she finally somehow succeeded in marrying a well-to-do merchant in whose store she had worked as clerk. Immediately after marriage she rigged up a beautiful home with rich mahogany furniture which even the husband regarded with a gasp, settled down to a life of leisure and complete idleness, and began to attend to her health. 120 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. The patient gradually began to find more and more troubles with her organs, from pelvis and intestines to the top of the head. Nothing was quite right. Things could be improved. As she went on, the impulse of self-preservation gained more and more control over her. Along with this impulse, the fear instinct gained in strength. became more and more extensive. She became a psychopathic sufferer. The patient became full of fear which, by the principle of proliferation and diffusion, kept on growing and diffusing in ever new directions and spreading to ever new associations and systems. The central fear was poverty. Patient was afraid she might become poor. This is naturally a fear from her early childhood, the fear of suffering in poverty, a fear which persisted throughout her life. The fear became accentuated and developed with time. It became intensified with the onset of menopause. She was afraid to spend money, especially sums above a $5 bill. No matter how much she tried to reason with herself, this fear persisted. She was afraid to buy new things which she regarded more or less expensive. She was afraid for put on new dresses, to buy new furniture, to spend money in any way. In fact, quite often the fear was so uncontrollable that even when she had no thought threatening poverty, she was in a panic at being confronted with expensive purchases. The fears then began to spread to other things, such as giving away small articles or loaning books, or presenting any things or objects that might be regarded as expensive and valuable. The fears spread to other activities of life that might prove of some importance and value. Along with it she had fears of digestion and nutrition, nausea, vomiting, intestinal pains, rectal, tubal, and ovarian discomforts, and especially an inordinate the impulse of self-preservation 121 amount of irritation which she had when in a state of nervous excitement over things that did not run the way she planned. The patient was as obstinate as a mule, though claiming that she was doing her best and trying everything in her power to cooperate. She was doing everything in her power to frustrate the physician's directions, claiming at the same time that she was doing her best, scrupulously following the doctor's directions. She claimed she was nice to people when she was nasty and offensive to everybody who in any way happened not to fall in with her whims and caprices. In fact, even those who went out of their way to please her and did everything in attending on her, and helping her in every way day and night, even those she treated with lack of consideration, even positive disdain and contempt. She was the incarnation of demoniacal obsession, the very type of psychopathic meanness and egotism. Patient abused and dominated her husband by her sickness, troubles, fainting and crying spells, headaches, moans, and weeping. She made him do everything she pleased. In fact, she tyrannized over her husband, and still she kept on claiming she loved him, could not for a moment be without him, and that on account of her extreme devotion to him, her will was broken. She was a regular termagant, a demon incarnate. She knew how to make a scene and put the blame on somebody else. It was enough for her to suspect what her friends wanted her to do. She was sure, out of sheer malice, to act the contrary. She was distrustful, spying on others, sneaky, and lying right and left without any scruples, and yet no one was so mild, so ideal, so kind, so affectionate, so considerate, so calm, as she was. She went around reciting poetry about ideals, health, and happiness. She even 122 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases swayed herself that she was very educated, that she was the best businesswoman, the best critic, appreciative of poetry and of art in general. A veritable Nero, an egomaniac devoid of all love and human sympathy, she suffered so much, because she was so unusually altruistic. A coyote in her fear, a tigress in her rage, She claimed the gentleness of the dove and the innocence of the babe. Patient's talk was but of self. Not for a moment could she fix her attention on anything else but herself, eating, drinking, sleeping, stools, and feelings. Nothing interested her but herself. She ran from any work, from any occupation, however brief the time might have been. She could, however, talk of herself, of her former achievements, of her moral, intellectual qualities by the hour and by the day. Even games did not interest her, nothing but self, self, and self. This was so evident that one of my patients noticed this characteristic trait and described her as egomaniac. Whenever one spoke of any great man, she was sure to have her opinion of him. Might have known him, she was at any rate superior to him. She could give her opinion on any conceivable subject in literature, economics, and politics. She was cunning as a savage, and treacherous as a wild brute, and yet she was to all appearances a veritable saint, full of suffering for the sins of humanity and for the faults of her husband, who was boyish and foolish, whom she had to manage and whom she did control and handle with an iron rod. There is no doubt, however, that she herself was driven by her intense, uncontrollable impulse of self-preservation and by the instinct of fear. What specially terrorized her was the slow but sure extension of the fear instinct to more and more objects and acts. The fear instinct kept on creeping on her, slowly, the impulse of self-preservation 123 choking the life sources of her being. To call the patient egomaniac is a mild descriptive term. Tigress, Satan, fiend would be more appropriate appellations. In her terror of self-preservation she made hell for herself and for others. She is a firebrand from hell, fanned by the furies of fear. F.W. age 47, female, married, has no children. Patient claims to have been an invalid from childhood. At any rate, she was of extremely delicate health. She always had to take care of her health, and had to go through all kinds of troubles and diseases, especially digestive and gastrointestinal. At the age of 18 she got married, and then her family felicity began. She began to complain of all kinds of uterine troubles, more so after a miscarriage. The gynecologist who moored her with all kinds of operations and treatments. The fear of disease became strengthened, and finally she cultivated a typical pathophobia. She was in terror of some fearful malady that might possibly take possession of her. Patient wanted to have somebody near her, otherwise she could not stand it. This fear of remaining alone dated from childhood, when at the least discomfort, she asked and screamed in terror for help. A companion or nurse had to be with her day and night, so as to protect her from any impending evil. Occasionally, to relieve her feelings, in the middle of a conversation, whether for the sake of impressing her family, her husband and her physicians with the gravity of her disease, or as a vent for the rising instinct of fear, she emitted a scream, wild and weird in character, reminding one of the howling of a timber wolf, or of the wild whoop of an Indian. This was a habit she kept up from childhood. It was a reaction of her fears and a protection, inasmuch as it was a call for help which was sure to attract attention. The family could 124 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases not refuse help at hearing such an unearthly call. Later on it was consciously and unconsciously utilized by the patient as a rod to rule the family, and especially her husband when the latter happened to become refractory. The fear reaction was thus used as a protection and as a weapon of offense. Things had to run according to her pleasure, or else she was put in a state of nervous excitement and fear, with its awful yell of which the family and the husband were in perfect terror. They yielded unconditionally. The patient literally subjugated her husband by her spells of fear, especially by the fearful acoustic performance, the aura, the harbinger of a psychopathic attack. The patient was always discontented and grumpy. Nothing could satisfy her, nothing was good enough for her. Everything and everybody were criticized. No matter how one tried for her, she always found fault with the person. In fact, the fault finding was in proportion to the eagerness one tried to serve and oblige her. The nurses are not good, the servants intolerable, and people in general are bad, mean, stupid, and vulgar. She herself comes from an old New England family, good blood. Her grandfather was a fisherman and her father a petty tradesman in a small town. Degree patient makes great pretensions to education, poetry, art, and drawing. In reality, patient is quite dull and ignorant, but unduly opinionated and infinitely conceited. A female, age 63. Patient has been obsessed with pathophobia for over 35 years. She has been to a number of physicians and to many sanitariums, looking for health everywhere, not finding it anywhere. The fears date to her early childhood. She was regarded as a delicate child, the fear of disease was strongly impressed on her. She went through a number of children's diseases. Although she harbored the impulse of self-preservation, 125 number of sisters and brothers. The child's supposed delicate constitution was the fear and the worry of the parents. This fear was communicated to the child, who for the rest of her life became a psychopathic patient with the characteristic developed impulse of self-preservation and intense fear of disease. She could not think of anybody but herself. Everything had to be arranged for her food, for her sleep, and for her rest. She kept on complaining at the slightest change, either in herself, in others, or in the arrangements of the house, or in the weather. Everything had to be arranged just as she demanded, otherwise she was sick, or was going to become dangerously ill. When about the age of 30, she married a widower with 2 children. She trained the children to obey her commands implicitly, otherwise she resorted to the rod of sickness. The pathophobia, consciously or unconsciously, became a power which she yielded in the most tyrannical way. The children, when grown up, had to sacrifice themselves for the pleasure of the sick stepmother. They had to stay with her and minister to all her whims and fears. The very individuality of the children became almost obliterated by the persistent, egotistic tyranny of the sick old stepmother. She was like a regular vampire, sucking the life-blood of her family. It goes without saying that the same fear of disease tamed her husband, over whom she ruled with an iron hand. The least opposition to her whims or her fears of possible disease made her so sick with all kinds of pains all over the body, and specially in the head and intestines, that the family and the husband were driven into submission. The woman was fat, obese as a hippopotamus, well nourished, with a florid complexion and with an appetite that would shame a gargantua. The rarest, 126 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases the best, and the most appetizing dainties had to be on her table. She made of her meals a form of worship, requisite to propitiate the goddess of maladies. She did not hesitate to take the best morsels from the plates of her daughter and son, in order to satisfy her appetite, which was supposed to be delicate and small. Patient was conscious of every square inch in her body. She was afraid that some form of malady may lurk there. She was a typical pronounced case of pathophobia. Fear of disease and quest of health were ever in her mind. She could not talk or think of anything else but herself and her symptoms. She made of her daughter a poor, colorless being, a day and night nurse, tyrannized her by pitiful whimpering. When patient happened to wake during the night for ever so short a period of time, she did not hesitate to wake her daughter, tired as the latter was by her constant attendance on this psychopathic shrew. The daughter had to wake up everybody who could in any way bring comfort to that poor, old, suffering invalid. After groaning, moaning, and bewailing her bitter lot, the invalid took some medicine to appease the fear of disease, also partook of some nourishing food to keep up her strength and health, and went to sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the old lady found out that I wanted to send away her daughter and get a regular attendant to her, as soon as she suspected that she was not going to have her own way in my place, as soon as she scented danger, she sent for her son, whimpered before him, and without delay, decamped home. The patient was many years ago under the care of Weir Mitchell, who sent her to me as a last resort. Dr. Weir Mitchell characterized the patient as an American humbug. As a matter of fact, the patient herself is really convinced that she is on the verge of the impulse of self-preservation 127 death, and is in terrible agony of her fears of disease, fears which make her quest for health a matter of life and death. She is not conscious of the fact that she is obsessed by the impulse of self-preservation with its accompanying fear instinct. The patient has become obsessed by parasitic egotism, the quintessence of psychopathic affections. Many times during the day she paced the room reciting elevating passages from the Bible, from the great poets, Emerson being her favorite writer. A man 38 years old, married, highly sensitive, suffers from migraine, is irritable and restless. When about 8 years old he wandered in the woods near his house. An Italian ran after him, flourishing a big knife. The boy ran away in terror. When he reached home, he dropped from exhaustion and fear. Once or twice, on account of the fear of sharp objects, he actually hurt himself when handling knives. This increased his terror and fixed his fear. The instinct of fear was still further developed and stimulated by a series of events, such as falling into a river, from which he was saved. He does not like to take baths, is afraid to enter water, especially a river, and is in terror of sharp objects, such as knives and razors. Patient is extremely irritable, selfish. He insists on playing games which he likes much, irrespective of the pleasure of his friends and acquaintances. All he cares for is to have a good time, forget all his duties to his family. In his business he is exacting of others, although he himself is rather slovenly in his work, and slow in the performance of his obligations, but he is unreasonable with all his associates, and cannot get along with them. He always insists on having his own way. Other people's rights do not trouble him provided his rights are care 128 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases fully and scrupulously observed. He always demands services from others, especially from his friends. His mind is occupied with himself, with his health, his fears, and his ailments. The interest he takes in his friends and acquaintances is how far they may serve his purposes of pleasure, game, health, and avoidance of fear of disease. Even his own family is treated in the same way. His wife and child are regarded from the personal standpoint of his own good and evil, otherwise they are totally ignored. When they interfere with him or arouse his fears he becomes impatient, angry, and furious. He claims to be the most considerate and kindest of men, brimful of ideals and humanitarian ideas. He thinks that he can accomplish more than anyone else in his circumstances. Nothing is too good for him, nothing is superior to him. As a rule things are badly conducted, he finds fault with everybody and with everything. He is persecuted by the three psychopathic furies: fear, egotism, and enut. Chapter 12 Neuron Energy and Neuropsychopathic Diseases 1 pointed out the importance of the various levels of energy in relation to a classification of nervous and mental diseases. This same doctrine of various levels of energies is also of importance in the study of the causation and treatment of psychopathic maladies. To this we must also add the principle of reserve energy, developed by Professor James and by myself independently. Perhaps a review of these principles will help the student to see the matter in a clear light. The neuron may be regarded as the reservoir of energy, nervous and mental. The various manifestations of nervous and mental activities may, therefore, be regarded as fluctuations of neuron energy. We may fully agree with Sachs, who proposed to term the cell an energid. This designation holds specially true of the neuron. The total energy of the neuron may be classified into dynamic energy, static energy, and organic energy. The various nervous and mental diseases, classified by me into psychopathies, neuropathies, organopathies, may be correlated with the flow and ebb of neuron energy, with the physiological and pathological processes that take place in the neuron in the course of its activity and reactions to the stimuli of the external and internal environment. The various portions of neuron energy in the adjustments to the environmental conditions may be represented by the following diagram. 129. My work on the symptomatology of Psycho. 130. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. L tilt I laid. KHUINEL2 deb albipan sol arken res. Sale LLEENT. IA. DYIELI. Fees. My me static energy is indicated by the diagram NWFI. By organic energy is meant that energy contained in the very structure of the tissues of the neuron, not as yet decomposed into their inorganic constituents. This is indicated by diagram IFGH. These phases of neuron energy are not different kinds of energy, in the sense of being distinct entities, they merely represent progressive phases or stages of the same process of neuron activity. Liberation of neuron energy is correlative with active psychic and physical manifestations. Hence states of the nervous system corresponding to liberations of neuron energy and neurosis 131 energy are designated as waking states. Restitution of expended energy or arrest of liberation of neuron energy goes hand in hand with passive conditions of the nervous system. Hence states of restitution or arrest of energy are termed collectively sleeping states. The ascending arrow, indicating the process of restitution of energy, corresponds to the ascending arrow on the right, indicating the parallel psychomotor sleeping states. The descending arrows indicate physiological and pathological processes of liberation of energy, and also their concomitant psychomotor waking states. Ascending and descending mean the rise and fall of the amount of neuron energy, taking the upper level of dynamic energy as the starting point. Briefly stated, descent means liberation of energy with its concomitant psychomotor, waking states. Ascent means restitution of energy with its parallel sleeping states. The cycles in dynamic energy correspond to the physiological manifestations of the nervous system in the activity and rest of the individual in normal daily life. Concomitant with the expenditure of dynamic energy of the neurons, the individual passes through the active normal waking state, and, hand in hand with the restitution of this expended dynamic energy, he passes through the sleeping state of normal daily life. When, however, in the expenditure of energy, the borderline or margin, AK or NW, is crossed, dynamic and reserve energies are used up, and reserve and static energy are drawn upon. In crossing AK or NW, the borderline that separates the normal physiological from the abnormal or pathological psychomotor manifestations is stepped over. The thresholds of our psychological systems are usually raised. Mental activity working in the course of 132 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases, its development and growth of associative processes under ever-increasing inhibitions with ever higher thresholds. An account of the high thresholds and inhibitions, not the whole amount of the psychophysiological energy possessed by the system, is manifested, in fact, but a very small portion is displayed in response to stimuli coming from the habitual environment. What becomes of the rest of the unused energy? It's stored, reserve energy. Biologically regarded, we can well see the importance of such stored or reserve energy. In the struggle for existence, the organism whose energies are economically used and well guarded against waste will meet with success in the process of survival of the fittest, or will have good chances in the process of natural selection. The high thresholds and inhibitions will prevent hasty and harmful reactions, useless waste of energy, unnecessary fatigue, and states of helpless exhaustion. Moreover, natural selection will favor organisms with ever greater stores of reserve energy, which could be put forth under critical conditions of life. In fact, the higher the organization of the individual, the more varied and complex the external environment, the more valuable and even indispensable will such a store of reserve energy prove to be. Static energy may be divided into two phases, according to the nature of the process of liberation of neuron energy. As long as the process of liberation of energy affects only a dissociation of systems of neurons, the correlative psychomotor manifestations fall under the category of psychopathies. If, however, the process of liberation affects the neuron itself, bringing about a disintegration of its constituent parts compatible with restitution, the correlative psychomotor manifestations fall under the category of neuropathies. This process of disintegration, equivalent to cell degeneration, may neuron energy and neurosis 133 end in death, in the dissolution of the neuron itself. When the dynamic energy is used up in the course of life adaptations and the reserve energy is drawn upon, there may be the danger that the energy may be used until the static energy is reached and the neuropathic conditions are manifested. These conditions, however, are preceded by psychopathic disturbances which involve the associations of neurons. Associative life becomes disturbed, unbalanced, and emotional reactions become more violent and more frequent. On the one hand, there is a reversion to lower forms of mental activity and lower instincts, especially to the impulse of self-preservation with the instinct of fear, and on the other hand the reactions of the emotions become more intense and pathological, since the governing action of intelligent self-control is absent. In such cases as I have pointed out in this and in my other works, the lower instincts, especially that of self-preservation and fear, will prevail. The patient will be tortured by his selfish fears of protection of his individuality against the supposedly terrible dangers that threaten his life existence. The patient will then be obsessed by his fears and by his wishes flowing out of his fear and deranged, intensified, uncontrollable impulse of self-preservation. The fear instinct, when reaching a certain intensity, may give rise to functional pathological changes in glandular secretions, also in the metabolism of cytoplasm and nucleus of the neuron, and may finally bring about actual degenerative changes in the body of the neuron. One cannot help quoting Dr. Kreil, "Fear is born of the innumerable injuries which have been inflicted in the course of evolution." Fear, like trauma, may cause physiologic exhaustion of and morphologic changes in the brain cells. The RIPRA 134 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases. Sensation of injury, which is fear, being elicited by phylogenetic association, may be prevented by the exclusion of the nociception association or by the administration of drugs like morphine and scopolamine, which so impair the associational functions of the brain cells that immunity to fear is established. Animals whose natural defense is in muscular exertion, among which is man, may have their dischargeable nervous energy exhausted by fear alone, or by trauma alone, but most effectively by the combination of both. Under the dominance of fear or injury, however, the integration is most nearly absolute, and probably every expenditure of nervous energy which is not required for efforts towards self-preservation is arrested, hence fear and injury drain the cup of energy to the dregs. Fear influences every organ and tissue, Each organ or tissue is stimulated or inhibited according to its use or hindrance in the physical struggle for existence. The exhaustion following fear will be increased as the powerful stimulus of fear drains the cup of nervous energy, even though no visible action may result. As the static energy is reached, and with the lack of functional energy, especially of the dynamic character, that kind which is habitually utilized in the ordinary relations of life, the patient will experience a monotony and a void in his life activity. He will have a feeling that something is wanting for his happiness, he will feel a craving for ever new stimulations, and will tear around for ever new impressions and excitements. He will be restless and ask for ever new amusements and distractions. He will do anything and everything to fill up this gap of his life, because life appears to him empty and devoid of all interest. He will talk of ennui and even of suicide, and will be of a pessimistic turn of mind, and as such will approach neuron energy and neurosis 135 closely to melancholic condition. He will crave for new pleasures and enjoyments, but will soon tire of them and ask for others. He will be in the condition of a leaking barrel. The more one pours into it, the more is required to fill it. The restlessness, this misery of craving for new pleasures and excitements to still the pangs of the fear instinct with its gnawing, agonizing anxiety, brings the patient to a state in which he is ready to drink and to use narcotics of all kinds of description. What the patient needs is some way of reaching his reserve energies and bring about an absorbing interest so as to take him out of the misery of monotony and ennui of life, save him from the listlessness and indifference into which he is apt to fall. Such a state of misery is to him unbearable. Something must be done to free himself from the depression of spirits and from the low level of energies and the self-fear instincts from which he suffers such agonies. The constant craving for stimulation, this reaction to the anxiety of the morbid fear instinct, is the expression of the state of exhaustion of available dynamic energy for the purposes of life activity. The patient attempts to draw on his latent reserve energy, since this form of energy is not accessible to the stimulations of common life. He tries to release the energy by means of artificial stimuli, be it morphine, alcohol, or by other stimuli of an excitatory character. The very craving for affection, sympathy, attraction of attention, love, and more especially love of a sexual character are all expressions of the same tendency of endeavoring to stimulate to activity some sources of dynamic energy. The low ebb of dynamic energy drives the individual to resorting to means by which he can whip himself into new forms of liberation of neuron energy. The impulse of self-preservation 136 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases drives the organism to the finding of new ways by which it can keep itself in existence. The psychopathic patient is driven by fears of life and death. The very wishes of the psychopathic individual flow from the fears of self-preservation. What the psychopathic individual is unable to accomplish, the physician has to do for him. The psychopathologist must make a close psychognosis of the case. He must learn all the factors that have brought about the present state, change accordingly the conditions of living, if this be possible, moderate the intensity of the impulse of self-preservation with its fear instinct, stimulate the patient to activity, and above all in various ways to liberate in the patient the locked-up sources of reserve energy. Once the sluices are opened, the amount of energy coming is sufficient to drive away the psychopathic state. In studying, by a close psychognosis, the various cases of psychopathic affections, I wish especially to attract the student's attention to the fact that fatigue, whether physical, nervous, or mental, plays an important role in the condition of the patient. Again and again in giving account of his condition, the patient will tell of the fact that in the case of fatigue, whether he thinks he experiences it or whether there is an actual state of it, that is, whether hallucinatory or real, the psychopathic symptoms come to the foreground in an ever more uncontrollable condition. Extreme fatigue, says Mosso, whether intellectual or muscular, produces a change in our temper, causing us to become more irritable. It seems to consume our noblest qualities, those which distinguish the brain of civilized from that of savage man. When we are fatigued, we can no longer govern ourselves, and our passions attain to such violence that we can no longer master them by neuron energy and neurosis. 137 Reason. Mosso gives an account of his own condition during states of fatigue. Education, which is wont to curb our reflex movements, slackens the reins and we seem to sink several degrees in social hierarchy. We lose the ability to bear intellectual work, the curiosity and the power of attention, which are the most important distinguishing characteristics of the superior races of man. Persons who suffer from affections of the nervous system are usually irascible. We see that hysteria is a condition of the nervous system comparable to that produced by fatigue. Mosso works with the ergograph in his study on the various states of fatigue, muscular, nervous and mental. One of my colleagues, who sometimes forgets the time, as he says, feels great weakness of vision after having given too long a lecture. This phenomenon appears especially at the beginning of summer, when the excessive heat affects his digestion. Any slight brain fatigue, particularly a lecture of an hour and a half, is then sufficient to obscure his sight so much that he cannot read. This asthenopia arises from exhaustion of the nervous system, and disappears a few hours after he has finished lecturing. Fatigue or being easily fatigued is a trait of psychopathic affection. Almost without exception, psychopathic patients complain that they cannot keep long their attention on anything, especially on subjects that require concentration and close intellectual activity. In such cases they complain that they get easily fatigued. In fact, some patients as a matter of defense may suffer from asthenopia. They complain that on reading, if continued long, about an hour or more, specks begin to appear before the eyes, the field of vision becomes darkened, as if a cloud or mist hangs over them, the page begins to rock, the words move, everything begins to swim before the eyes, so that the 138 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases patients must quit their reading, or their work, such as knitting or crocheting. The same holds true in the case of concentration of attention on a difficult subject that requires persistent effort of thought, or persistent muscular activity, even if the latter is not otherwise exhausting, as far as the physical side is concerned. Some patients, when the disease is at its height, cannot concentrate their attention even as much as 5 minutes. Their attention keeps roaming, and cannot remain on the same subject for any appreciable length of time. The same holds true with motor activities. The patients are restless. They cannot sit for a couple of minutes in the same place. They cannot keep still in the same position. Their limbs keep on wiggling all the time. Their fingers keep on moving, beating tattoos. The muscles of the face keep on twitching or moving slightly. The energy is not banked up, it is not steady in its discharge. The reactions are not synthesized, they are not integrated. There is a sort of a constant leak of neuron and muscular energy in response to slight external and internal stimuli. This condition is manifested by the consciousness of extreme fatigue at the least exertion, physical or mental, and also by the symptoms of fatigue on awakening. The patients sleep restlessly. Sleep does not give them recuperation. They feel even more fatigued on awakening than on going to sleep. The patients cannot find any rest for themselves. However little attention, Mosso writes in another place, we may have given to the subject, we are all aware that after too long a walk, or after any violent exercise, such as gymnastics, fencing, or rowing, we are less fit for study. It is true that sometimes after moderate exercise intellectual work seems to become easier. This arises from the stimulating effect of muscular neuron energy and neurosis 139 work, which we shall have occasion later to consider at length. The best example of the incapacity for attention produced by muscular fatigue is given by alpine ascents. Only with great difficulty could Saussure do a little intellectual work on Mont Blanc. When I wished to fix my attention for a few consecutive moments, I had to stop and take breath for 2 or 3 minutes. In my own case I have observed that great muscular fatigue takes away all power of attention, and weakens the memory. I have made several ascents. I have once been on the summit of Monte Viso and twice on that of Monte Rosa, yet I do not remember anything of what I saw from those summits. My recollection of the incidents of the ascents becomes more and more dim in proportion to the height attained. It seems that the physical conditions of thought and memory become less favorable as the blood is poisoned by the products of fatigue, and the energy of the nervous system consumed. This is the more singular in my case, because I have a good memory for places. Several alpinists whom I consulted agreed with me that the last part of an ascent was least distinctly remembered. Verrocon, the barrister, well known for his daring ascents, one of the most distinguished writers belonging to the Italian Alpine Club, told me that he was obliged to take notes during an ascent, because on his return in the evening he remembered almost nothing. The following day, when the fatigue had passed off, many particulars recurred to his memory which he believed he had entirely forgotten. Pinel, the founder of modern psychiatry, who towards the end of the 18th century was professor of mental diseases in Paris, showed that political revolutions profoundly affect the nervous system of a nation, and bring about an increase in the number of 140 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, the insane. The last civil war in America was a sad confirmation on a large scale of this statement, and important papers were published bearing on this point. Among others that of Professor Stokes deserves mention as containing very curious psychological documents. Sclerosis of the brain often results from prolonged emotion and cerebral overstrain. Just as a paralysis of the spinal cord may be produced by forced marches, so likewise may a paralysis of the nervous system be produced by cerebral exhaustion. I shall return to this later when I bring together for closer comparison the phenomena of muscular and those of nervous fatigue. Political men, with few exceptions, wear themselves out by overwork and age very rapidly. The correspondence of Carver is full of allusions to the sleepless nights and the profound exhaustion both of body and of mind which his political campaigns cost him. Scarcely had the law abolishing religious corporations been passed, to quote a single example, when we find him writing to M. de la Rive, after a keen struggle, a struggle carried on in Parliament, in the salons, at court and in the street, and rendered the more painful by a crowd of distressing circumstances, I find my intellectual powers exhausted, and have been forced to seek recuperation by several days' rest. Thanks to my natural elasticity, I shall soon be able to take up the burden of office once more, and before the end of the week I expect to have returned to my post. In Carver's letters a happy expression has struck me, which he uses several times to indicate a physiological conception, the necessity, namely, of rest after excessive mental work. He says that one must let the brain lie fallow, like a field which is allowed to rest, so that it may be sown again the next year. Another of our greatest politicians, whose life was neuron energy and neurosis 141 worn out by excessive work, was Quintin Ossella. I was one of his friends, being bound to him no less by gratitude than by the great admiration which I had for him. In the last year of his life I was often with him, and was among the first summoned to his deathbed. I informed myself of the details of his last illness, and was convinced that he died from the effects of cerebral overstrain. He suffered from a prolonged and excessive fatigue which slowly destroyed his forces. Originally robust and endowed with great energy, he would fight to the very last, and in the effort overstepped the limit of possible recovery. Recollect that he made an appointment with me for 7 o'clock in the morning, and for me who sleep well this was an unwanted hour in winter. But in the evening after dinner even he was fatigued, and being overcome with sleep could not maintain the conversation. How different he was in those last years from the time I first knew him on the Alps or in the discussions at the Lincet. His will, his energy, his political skill, were exhausted, and we regarded him anxiously, feeling great uneasiness about him. Have questioned several of my friends who have held office in the government upon the subject of overstrain. One of them writes to me that he experienced the greatest fatigue when he had to give audience. When he had to receive numerous visitors in the evening, tired as he was with the day's work, and to cudgel his memory for forgotten details, the effort became insupportable. For the sake of exactitude I quote a portion of his own letter: "In a few months my hair turned from black to white. I have often experienced a regular pain in my brain, quite different from the neuralgia from which I sometimes suffer. This was a dull, aching pain, an uncomfortable sense of weight, which I attributed to actual cerebral 142 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, exhaustion. The culminating symptom was insomnia, or a restless sleep in which I uttered such groans that my wife frequently awakened me believing that I was ill. My stomach was atonic, all trace of appetite gone, and sexual desire suppressed. I begged another of my friends, who was a minister for several years, to give me some notes on the state of his health during a protracted and very lively contest which he had to carry on in Parliament in the defense of one of his bills. Here is his reply: my character was much altered. I suffered from an extraordinary degree of nervous excitability. Usually good-natured and affectionate in my family life, I became taciturn and extremely irritable, and perhaps things would have gone from bad to worse had not my friends, urged thereto by my family, constrained me to leave my work and go off to the country. I was getting no good from my food, though my muscular energy had not decreased, save that in the evening I felt as if I could not move from my seat. My sight was much affected, and I suffered from sudden nervous twitches." These notes are of the more importance in our study of the effects of great and continuous work, in that their writer is a man of great capacity and energy who attained to power in the prime of life, when he was already inured to parliamentary contests. For other evidence regarding overpressure among politicians, I have been indebted to the kindness of some of my colleagues, who have tried to attend patients of this class. Affections of the heart and neurasthenia become very common among those members who take part in the parliamentary debates. I shall record some facts regarding them which have been made known to me by their physicians. Neuron energy and neurosis 143. There is one very energetic member who succumbs from time to time to cerebral fatigue, and is forced to call in medical aid. In his case the first symptoms are insomnia and headache, but these are not sufficient to arrest him in the rush of his political engagements. He perceives that he is exhausted only when at the end of a sitting of the House he cannot recall what has been said at the beginning. He is then terrified and dejected, because he finds himself out of the fight. Sleep is of little use to him, for he dreams continually of the debates and of political affairs. This is one of the most serious symptoms of cerebral overstrain. When our day's occupations pursue us in our dreams and we feel insufficiently rested in the morning, there is no need to consult a doctor. We must take a holiday or greater evils will follow. Another member, after having undergone great fatigue at the House, was attacked by palpitation at an official banquet where he had to propose a toast, and was forced to limit his speech to a few words. From that day he had frequent attacks of palpitation, and suffered from nausea when he was obliged to work at his desk. He was troubled with insomnia, and had remarkable fits of trembling in his legs and hands, more especially when he appeared in public. Sometimes when he was making a speech this trembling became so noticeable that he had to sit down. The smallest indiscretion in diet was followed by diarrhea lasting for 2 or 3 days. All these phenomena are the more characteristic of overpressure in that the man in question possessed a good constitution with no unfavorable hereditary predispositions, and always enjoyed good health before entering political life. He complained to his medical advisor that he had become irritable, and being naturally of a good-natured and pacific disposition. 144 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases. He felt every outburst of anger as a profound humiliation. An important feature in the symptom complex of psychopathic diseases is the fact that the patients, after fatigue, feel worse, as far as their general symptoms are concerned, more depressed. The fears come to the surface with great intensity, and often become uncontrollable. In cases where the patient gets control over his fears, the onset of fatigue brings about the recurrent states of the fear instinct in their full emotional vigor. A patient, a physician, writes to me, the prevailing symptoms are dread, fear and anxiety about travel and being away from home, mental sluggishness, quick fatigue and inability for concentrated thought. Another patient, a physician of a good deal of experience, in consulting me about his psychopathic state of fears which he has been trying to control for a couple of years, finds that the fears become uncontrollable and overwhelming with the onset of fatigue. Whenever he gets very tired, especially when working in the laboratory and the clinic for many hours on a work that has to be completed, he finds that he begins to suffer from insomnia. Along with it the fears rise to the surface of consciousness with an intensity that is almost horrifying. Later on this state of fears, this arousal of the fear instinct begins to recur more and more easily. The fatigue state keeps on recurring with greater ease and at shorter intervals. The patient finds that fatigue, especially emotional and intellectual, requiring concentration of attention, and worry over the outcome of the work invariably bring about the onset or recurrence of the fears in their full intensity. The result in the physician's case was the usual one. The patient formed an intense fear of fatigue, a fatigue fear. Neuron energy and neurosis. 145 Fatigue fear is quite common with psychopathic patients. A vicious circle is formed. The fear instinct by its continuous action and arousal of the wearisome and exciting emotion of fear produces fatigue, and conversely fatigue helps to produce a more intense condition of the fear instinct and the impulse of self-preservation. The patient is afraid that over-fatigue might injure him and might give rise to a worse state of health or disease. Finally there is formed the fear of doing anything, the fear of fatigue, the searching after composure and euphoria, the restless hunting after rest. In the treatment of psychopathic diseases the physician must take this condition into account. A few cases will best bring out this point of fear fatigue. My early fears were such as are common to children. I feared the dark and was very fearful when sleeping in a room by myself. As a boy I was very timid and bashful. At the age of 8 to 12 I remember thinking that my mother might die. My mother was in poor health at the time, having suffered a nervous breakdown at the death of my father. At the age of 10 or 12 there came into my life something to be noted perhaps as a neurasthenic symptom. At this time I gradually became possessed of a fear. I was afraid to leave home, that is, to get away from my own home and home people. This grew upon me to such an extent as to make life very miserable, for, to leave home and home people even for a day, I thought I was going to die. I would become faint and turn pale. This fear kept me at home a great deal during this period, for I would not leave home unless accompanied by some of my people. Finally I decided to conquer this thing or die in the attempt. So one day I left 146 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases home alone to attend a carnival in a neighboring town. This fearful dread was constantly with me, and as I would think about it I would become weak and faint. Nervous waves of apprehension and fear would pass over me, and I would feel as if I were sinking. At one time during the day I became very faint, turned pale and was sick. I tried to drink something cold, but this made me more sick. I found a place to sit down and this spell passed off. Having conquered this, I began to outgrow this fear, so that from that day on it gradually wore away until I had no fear whatsoever of leaving home. As I grew out of the boyhood stage into my teens I was quite ambitious and entered rather vigorously into work at an early age. I worked hard on the farm during the summer and attended school during the winter. As I grew out of the teens I came to have periods of great mental depression, and that often without any cause. These depressions, beginning at about the age of 18, grew upon me as I became older. At length they would affect me so as to incapacitate me for work, and while under this mental depression would be able to work only through great effort of will. At various times during my life, some matter of minor importance, such as some trouble or difficulty, would become fixed upon my mind and I would seemingly be unable to throw it off. This would throw me in a depression and I would feel tired out and without ambition until things gradually wore off. One night I awoke out of troubled sleep with a fearful start and thought I was going crazy. The tortures I suffered for the next half hour are well nigh indescribable. The next day I was in a highly nervous state and had great fears that I would go insane. This neuron energy and neurosis 147 shock finally wore off somewhat, and J did not consult a physician as I think J should have done. I continued with my college work as I was attending college at this time, but I continued to suffer the torments of the damned and had constant fears, was very much depressed and always tired out. This was about Easter time, 1911, and during my Easter vacation J took a trip away from home, hoping that the change would relieve my mind of the fearful state in which it was in. I came back none the better for my trip. T now went back to my college work and finished the year in this wretched state. Now, with vacation on and the cause of my trouble entirely removed, I thought I should improve, but instead continued to remain in this miserable state of mind, extreme lassitude, and a morbid mental depression almost all the time. Occasionally my spirits would rise for a time and I would think I was improving, but this was only temporary or spasmodic and would last for a few hours or a day or two, when J would again sink into the usual state of depression. T now consulted a physician who said I had had a nervous breakdown and that with proper rest I would regain my strength and be well again as usual. Upon this advice I remained at home during the summer, doing only what I wanted to about the house. I did not gain, however, during the summer. During the summer I was out camping for a week, where, under the influence of congenial young people, I lost sight of my troubles and gained wonderfully both in strength of mind and body. This improvement took place within 1 week and at the end of that time I went home a new man. In September, 1911, went to southwestern Virginia where I had the promise of work and where I thought 148 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases the change would improve my condition. In October, 1911, I began work with the CC Company, Bristol, VA, but soon found myself so incompetent to do the work, and the work caused such a strain and suffering on my part that I dropped it for a time, and, after consulting a local physician, went up into the mountains of East Tennessee. Here I spent 10 days or 2 weeks tramping around the mountains and eating heartily. The change of environment and climate seemed to work no improvement in my condition. T came back to Bristol and took up my work again, but had to give it up soon, because of the fearful strain under which I worked. However, as I did not gain at all during the period of idleness, I resolved to go to work again if it killed me. So I went to work on the 11th of December, and continued until August, 1912. In December I began treatment with an osteopathic physician and continued for 4 months. He did nothing for me whatsoever, but take my money. During the 8 months I was working, I observed every possible chance for my improvement, took physical culture exercises, cold plunge every morning, studied my diet till I was relieved of constipation. But in spite of all this I gradually lost flesh until by August I had lost 20 pounds and was so weak at times that I could hardly move. T was returning to my home in Vermont in August, to recuperate, and I stopped in Washington, D.C., to consult Dr. He advised me to return home and spend 6 weeks in recuperating, and if at the end of that time I was not improved I could return to him for treatment, or he would refer me to someone in New England, or Boston. Following Dr's advice I returned home and availed myself of every possible opportunity to have a good time. But at no time did I have a rise of spirits, neuron energy and neurosis 149 or any feeling of well-being whatsoever. I began to eat well and sleep well, but there was no change in the condition of mental depression or extreme lassitude. My strength and weight increased somewhat, but not enough to make any perceptible difference. On October the 4th, I began treatment with Dr. Sidis. For the first 4 days I did not improve at all. In fact, I was more despondent than usual and very nervous at times, which was the result of the change in conditions and certain anxieties and fears which the new undertaking caused me. On the 18th, there was a marked improvement in my condition. I rose with the usual depression, took a cold plunge, went outdoors, and, as I was walking about the house, began to feel better. This good feeling came on quite rapidly and continued throughout the day. This improvement seemed to be principally in the mental condition, an uplifting of the Great Depression, freedom from cares and anxieties, and also a general return of strength and powers. This improvement was general throughout the week. During this week I felt very much improved and would talk freely with the boys, and the world began to look different to me. However, I was not confident that this condition was permanent. I feared that I might go back at any time. I would be very tired when night came, but without the usual depression. At times as I was thinking about myself it would seem as if I would relapse at once into the former condition, and only by great willpower could I throw this off and stop thinking about it until this feeling would pass away. As the week passed I outgrew these fears of a sudden relapse, and it seemed as if the improvement had come to be permanent. The cure began to go down slowly and gradually, and without any cause that I can ascribe to. I lost hold 150 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases of the improvement I had gained. That is, by degrees I returned to the lowered condition in which I was previous to the 18th of October. I had fully relapsed to the condition in which I could not seem to go lower. After 6 months of hypnoidal treatment, disintegration of fear system, well-balanced and careful control of work and rest and nutrition, the patient gained 45 pounds, and returned home well, has stayed well for 3 years and is doing work. My earliest recollection, one of my patients writes in a final account, of having any mental or nervous trouble begins at 14. Primary cause of disease, if cause be mental, became operative at 12, for then I learned of the habit of masturbation but was deterred from indulging at first except very infrequently, by a terrifying idea that it was not right, and a few months later by reading a booklet about electric belts telling of the terrible effects of the habit on the mind and the nervous system. I began to do a man's work at 12, was large for my age, so the 13 or 14 hours of work a day might have done me harm. Was practically full grown at 16. At 14 the habit of self-abuse got firm hold on me. Practiced vice almost every other day. Fear of harmful results undiminished, but a foolish idea that through preventing loss of semen, i.e., I thought it was prevented, by pressure on the urethra would make habit almost harmless. This idea let the habit get strongly fixed. Ignorance of physiology self-evident. Practiced habit till 16, at same time, almost daily, read advertisements in newspapers by quack specialists for diseases of men which gave various symptoms of lost manhood resulting from masturbation and other causes. Among the symptoms which impressed themselves strongly on my mind and which I thought I had and were being caused by my habit were, lack of energy, neuron energy and neurosis 151, loss of memory, lack of self-confidence, fatigue, inability to concentrate mind, weakness and lassitude, and a long train of similar ones. At the end of 15th year during a hot and strenuous harvest at driving a binder, and immediately afterwards, distinctly remember being very cross, irritable, tired, and easily depressed, and then occurred on one occasion what seemed a strange loss of memory. I could not remember the names of 3 of our hired men after an absence of a month. Shortly after I became 16, I became so convinced of and frightened by the harm I thought masturbation was doing me that I broke it off abruptly, and practiced it only at long intervals of several months. I thought one had done myself great harm. My mind seemed to be in particularly bad condition and I felt a lack of energy physically. My mental weakness and physical condition caused me so much alarm that I wrote to a quack specialist for diseases of men. He answered that I had nervousness, sexual weakness, lack of erectile power. I thought this symptom particularly indicative of great harm, weak kidneys, etc. Had no money so could not take his treatment. His letter gave me the first impression that I was nervous. Prior to that I had no definite idea of the nature of my disease and even then didn't know what nervousness meant and didn't associate it with exhaustion, although I really was easily fatigued. In my first letter to the quack I wrote that I had syphilis, thinking that because my hair was falling out badly I had that disease, so great was my ignorance. About this time I bought an old family doctor book which told of the terrible effects of self-abuse, and that nervousness was almost incurable. At about the middle of the 16th year I thought I had been seen in the act of masturbating. I probably was seen, by one of our hired men. Believing he would tell the whole 152 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases neighborhood about it, I was seized with a profound spell of mental depression. I overpowered the fellow one night. He was not big and I, even at 16, was over 6 feet tall and quite muscular, threatened his life, but he denied telling or knowing about my habit. Swore him to secrecy. Some of his acquaintances would look at me with a queer smile and I was quite certain that he told. For several months afterwards I was troubled with profound mental depression and weakness. After I became 17, I decided to go to a normal school in a neighboring town. I graduated from common school at 15, but had to work the next winter. Father took me to the normal school, arranged everything, and then left me there alone. The idea of going to school gave me much pleasure, but this with the unusual sights and sounds Jay had seen and heard during the day, the town was a much larger one than I had ever been in before, had the effect of so exciting me that I could not sleep that night. I went to school the next day not worried about this loss of sleep and was enrolled in all my classes. Tried to study in the evening, but found my mind confused, my memory bad, and my old depression was still there. J was unable to sleep the next 2 nights, so I went home and consulted a physician. Told him I had insomnia. The physician said my trouble was mental, but I could not understand or believe it. I went to school for a week, but complete insomnia drove me home. The physician, on my first visit, said I had been reading a whole lot of quack literature on sexual matters and that had done me harm. Partial insomnia followed for 2 months, and then restful sleep came with the use of a new compound of drugs. With the use of an electric belt and the hard spring work, the insomnia disappeared the next month. Neuron Energy and Neurosis 153. In the fall, when hard work was over, the fear that the insomnia would return took hold of me. The insomnia did return, and the strongest sedatives that 2 different physicians could give me failed to make me sleep for 3 weeks. Both physicians said the trouble was mental, and I was now told that drugs would do me no good. I resigned myself to death or insanity. I took to religion, stopped worrying, and sleep came in a week. My physician told me again and again that the trouble was mental, but I thought it was from a shattered nervous system caused by self-abuse. The insomnia was much less severe during the late fall and winter of my 18th year. During most of my 19th year could only sleep 6.5 or 7 hours in spite of hard work. This worried me, and I felt exhausted and feared that my health was being ruined. All these years, whether I had slept well or not, I still had the same old physical fatigue, melancholia, and mental weakness. At 18 began to read New Thought literature and to get vague ideas of the subconscious mind, suggestion, psychotherapeutics. With them came more of a belief in mental methods, but still the idea haunted me that self-abuse had caused my condition. When nearly 20, decided to take mental treatment from a pretended authority in psychotherapeutics at Chicago. He wanted to give me absent treatment. The local physician advised me against it and told me to go to school and to mix with the young people as much as possible. I went to school, only took 2 or 3 subjects, and though I slept 6 or 7 hours, often more, thought I had insomnia, worried about it, felt terribly weak, mentally and physically, went home at end of term thoroughly exhausted, so I thought and felt. During these last 2 years read a great deal of drugless healing and 154 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases physical culture literature. Thus formed a strong prejudice against drugs and a firm belief in the so-called natural methods of healing. The last mentioned physician had also said my disease was mental. However, I didn't think he knew anything about psychotherapy. I now wrote to the, to me eminent, psychotherapist of Chicago. He answered that I was a neurasthenic of the truest type. I began to sleep better immediately, thought him a great authority, and tried to follow his advice to the letter. Followed his advice very closely in spite of many ups and downs, much more faithfully than I ever followed yours, shameful as it is to admit it. I still had all my old symptoms, except that of insomnia. I got discouraged with him and quit him. I ought to mention here that since I was 13 I never had a friend and never went visiting, except to a few dances which I did by the advice of my quack doctor, who tried to get me to cultivate my social faculties. I was discouraged for about a month, then got new faith in the regime I had been following, added some nature cure and New Thought ideas to it, and still hoped for success. T went to school the following winter with the resolution to succeed or die. Slept little the first week, but for the 4 following months slept well in spite of considerable study. Study, I used to think, would cure insomnia. In the 4th month of my stay at school, I took 2 extra subjects and cut my sleep to 7 hours. I was obliged to study unusually hard to get my work done. I had always had spells of depression without apparent cause, but during this 4th month a sense of exhaustion gradually developed in me, and I seemed to be losing ground in my studies. After a month and a half of this new regime, insomnia came on, from fatigue and seemingly not at all from neuron energy and neurosis 155 anxiety about sleep. J was soon completely prostrated by fatigue and insomnia, the insomnia now becoming formidable again, 5 or 6 hours of sleep, so that I couldn't study, managed to stay till end of term, a period of a month and a half in this condition. I consulted Dr. who said that my trouble was probably physical, and that I needed a great deal of sleep. T had put my whole heart and soul into psychotherapeutic methods of cure for nearly 2 years, and it had apparently ended in complete failure. Dr. A's opinion that my disease was physical settled the matter in my mind. I was convinced I needed rest, sleep, and proper nourishment. Dr. Mitchell's rest cure was what appealed to me, but Dr. would have me go to Boston and consult nerve specialists. I went to Boston, consulted Dr. P. WHD questioned me, tried my reflexes, and said I had a strong physique and a great heart. He said my disease was caused by subconscious ideas, and that I had to work, because people in my condition always get worse with rest. He sent me to you. I feared that Dr. P and you had told me my disease was mental just for suggestive effect, and that my disease might be physical to a considerable extent. Came to Boston and went to work. The work was not hard, but the fatigue was terrible, and by the end of the 6th month seemed to have grown unbearable. In the evenings after work it was so great I couldn't talk. The idea that rest cure might have been better for me was in my mind at your institute and also during the first 6 months in Boston. Sleep came a week later. Highly enthusiastic about this achievement. Resolved to go to school. Fatigue disappeared for several weeks during period of elation. Should say that the above work was first I had done 156 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases away from home, and was naturally worried under a very cross employer. I consulted you again, you advised me to go to school. I went to school about a month without dropping my other work. I took only 2 subjects, but at the end of that period I had to drop manual labor from overpowering sense of mental weakness and physical fatigue. I got through first term with much difficulty. By this time I began to make friends. I got through second term with less difficulty and more social experience. At beginning of third term I got insomnia from a fatigue which had been gradually growing to a terrifying degree. 2 visits to you at Portsmouth made me feel highly elated for about 2 months. My fears and worries may be reduced to one, and that is fatigue. I am not worried about sleep at present, but there is still the haunting idea that hard study with little physical exercise would cause it. I am mentally and physically fatigued most of the time, and yet the amount of work I do is ridiculously small. I don't accomplish anything and don't see how I can ever make a living, if I don't get rid of the fatigue. Depression accompanies the fatigue, if the latter is at all severe, and makes everything look black. Your statement at my last visit that my fatigue was caused by my fear of it and constantly thinking of it, struck me with great force. It seems so very reasonable, and appeals to me so strongly that it bids fair to do me great good. After rereading this whole account, my disease seems to be a ridiculous matter made up of stupidity and foolish fears. FEC, female, unmarried, 43 years old. **T have practiced in P for a few years. Previously a teacher. **T have had no illnesses, except several attacks of intestinal impaction. There is no organic trouble. Neuron energy and neurosis 157. Life has been active and full of interests, with more duties and pleasure than I had time for. The only discomfort I have had was a weariness. I enjoy work and have taken a keen interest in life until lately, when T developed a distaste for everything. The physical symptoms began in the summer of 1912. I was very tired, but took no vacation except weekend trips at the beach from Friday to Monday. T noticed it was difficult to carry a light suitcase, no grip in hands or strength in arms. One day I hurried to catch a streetcar and started to step on. My legs seemed to give away and I fell, striking my head on the pavement. Since then, at times, I have had a fear of getting on cars, and for many months before I stopped work, only a resolute determination not to give way to fear kept me using the public vehicles. I could not lift my foot to the first step, or, having accomplished that, I could not pull myself up without help. The moment I tried to step up I became a dead weight. You will understand that I can give you no adequate description of the distress and humiliation I suffered. I lived in dread of the hour coming when I had to get on a car, or into an auto to go home from the office. I thought it was a mental state that I should not yield to, and so I kept up the fight till May, 1914. During the winter of 1913–14 I realized that my work was deteriorating, my fingers and wrist lacked power to do the mechanical part of my work, but, worse than that, my mind was acting mechanically. T lacked enthusiasm and I was tired all the time, but as great fatigue was a condition that had been present most of my adult life, I paid no attention to it. This seemed a condition of deadness. There was nothing I wanted to do, nowhere I wanted to go, and no one I wanted to see. If I had had a desire for anything but work. I think 158. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. I should have taken a vacation sooner. In May I decided to leave the office for the summer. Just then T took a severe cold, grippy, which prostrated me. My left eyelid drooped, and I lost control of it and of my throat and tongue. My voice sounded as if my mouth were full, and I had great difficulty in swallowing. These symptoms disappear for a time, but return with the least over-exertion or strain. The last 6 weeks they have been acute. As soon as I was able to travel I went to the beach for 6 weeks alone among strangers. I had trouble in dressing myself, cutting meat, and in all the little finger and wrist movements, but I improved in health and prided myself on my ability to get on a car without help when I came home. I returned, because my sister was very ill. It was weeks before she felt sure she would live, and the strain of that time was too great for me. T felt unnerved and unequal to business or social life. The only thing I seemed to want was cold weather. I felt so utterly tired of the monotony of life in C. In November, Mother and I came to a farm in N to spend the winter with my sister and her family. The trip was wearing, and I stayed in bed for a month after reaching here. I was benefited by the rest, and enjoyed the crisp, cold air that poured down across the bed from 2 open windows. The winter has been severe, 57 inches of snow, and it has kept mine. I like cold and I wanted to get out, but when I tried to walk on the shoveled paths in the snow, I found myself unexpectedly sitting in a snowbank with no ability to get up, and no knoll edge of why I should have fallen. I seemed paralyzed by the cold. February, March, and April have been raw, gloomy, depressing months, and I have failed steadily in flesh, strength, and control. Neuron energy and neurosis 159. My legs act like wooden pegs, and I am not always sure of crossing a room without giving way. My jaw won't work well enough to masticate solid food. Sometimes my neck feels as if it would break like a brittle stick, if I tried to make it hold my head longer. Throat won't swallow, eyes won't focus alike, eyelid droops. Arm can't lift a spoon to my mouth at times. All these symptoms disappear if I take a spoonful of brandy. My temperature is subnormal, about 95 in morning, and my pulse can hardly be felt. Reflexes normal, perhaps slightly exaggerated. Muscles are tonic. I sleep well, sometimes without waking for 9 hours. Feel full of ambition and plans while I am lying down, but I wobble and terror fills my soul when I have to stand, or walk, or meet new people, and particularly take a step up or down. Menstruation has always been regular, normal, and free, until and including the 20th of February, 1915. I have not menstruated since. I am told that the pelvic organs are normal, no enlargement, and no atrophy. My lung capacity is great, my digestion fairly good, constipation is habitual. No pain, except neuralgic twinges. If I take strychnia in 1 to 100 gr doses 3 times a day and brandy before meals, I manage to eat and walk, but depending on stimulants does not seem to me to be good practice. I have had that treatment this last week only. While at the beach for a month I recorded my dreams as carefully and accurately as I could. With that as a basis I submitted to an exhaustive quizzing over all my past life. No experience, no emotion of any kind, no conscious desire was concealed, but the cause of this condition was not revealed as far as the physician could determine. For the last 5 years I have lived under great 160 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases strain. Added to the pressure of financial difficulties, was the strain of much sickness in the family. My mother twice had slight cerebral hemorrhages, an invalid sister with a slow-growing cancer of abdomen caused me much anxiety and distress. There was also a case of tuberculosis, and it seemed that I was never free from care of the sick, never any relaxation at home. I have given you as complete a history as I know myself. I am weary of carrying the responsibility of the care of myself. I should be glad to be told what to do, and made to do it. The cases and accounts cited bring out clearly the relation of fatigue, fear, and psychopathic states. Mosso studied the state of professors and lecturers shortly before and after the delivery of lectures. He found that there was excitement which was betrayed in the curves of the ergograph, the sphygmograph, and the curve of blood pressure. The bladder and the intestine betrayed the internal agitation. Mosso might have added glandular secretions as shown by Pavlov and his school. More hormones from thyroid, parathyroid, from suprarenal and other glands and organs, associated with emotions, especially with that of fear are, with various chemical modifications of functions, discharged into the blood, and brought to various organs thus affecting serious changes of function. Dr. Salvioli Mosso goes on to say told me that his appetite before lecturing was not as good as usual. I have seen very able orators, famous professors, find themselves upset at the prospect of reading a printed discourse. I remember an electoral banquet at which one of the best-known deputies in the Italian chamber neither ate nor drank till he had run through the speech which he was to read to his electors, and of which he Neuron Energy and Neurosis 161 had the proof in his pocket, and I was told that such was always his custom. With all the admiration I feel for the courage with which he beards his opponents in the chamber, I cannot help smiling when I read the reports of his fiery interruptions and recall the fear which he experiences in presence of the electors. Here too it is the intensity of the impulse of self-preservation with fear of failure that has brought about the temporary state of psychopathic affection. The overwhelming power of the herd, of the community, the overpowering sense of social force, and the loss of individuality in the mob are especially conducive to the awakening of the fear instinct and to the arousal of the impulse of self-preservation. Social disapprobation terrorizes gregarious man. There is no fear greater than social panic. I pointed this out in my work on social psychology in studying the action of the mob on the consciousness of gregarious man. A good number of the fears presented in psychopathic cases are often of a social, gregarious character. No instinct works with such fatal effects as does the fear instinct among social animals. In a herd, in a crowd, in a mob, the fear instinct produces the most dangerous results. In my Psychology of Suggestion, T established the important law that it is the uncritical, subconscious, self or subconsciousness that is subject to suggestions with consequent fatal impulsive actions. The law, as supplementary to and corollary of the first law, is that impulsive, reflex actions are controlled by the critical, personal self. Another important law established by me in the same work is that the emotional excitement of a social aggregate grows in a geometrical progression. Professor Giddings, in discussing the laws of social action, adopts these laws. There are 3 of these laws, he says, that may be regarded as demonstrated. Impulsive social action is commenced. 162 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases by those elements of the population that are least self-controlled. The law of the extent and intensity of impulsive social action is as follows. Impulsive social action tends to extend and to intensify in geometrical progression. The law of restraint of impulsive social action is, impulsive social action varies with the habit of attaining ends by indirect or complex means, or, trill to say, by rational means, free from emotional excitement. No emotion, however, plays such havoc as the emotion of fear instinct, which is specially subject to the second law of geometrical progression. The awakening of the fear instinct in a social aggregate is overwhelming, irresistible in its effects. At the basis of many a pathological phenomenon, social and individual, we find the primitive ruling instinct of all life, the impulse of self-preservation with its accompanying fear instinct. Chapter 13 Clinical cases. Fear instinct may become associated with any of the bodily functions, scent.g, with the sexual instinct, and may give rise to subconscious states characterized by an abnormally developed suggestibility. These conditions may in turn give rise to somopsychosis and psychoneurosis, according to the temperament, the training, and the critical, final event that forms the last link in the production of definite psychopathic symptoms. In all such cases it is not the particular organic function, whether sexual or other, that produces the psychopathic state. It is essentially the awakening of the most powerful and least controllable of all animal instincts, the fear instinct, associated with the sense of the mysterious. Psychopathic maladies do not depend on the abnormal functioning of some one bodily organ or function, but on a general reaction common to all bodily and mental functions, viz., the fundamental primitive fear instinct which relates to life in general, the deranged functions, cardiac, respiratory, circulatory, intestinal, glandular, or sexual, fatigue, conflict, shock, are only the occasions. To regard any of these occasions as the source of psychopathic maladies is like regarding the weathercock as the cause of the wind. The fear instinct, rooted in the impulse of self-preservation, is the source of all psychopathic maladies. I shall adduce here a few cases which may be taken as fair examples of psychopathic cases in general. N.R. Russian. Student. Age 19. Family history good. Patient complains of heart trouble. He has pains around the cardiac region, suffers from 164 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, palpitation of the heart, and thinks he has some trouble of a serious character. A physical examination shows the patient to be in good condition. Except for rapidity and occasional irregularity of action, the heart is quite normal. An examination discloses the fact that the patient had an early training calculated to instill fears of the supernatural, fear of punishment, pain, sickness, death. The fear of committing a sin was ingrained in the patient from his very tender childhood. When about the age of 9 he learned in school the habit of masturbation from his companions. Owing to religious and moral scruples, however, the habit did not get hold of him, and he stopped for several years until, when about the age of 13, he entered another school and came in contact with a loose set of boys, older than himself, who talked about women and thus excited his sexual passions. The habit of self-abuse continued with various intermissions for 2 years, when some quack literature fell into his hands. He read in quack pamphlets about the great dangers of masturbation, how it specially affected the heart, giving rise to serious and fatal cardiac troubles. The boy became alarmed, he began to brood over his condition, to listen to his heart, and became convinced that he really suffered from a very serious heart defect induced by his habit of self-abuse. After some hesitation he decided to consult a heart specialist, who told him that he did have some heart trouble of a nervous character. This frightened the patient, as he thought that the doctor did not wish to inform him of the gravity of his disease. He next went to another physician, who, playing on his fear, told him that his trouble was really serious and that he was going to cure it. This frightened the patient thoroughly, and confirmed him in his fears. The dread of heart disease became fixed. For a few years he kept on suffering from heart trouble. Clinical cases 165 with cardiac pains and palpitation. He became a typical psychosomatic patient. It was the fear instinct, at first aroused by religious and moral fears concerning the sexual function, and then fixed on the heart in an intensified way by the reading of quack literature, and heightened and cultivated by medical examination and unscrupulous medical treatment, that figured most prominently in this case. C.L. Chemist. American. Aged 49. Family history good. Catholic, very religious. Great fear of sin, fear of punishment, fear of disease, fear of suffering, fear of death and damnation. About the age of 9 the patient had an attack of malaria, from which he suffered for about 4 years. This developed a fear of disease and death. When about the age of 15 he learned from boys in school about sexual relations, and had many talks on the subject, which excited him so that he began to masturbate. The fear of the sin committed terrified him. The first night he masturbated he suffered greatly. After the act the fear was so intense that he prayed the whole night through. A week later he masturbated again, and again passed the rest of the night in prayer. He then read some quack pamphlets and especially quack advertisements. He began to fear the dangerous consequences of his self-abuse. He stopped masturbation, but the fear of disease grew upon him. He was especially alarmed on the nights when he happened to have an involuntary emission. He feared the oozing away of his vitality, a dangerous consequence of which the quack advertisements particularly warned him. This fear lasted until the age of 25. The state of constant terror affected his appetite and digestion. He went to a physician, who told him, after a careful examination, that he was suffering from gastritis, and a very dangerous form of it, that he was 166 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases going to be sick in bed for not less than 2 years, and that he was going to be an invalid the rest of his life. This unfavorable prognosis was duly fulfilled. The patient went to bed, was sick for a couple of years, and has become an invalid, a confirmed psychosomatic. The fear instinct became cultivated, fixed and centered, by continuous brooding over the function of digestion. A lady aged 37. From early childhood fear of sickness and death. When about 15 she suffered from gastric and intestinal troubles, had severe attacks of dysentery. About the same time she had a shock. Her little brother, aged 2, to whom she was much attached, died of some intestinal affection. This aroused fears in regard to herself. The patient was in bed for 2 months. It was then discovered that she had a slight lateral curvature of the spine. This accentuated the fear of disease and death, and increased the brooding. A few years later the patient suffered from a severe attack of typhoid fever. After convalescence she continued to brood, fearing that she would become an invalid. The fear of death kept on growing and finally gained mastery over her. As the patient puts it, "I have such an unmitigated horror of death. If anyone I have ever seen dies, I do not sleep for weeks. I am afraid, though my reason tells me how absurd it is." Again, I have had cases in which the fear instinct became attached to the hair. Thus, on one young married lady, aged 25, the hair began to fall out. She began to worry over it and to fear that her beautiful head of hair, of which she had been proud, would be ruined, and that she would become bald. She was in agony over the condition of her hair, and finally gave up all social functions, all pleasures and interests, in life. Like Absalom, she was entangled by the fear instinct in the tresses of her hair. Clinical cases 167. There are cases, too, somewhat less pathetic. The fear instinct, like the sausage in the nursery tale, may become attached even to the nose. Thus, one of my patients, a girl of 22, after a series of attacks of la grippe began to worry and fear the depredations of sickness on her beauty. Her attention finally became centered on the irregularities of her nose, on account of coryza. She suffered a good deal in her efforts to correct the supposed nasal defects and then decided to go to a specialist, who took advantage of her ignorance and fear, and performed a slight operation to improve the beauty of the nose. As fate would have it, he apparently infected her during the operation, pimples breaking out all over her face. The fear became a terror, a panic. The fear instinct obsessed her through the intermediation of her nose. Mrs. J. 58. Loss of strength in left arm and leg, set in 3 years ago. Fears great exhaustion, faints. Was not a strong child. Had pneumonia. Married at 24, had 1 boy, had fear of hemorrhage. Had fear her boy was dying from fractured skull. Beam fell on his head at the age of 7. Patient was in an accident with runaway horse. Patient took care of husband when he suffered from typhoid fever. MCG, 38. Liquor dealer. Brother died of heart trouble. Sister has heart trouble. Mother died of pneumonia, when age 40. Nervous temperament since childhood. Spelling troubled him. Had difficulty of going into business on account of spelling, too sensitive about it, wants everything in good order, apple pie order. Rarely suffers from headache. Suffers from sleeplessness at present. Has been brooding over fear of poor spelling, which has made him lose confidence in himself. Excessive smoking. After his wife's death he had accident. Fell down 168. Causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases unconscious, and fancied knee broken. He has fears that business is going to the dogs, that he is unable to pay his bills, that his second wife may marry after he dies, that people criticize him too much. He has intense fear that some terrible misfortune may happen to him or to his children, or to any of his family. He suffers from fear of incapacity, from fear of fear, constantly asks for confidence. Mr. R, age 36. Married. Professor of mechanical engineering. As a child was timid, full of fears of dark, of sickness, of being dead, of being punished and ill-treated. In 1904 stayed in a hotel with tubercular patients. For some time has been worrying over his poor health and worn-down condition. That night he became afraid of the seriousness of his present state, and possibly of his having tubercular trouble. He became afraid that his wife might have also suffered from tuberculosis, and may possibly have a serious attack of it. His wife has been in rather precarious health for some time. As a student he attended to a friend of his who suffered from tuberculosis. Recently a friend discussed with him about contagion. The friend was apparently affected with the phobia of contagion. At the least occasion or suspicion the latter used antiseptics. This fear of tuberculosis has taken possession of the patient, and makes it difficult for him to carry on his teaching. His mind is full of fear of disease and possible contagion. PGB, age 17. Had appendicitis about age 14. Suffers colds, and coughs occasionally. Dreams little. Heart irregular, lungs good. Patellar reflex lively. Patient feels odd, automatic, things look far, feels faint. He has fear of remaining alone. Heart troubles him a little, has fear of going in car. He is afraid something will happen to him. Thinks he has lost clinical cases 169 _ self-control. He is afraid of himself, and afraid of seeing people. Thinks something terrible may happen to him. Patient has few dreams, becomes exhausted in sleep. Everything looks like nonsense, not on the earth, has attacks of fainting and fear after which he feels somewhat better, is afraid of everything. Patient has attacks of dizziness with agoraphobia. He has a fear of doing things. The mere necessity of doing causes fear. Patient was timid, full of fears from his very childhood. SS, 36. Became frightened because he saw a man who had committed suicide. Patient of timid nature, nervous. The same day when he saw the man he heard a voice telling him to commit suicide. Mother had twice an attack of what he called craziness. She received a letter that her brother died. The fright brought about an attack. His sister had attack of melancholia. Patient kept on thinking about the man who committed suicide. The same night he had the dream that someone told him to commit suicide. He is afraid to go into a barber shop. Ear, 28, not married, silk worker. Navus, father and mother well. As a child was sensitive, timid, headaches 10 years old, eyes then corrected by glasses, not much better. Began to work when about 17, worries about his fortune, did not sleep, feels restless, face drawn, has taken all kinds of medicines, never satisfied with anything, sleeps well, appetite good, mentally he claims he is in hell, feels as if he were dead. Masturbated little, lived a pure life. Thinks too much about himself, wanted to be a singer, lost his voice by thinking of himself. Could begin to cry and weep about myself. Mr. H.W. married. Age 26. Patient 170 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases thinks he has consumption. When walking down street, trembles and shakes, feels like fainting away. Cannot go alone, must go with someone. Afraid to go insane or drop dead. The first attack 5 years ago lasted about 7 months. Thought he had consumption before the attack. Because of profuse sweat, he was feverish. He used to watch over his consumptive brother, thinks about his health, sleeps restlessly. This worry about consumption began when he was about 16 or 17 years old, used to suffer from shaking spells of fear. Things appear to him unreal. Patient reads about people committing suicide, he is afraid of losing his mind. Dreams about sickness and death, had bad nightmares. Attention is poor. He told me that he began to masturbate when about 11 and that it continued for 4 years. He was afraid that it would undermine his powers, energies. Fear instinct associated with sex. Mrs. M.F., age 38. Patient suffers from digestive disturbances. Never had any luck. Patient complains of liver disorder, headaches and pain during menstruation. The feeling of unreality becomes more intense during menstruation, does not suffer from bad dreams. Suffers from severe headaches, from feeling of unreality. Patient has fear of unreality, afraid of it. She is afraid of losing her mind, has a kind of dizzy sensation in head. She is afraid of going on the street, because she is afraid of an attack of epilepsy or apoplexy. Father had a stroke of paralysis, and mother had a stroke of apoplexy. Both parents were paralyzed, and patient attended on them. Patient suffers from fear fatigue. The whole state is one of intense worry about herself, and about her health. Intense pathophobia. MJF, 25. Russian Jew. Florist. He clinical cases 171 always was very nervous, timid. A year ago contracted gonorrhea. Got greatly frightened. Then he had nosebleed. He bought books, read on the subject, became terrorized. He was afraid of falling to pieces. He went to a physician, who gave some medicine. He inhaled the medicine which hurt him. Began to cry, he was falling to pieces. He thought he was burning, his brain was on fire. He is now in constant terror of ruin. Fears that his body will rot away. This fear he contracted from hearsay about people infected with venereal diseases. The fear was strongly impressed on the patient in his early youth. Mr. H.L., 28. 3 years ago began to complain of heart trouble, body trouble, suffers from agoraphobia, impulsive ideas to do things. Insistent ideas, what is mind? What is body? Why did I say this? Questions himself constantly. Tries to remember things he cannot remember. Suffers from anxiety and fear. Complains of visual troubles. Suffers from moral and religious fears, full of fear of everything. Thinks of eyes, mouth, tongue, wants to know cause of every movement of the body. Listening to breathing. Everything gives rise to thoughts full of fear and anxiety. Picks up things, forms new fears, has an overwhelming fear of death. Drank whiskey for stimulation, fear tortures him. When he spits he wants to know why, when he walks he wants to step over pieces of paper, picks up papers. When habit is broken he gets scared. He is scared all the time. Keeps on counting. Whatever he sees he wants to touch. Everything a person talks about enters into his mind and excites fear. The fear instinct and the impulse of self-preservation have obtained an overwhelming control over the patient's mind. Mr. M.F., 24. Spanish, Puerto Rico. When 14 had attack of fear, sudden fright of 172 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases devil. The fear lasted a few minutes. 3 years ago had a similar attack, fear of devil with fright of insanity. Has attack and then has a fear of committing suicide. The actual attack lasts a few minutes, but patient keeps on worrying a long time afterwards. Has fear of eternal damnation. The attack comes first, and then fear of committing suicide and being damned forever. Dreams, nightmares, leave emotional after effects during the day and waking life. Education religious. Patient lived in insane asylum since early childhood. Mrs. A.F., age 43. Husband has been drinking more than usual, has been very unpleasant. She became nervous and began to worry about it. Worries about herself, is afraid of going insane, is afraid will never get out of it. She was kept in bed for 2 or 3 months. Got some drugs. She feels that a stream is going down her back. Heart in good condition. Has an idea that her brain had given away. Complains of intense fear. When put into hypnoidal state she became very much frightened, intense fear since childhood. Patient is afraid, does not know of what. Mr. W., age 61. Neurasthenia, internal troubles, his own diagnosis, catarrh of the stomach, lost 40 pounds. Suffers from hyperesthesia of the intestinal tract, feels depression, worries about everything. Fears he is going to be ruined, afraid to go out, he might die. Has fear dreams, reproduction of waking fears, cannot concentrate his attention. At daytime obsessed with fear of death. When young was very nervous, he had his mind upon sickness and death. Has also fears about various bodily organs, and about his children. Afraid he may take the wrong train or the wrong trolley. Mr. D.S. When a child of 5 had scarlet fever, Clinteel cases 173, no other diseases. Began to have headaches some 2 years ago, troubles of indigestion began about 10 years ago, bad feelings in the throat and heart. Troubles began after father's death which preyed on his mind for years. Began to feel the present symptoms about 314 years ago, in New York, when he fainted and was afraid of dying. Since that time he has attacks of fear, has feeling of anxiety. When he gets up he feels as if sleep did not refresh him. Has dreams about his father. His sleep is disturbed. In hypnotic state cried out, "I am afraid I am getting crazy." Gradually got him out of this condition and he began to feel well, though he complained of sensation of lightness in the head. EDH age 43, lawyer. Was irritable in childhood, used to kick and scream, as a child had to have his own way. Had idea that he was left-handed, though he was not, had stubborn ideas. Has fears about drugs. When riding bicycle was afraid about falling, the same about horses when he fell down. Fears are formed whenever accident occurs. When older, formed apprehension about many matters. Worried over his business. Patient began to speculate on the exchange and lost, became nervous, and did not improve since. Mrs. Ella, age 42, married. 2 children. Had fears of paralysis. Was very suggestible in regard to fear. Sleep was good, menstruated about age of 14. Was afraid to remain alone. Became interested in Christian Science. Felt revulsion at A's proposal, cannot account for it. Patient thinks husband is concealing something from her. Suffered agony every day during first pregnancy, imagined husband behind prison bars. This frightful barrier has always been between them. Patient suffered from insomnia and 174 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases from extreme nervousness. There was a woman who influenced her in regard to marriage. Husband drinks and to excess. Read about a young woman who committed suicide. Intense fear state. Miss A, age 37. At 16 fell down from horse, has been ailing since, then had an operation for internal tumor. In a sanitarium for 4 years, sunstroke, dizziness, fear, agoraphobia, and claustrophobia. Heart good, normal, reflexes normal, anemia and insomnia. Indigestion, constipation. Has been taking bromids, dizziness. Pathophobia, fears from early childhood. Mrs. MC, aged 32 years, American. Family history good, well developed physically and mentally. A year before the present trouble set in, patient suffered from a severe attack of the grip. Menstruation, which was before painless and normal in amount, became painful and scanty, accompanied by headaches, indisposition, irritability, crying spells, and backache which lasted long after the menstrual period was over. There was a slight, somewhat thick, leucoral discharge. The family physician ascribed the symptoms to endometritis, mainly cervical, and treated her with absolute rest, fomentations, injections, scarification and dilatation of the cervix, and finally curated the uterus. As the patient grew worse under the treatment, she was taken to a gynecologist, who, after an examination, declared the whole trouble to be due to retroflexion of the uterus, and suggested an operation for reduction. The operation was duly performed, with the result that the nervous symptoms became intensified and the attacks increased in violence and duration. The turn of the nerve specialist came next. Hysteria, neurasthenia, and the more fashionable psychasthenia have been diagnosed by various clinical cases. 175 neurologists. A year of psychoanalysis made of the patient a complete wreck, with depression, introspection, and morbid self-analysis. Patient was put by neurologist under Weir-Mitchell's treatment. When the patient came under my care, she was in mental agonies, a complete wreck. A study of the case traced the fear instinct to experiences of early childhood, fears accentuated and developed into morbid states by the deleterious tendencies of the treatment, giving rise to a somatopsychosis. A lady, age 59, suffered from kynophobia. When about the age of 29 she was bitten by a dog. Since then she was afraid of hydrophobia. She kept on reading in the papers about cases of hydrophobia until the fear became developed to an extraordinary degree and became fixed and uncontrollable. According to the principles of evolution of psychopathic states, the fear kept on extending. The fear psychosis included all objects that might possibly carry the germ of hydrophobia. The neurosis became a misophobia. As in all other cases of psychopathic states, the psychosis was traced to the fear instinct, the germ of which was laid in the patient's early history. The patient was a very timid child and was afraid of strange animals. In the village where she lived there were a few cases of hydrophobia which impressed her when a child. This germ was in later life developed by 30 years cultivation. A well-known physiologist reports to me that his little child up to 3.5 was not afraid of anything, not even of the dark. At that age she was taken to the country and there associated with servant girls who were afraid of the dark and especially of storms and thunders. One of the girls, who was Nova Scotian and extremely superstitious, was in Terror 176 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases of thunder. Since that time the fear of darkness and especially the fear of thunder took possession of the little child by imitation and suggestion. In fact, the girl who takes care of the child is also afraid of the thunder, and this is communicated to the child. There is absolutely no other cause to the fear, as the parents had the child under their direct and strict observation and care. Similarly, I have known a number of cases where people had accidents, thunderstorms, the lightning striking close to them, and who have become afraid of thunderstorms the rest of their life. The interesting point about it is the fact that the people who happen to live with them in the same house, and who before have not been afraid of lightning and thunder, have acquired the fear and were in terror of storms, lightning, and thunder. Psychopathic symptom complexes I observed in children whose early training was favorable to the awakening and development of the fear instinct. In children affected with fear of animals I traced the fear psychosis to the parents who were afraid of animals, on account of actual traumas in their life history, the child being influenced by imitation, by suggestion, often subconscious, by the behavior of the parents in the presence of animals. Such children are predisposed to recurrent psychopathic states. In all such cases the etiology is easy to find, if the patient is carefully examined. In many cases the fear instinct with its symptom complex is associated with external objects, giving rise to the so-called phobias. Instead, however, of being associated with external objects, the fear instinct is frequently associated with somatic functions, pathophobia, or with mental activities, phrenophobia. Man, age 47, actor, family neurotic. Clinical cases 1977 patient suffered from anorexia, indigestion, choking, vomiting, gagging, eructation, gastralgia, and occasional pains in the limbs. He led a rather gay and irregular life up to the age of 32, when he had syphilis, for which he was under treatment for 2 years. This scared him, because he had the opportunity to see the consequences of syphilis in many of his friends. He had been under continual fear of the possibility of development of parasitophilitic diseases. 7 years ago, at the age of 40, he had to watch at the bedside of an intimate friend, who had been suffering from severe gastric crises of tabes dorsalis. After one specially exhausting night of vigil, worry, and fear, he went to bed for a short nap and woke up with the idea of general paresis and intense fear. Since that time he began to suffer from symptoms of tabes with fear of general paresis. Patient had been a very imaginative child, had his fear instinct cultivated from early childhood by stories of frights, scares, and horrible accidents. When 10 years old, grandfather gave him Faust to read. Since then patient was troubled with the fear of selling his soul to Satan. Was very religious in his childhood, prayed much, was possessed by the fear of committing sins. It has now all come back, he complained. A great number of fears could be traced to his early childhood. The somatic symptoms were the manifestations of association of experiences of parasitophilitic diseases, based on the pathological state of the fear instinct, a case of pathophobia, a somatopsychosis. H.M., age 27, male, Canadian. Family history good, looked pale, anemic, and frail, very intelligent, sensitive, restless, and had a tendency to worry. About a year ago, he began to feel depressed, to worry about his health, thought he suffered from tuberculosis. His physician assured him that nothing 178 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases was the matter, but he had uncontrollable fear of consumption, and the fear kept on recurring. Up to the age of 19 he was perfectly well. He was then laid up with a sore knee for a few weeks. He had time enough to brood over the knee and read some literature on the subject. He thought it was tuberculosis and worried very much. The knee, however, got well, and gradually he forgot all about it, although the fear of tuberculosis often made him feel uncomfortable, and the fear of water in the knee used to flash through his mind, to pass away the next moment. A year ago, however, he happened to lose his work, became despondent, began to worry and to brood over his financial troubles, slept restlessly, suffered from anorexia, and began to lose flesh. The fear of the knee and the fear of tuberculosis got possession of him. He could not rid himself of the fear of tuberculosis. If in the clinic, the physician assured him that he was all right, he felt better for a couple of hours, but often it did not last even as long as that. The least pain, cough, heartbeat, a feeling of chill or heat, and the like, brought the fear of tuberculosis back to his mind with renewed energy. He was obsessed by the fear of tuberculosis and felt he was doomed to certain death, a psychosomatic pathophobia. Man, age 43, suffered from palpitation of the heart, fainted easily, especially on physical examination by physician, or at the beginning of medical treatment. He suffered from indigestion for which he had been under treatment for a number of years by physicians who gave him medicine for his bowels, and also from time to time kept on washing his stomach. He had a great fear of becoming a victim of cardiac troubles, especially of some unknown, terrible, valvular affection. When under my care he kept on asking to be taken to heart and stomach clinical cases 179 specialists to be examined, and have some radical operation performed. Frequently under the influence of the fear states and obsession of heart and stomach trouble, especially the heart, he would collapse suddenly, be unable to walk, and be afraid that he suffered from some paralysis. On examination, the patient revealed a history full of various traumas which, from his very childhood until he came under my care, helped to bring about his psychopathic condition, and developed the fear instinct to an extraordinary degree. Physicians had the lion's share in this special case by their rearing of the fear instinct, and by their favoring the patient's phobias by their examinations, by their prescriptions, and by the diet and treatment. The patient was in such a panic that he kept on taking his pulse at the least occasion, was feeling his heart, stomach, and intestines at every opportunity. The hypertrophied growth of the fear instinct had invaded and dominated the patient's whole personality, developed a typical psychosomatic pathophobia with its recurrent states. In the Trudy for 1913 of the Imperial University of Moscow, Russia, Dr. Rybakov makes an extensive study of a series of cases of psychopathic asthma and arrives at a conclusion similar to my own, although he is, no doubt, unaware of my work and publications on the same subject. He comes to the same conclusion with me that the etiology of neurosis is to be found in fear, which alone forms the basis of psychopathic neurosis. All other factors, social, professional, sexual, religious, are only occasions of the disease. It is fear and the morbid impulse of self-preservation that form the pathology of the psychopathic symptom complex. A young lady was afflicted with ornithophobia, fear of birds, fear of chickens. The sight of a chicken, 18 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases set her into a panic. The patient is very timid, and this timidity can be traced to her early childhood. When at the age of 6 years, a playmate threw at her in the dark a live chicken. The child was terribly frightened, screamed, and fainted. The mother used to tell her fairy stories full of adventures, of ghosts, of dragons, and of monsters. This prepared the patient to react violently to the sudden attack made by the flight, struggling, and feel of the chicken in the dark. Since that time patient has formed an uncontrollable fear of live birds. Another patient of mine, a lady of 49 years, single, suffered from patamophobia, a fear of going into rivers, or into the ocean. When about 7 years old she was thrown into water by one of her elder sisters. She was nearly drowned, and was half dead with fear when rescued. Since then she has been in terror of water, or rather of rivers and oceans. Several times she made conscious efforts to get rid of the fear, but the attempts were unsuccessful. In fact, the more she was forced herself consciously to get into water, the greater was the fear. This fear became all the more intensified, when some of her intimate friends were drowned in a boat. This fixed the fear, which became uncontrollable. A man of 35 years was afraid of going out in the dark. This was traced by me to early associations of fears of the dark, to superstitious beliefs in ghosts and spirits, cultivated in the patient's early childhood. He was afraid to remain alone in the dark or to go down at night into cellars or other secluded places. This fear was unfortunately still more intensified by an accident. At the age of 27, one night when returning late from a visit, he was assaulted from behind by footpads. This accident fixed the fear of darkness. Clinical cases 181. A lady of 67 years, with pronounced arteriosclerosis, had an attack of hemiplegia of the left side. She suffered from motor aphasia, but did not lose consciousness. The paralysis cleared up in a few days, but the sudden attack demoralized her. Since that time she is in terror of another attack. She watches for symptoms, and the least sensation of faintness throws her into a panic. The patient is the wife of a general and was in China during the Boxer riots, in the Spanish-American War, in the Philippines and other military engagements. The fear instinct was cultivated in her by all such conditions. In her early childhood there were fears and frights of child character, enough to arouse the fear instinct, which was gradually developed and cultivated by the circumstances of life and by worries in the course of the various wars in which she participated or of which she was a witness. Finally the fear culminated by the stroke of paralysis. Similarly, I had other patients who suffered from tuberculosis, from asthma, from heart trouble, and from all kinds of intestinal affections which specially abound in psychopathic cases. All such cases can be clearly traced to various somatic symptoms, based on the fear instinct. The etiology is fear, the arousal and development of the fear instinct in respect to the special symptom complex. A patient, age 25, suffered from agoraphobia at various intervals. As a child of 9 years, he was attacked by rough boys. He freed himself and ran in great terror. The boys threatened him with another licking when he appeared again on the street. He was afraid to go out for several weeks. The parents forced him to go and buy some things. Living in a rough neighborhood, on account of his father's reduced circumstances, he has been many 182 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases times subjected to knocks, blows, and assaults by rough boys, until the fear of the open street became fixed into the well-known form of agoraphobia. Another case, that of a lady of 38 years, married, suffers from aleurophobia, or fear of cats. This can be traced to the patient's early childhood. When she was a child, her brothers and sisters went through attacks of diphtheria, which were ascribed to infection, caused or transmitted by cats. The patient was specially impressed with the danger from cats. Under such training and suggestion given in early childhood, the patient gradually formed a fear of cats. This fear was still more intensified and became a panic when she was put into a dark room and a cat was let loose on the poor victim by her mischievous companions who knew of the patient's fear. When the patient had children of her own, she was still more affected by the fear of cats, on account of the subconscious and conscious fear of infection that may have been transmitted by cats to her children. P.J. Male. Age 35. Patient is run down, much underweight, digestion poor, suffers from nausea and vomiting. Occasionally suffers from headaches. He is suspicious, afraid he may become insane. Anything in the remotest way associated with insanity is apt to excite and depress him. He is successful in his profession as lawyer, has been elected to responsible offices. He is well connected socially and politically. The present malady he keeps well under control so that only his wife has any inkling of his illness. The central fear is hematophobia, a fear of blood. This hematophobia kept on growing and spreading until it now occupies his whole field of mental vision. The hematophobia kept on extending, involving more and more remote associations. Anything that may possibly remind the patient of blood is an object of intense fear. Clinical cases 183 and anxiety, accompanied with intense suffering, nausea, vomiting, paleness, fainting, and extreme weakness of the whole body. An attack or a paroxysm of fear is often followed by a couple of hours of deep sleep. After such a sleep, the patient usually feels well. The attack simulates larval or psychic epilepsy. Patient's parents suffered from some form of hematophobia which seemed to have strongly impressed the children. Patient's brother was affected with similar phobia, though not so intense in character. When about the age of 6, patient remembers that his brother cut his finger. The bleeding greatly frightened the parents and the two boys. The bleeding finger was put in something that smelled like iodoform. Since then that smell is hateful to the patient. Patient cannot trace his fear to anything before the age of 6, but he thinks that the attacks may date to still earlier experiences. Since that time of the bleeding finger, patient can trace clearly his attacks, which became more frequent, more persistent, and more uncontrollable. Anything reminding of blood in the remotest way sets the patient in a paroxysm of fear which he has great difficulty to conceal. When he takes a shave, he must be extremely careful not to cut himself. The sight of a drop of blood causes him to faint. He cannot read physiology, anatomy, or any description of blood or circulation of blood. The patient is in terror of some vague evil. The fear spreads and grows to an extraordinary degree. He is afraid to address a jury. Something awful, some evil may happen. When I wanted to put my stethoscope on his chest, he became scared. When I tried to take his blood pressure, he became frightened, objected strongly, then agreed. The examination was followed by a typical attack characterized by paleness, nausea, vomiting, fainting, a paroxysm of wild fear. The attack was followed by an hour's sleep. 184 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Patient is afraid that this hematophobia may prove hereditary. He claimed it was in the members of his family, and that he observed it in his little boy of 3. If the investigating psychopathologist digs deep down, by the various psychognostic methods at his disposal, into the patient's consciousness and subconsciousness, so as to reach the very roots of the symptom complex of psychopathic affections, he invariably finds a morbid condition of the impulse of self-preservation and a diseased state of an intensified, exaggerated reaction, central and efferent, of the fundamental fear instinct, the psychogenesis dating to events and experiences of early childhood. The practical physician, to whom treatment is no less important than causation, psychognosis, and diagnosis of psychopathic maladies, may be interested to learn that almost all the cases of the type reported here have been treated by me by hypnoidization, described in symptomatology and also further on in this volume. Some of the cases were also treated by other methods described in a further chapter in this work. Most of the patients, about 75%, were cured. About 20% of the cases greatly improved. The remainder, about 5%, did not respond, on account of the short time of the treatment. Chapter 14 Psychognosis of psychopathic cases. Patient should be a psychosomatic while another is a psychoneurotic. This is found by a psychogenetic examination of the conscious, and especially of the subconscious mind, to depend on the character, temperament, and the whole training of the patient, as well as on the nature of the event that has aroused the slumbering fear instinct. Patients of an introspective turn of mind, with their attention directed to mental and social accomplishments, early trained in the rigid school of religion, morals, and over-refined social traditions, sensitive to any deviations from the categorical imperatives, the commandments given by the divine trinity of religion, morality, and society, as taught in the nursery, the Sunday school, and the marketplace. Such patients, when subjected to experiences that touch their sensibilities, setting the primitive fear instinct to work, are confirmed psychoneurotics. Patients who are not mentally introspective, but have their attentions and fears turned to their physical needs and bodily functions, such patients are naturally psychosomates. From our present vantage ground we can clearly realize why certain experiences become subconscious or dissociated and present subconsciously, as the clinical psychopathologist is apt to put it. Fear more than any other emotion brings about the factors favorable for the production of subconscious states: limitation of voluntary movements, limitation of the field of consciousness, monotony, and inhibition. We know 185E is by no means a matter of chance that 186 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases, what a paralyzing effect on all the functions of the body and of the mind fear has. The man stricken by the fear instinct remains immovable, and his mind is a blank. All ideas except that of the danger at hand are inhibited, and possibly under no other condition is the factor of monotony so operative. All the factors requisite for the production of subconscious states are present in their full force, and the individual falls into a subconscious state, dissociated from the rest of waking life. So greatly is fear conducive to the production of subconscious states, so powerful is the fear instinct in its paralyzing effect on the waking consciousness, that it is often used as a means of bringing about hypnosis and allied conditions. In all creeds of the healing variety, the faith that makes their devotees subject to all forms of subconscious states depends in reality upon the fear instinct. In the superficial love, goodness, and optimism of the mental and Christian scientist is hidden the baneful, the noxious, power of the primitive animal fear instinct. In a superstitious person, or in a person trained in fear from early childhood, an experience conceived in fear begets dissociation, and, as such, becomes subconscious, giving rise to the various forms of recurrent mental states of psychopathic maladies, somopsychosis and psychoneurosis. The psychognosis of a series of cases are given here, obtained in the investigation of the etiology and pathological foundation of psychopathic disturbances. In the study of these cases one should pay attention to the underlying processes and causative agencies, such as the impulse of self-preservation with its instinct of fear, correlated with the principle of variations in the expenditure of neuron energy with consequent manifestations of psychopathic fatigue, accompanied by its long and ever-changing train of psychopathic sympsychognosis of psychopathic cases 187 toms. The rich kaleidoscopic display of psychopathic symptoms is essentially based on these three factors: self-preservation, fear instinct, and variations of neuron energy. At the same time, it is of the utmost importance in the study and psychognosis of psychopathic affections to follow the action of the factors which have operated in the growth and development of the psychopathic aggregate, and which have brought the latter to its present state. The principles of the evolution of psychopathic aggregates will be understood more clearly by direct observation and psychognosis of concrete clinical material. It may be well to quote here the main psychopathological principles: I. The principle of embryonic psychogenesis. 2. The principle of recurrence. UI. The principle of proliferation and complication. 4. The principle of fusion of synthesis. V. The principle of contrast. 6. The principle of recession. 7. The principle of dissociation. VUI. The principle of irradiation or of diffusion. 9. The principle of differentiation. X. The principle of dominance. 11. The principle of dynamogenesis. 12. The principle of inhibition. 13. The principle of diminishing resistance. Modification. EP 14. The principle of metathesis and control by it is well to keep also in mind the laws of recession and reversion, and the general tendency of the process of mental degeneration. 188. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. A male, age 31. Russian. Father is nervous, mother is also nervous and suffers from severe headaches, so does his sister, who is otherwise quite well. Physical examination is negative, reflexes are normal, memory, attention, recognition, are good, no sensory motor disturbances. Patient suffers occasionally from severe attacks of headache accompanied by vomiting. He has depressing nightmares and cries out in his sleep. He is timid and keeps away from company, communing with himself. In his childhood, patient made the round of child diseases. He is physically well, but rather slightly built. Patient is religious and has never masturbated. About the age of 18 he developed contrary thoughts in regard to God. He could not pray without associating in his mind the words of the prayer with filthy words and curses. Unaccountable fears took possession of his mind. At the same time sexual desires became developed, and his mind began to associate them with all kinds of improper relations, even with his sister and with his mother. He is miserable about these ideas, and the thoughts are not only repugnant to him, but simply torture him by their very presence. Since last year the patient has become worse, his sexual and contrary religious ideas have become more insistent. The insistent ideas have gained such a hold on the patient that he is distracted with mental anguish, with intense pangs of conscience. He can carry on the work of cigar making with great difficulty, and when he comes back from his work, he sits all by himself and is not doing anything, avoids company and keeps on pudding. Occasionally he gets irritable, cries and claims that the evil one has gotten possession of his heart. A psychognosis of psychopathic cases 189 and conscience. He is suspicious and gets easily frightened. The mental anguish of the fear instinct and the struggle with the insistent evil ideas become at times so acute that the patient is like one crazy, yells and screams like one possessed. Occasionally he experiences the sensation of someone pulling at his clothes. When on the point of falling asleep he hears evil voices. At night, when on the point of waking up, he is tortured by fearful nightmares, cries and moans before he can arouse himself, or be aroused. Patient wants to leave the city, wishes to get away from himself, wants to commit suicide. What keeps him back is his intense religious belief. The insistent sexual ideas have taken such a hold on his mind that patient is afraid to remain alone with his sister and even with his mother. In one of our conversations the patient was asked the reason why he troubled himself about the thoughts when he was fully conscious that they were but nonsense. He replied, "I cannot help it, my head gets depressed and heavy. I should prefer to be in hell than to have this kind of nonsense. When I have these ideas my head is dark, all looks dark. When I attend to my natural wants I think of God and associate Him with it to anger Him. When J spit, for instance, I cannot help thinking T spit on God." Patient has bad nightmares. He feels that something is lying on him and pressing him. He is afraid of death. He has his eyes open, but he cannot move. In falling asleep, or rather when he finds it difficult to fall asleep, he can hear voices distinctly. The voices talk to him as one man to another. He cannot remember what the voices say. He can hear the voices near the ear, not inside. When patient walks in the street, dreams come to him, then he seems to wake up and does not remember anything. When he goes to bed, he 190 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases talks to himself and is even conscious that he answers questions. When he wakes, he is sometimes under the impression that the evil one has gotten a firm hold on him. There is someone, the evil one, who laughs and jeers at him. When a boy of 15, he used to have vivid dreams, could hear steps of spirit people in the room. He used also to be frightened by shadows, a fear which dates far back to his early childhood. When about the age of 20, he was tantalized by the idea of death, though not of suicide, represented to himself the angel of death very clearly, and the fear made him feel faint. Last summer, to counteract the sexual thoughts and excitement, he attempted, on the principle of metathesis, to revive the image of the angel of death in order to feel faint, but he did not succeed. About 6 years ago, patient worked on the sewing machine. One day he suddenly lost the power of movement in the legs. This paralysis lasted 3 days. He improved and went to his work. 2 years ago, patient suddenly lost the use of the right hand and right leg. It was not so much an actual paralysis as an intense pain in moving the leg and hand. He could not raise the elbow and drag the leg. This lasted from April 1900, to February 1901. A year ago, a young girl came to visit the family and was placed to sleep in the adjoining room. This developed an intense sexual excitement, with thoughts of sexual character. When this fear developed, the pain and paralysis ceased. One fear was substituted for the other, on the principle of metathesis. The sexual thoughts are accompanied with burnings which cause the patient great sufferings. These thoughts come periodically. The evil and nonsense thoughts are almost always present and give him no rest. Psychognosts of psychopathic cases. 1G1 patient feels dazed, does not know where he is, what he is doing, whether he lives at all. Everything is like nonsense. His hypnagogic and hypnapagogic hallucinations consist of ugly faces without hands and feet and of other grotesque visions. The insistent ideas are somewhat like voices. They call him names. They laugh and jeer at his religious beliefs, at all that he regards as moral and sacred. He feels that there is another person in him that instills in his mind those evil ideas against everything that is holy. The more he fights, the more that evil person confuses his thoughts with unholy ideas and finally even paralyzes his body. Patient can read well profane writings such as newspapers, novels, but a religious book, and especially the scriptures, awaken in him the evil one who makes him suffer untold agonies, intolerable pangs of conscience. I may add the following interesting letter written to me by the patient. Give a short account of my life so as to help you to form an idea of my condition. I hope you will pardon me for putting you to so much trouble. In my early childhood and youth I suffered a good deal and many times I had to go without food. When I was about 14, I lost 2 brothers, one younger and one older than myself. The younger brother, a boy of 3, I used to take care of and instructed him. I loved him more than my own life. Besides, my parents were at that time in very poor circumstances. I was greatly upset and felt deprived of bodily and mental strength. T began at that time to learn the trade of jeweler, but as my mind was weak I could not do the work, and after 10 months of great suffering I fell sick and had to give up the work altogether. T then obtained a position as clerk in a small store. 192 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, and had trouble. You can see, therefore, that up to the time of my coming to this country I have suffered greatly and still continue to suffer. T shall now describe the silly, evil thoughts that torment me so fearfully. When I was 18 years old, it suddenly occurred to me to curse the Creator. The curses were awful. Since then my personality has changed. Confusion came into my mind. Evil thoughts got hold of me. I began to substitute contrary sentences, thus, instead of the earth is full of His glory, I substituted the earth is full of His filth. During prayer these thoughts would come to me. The most indecent, filthy thoughts would come to torment me. I would cry for hours and struggle against them, but of no avail. The more I tried to drive those thoughts from my mind, the more persistent and unholy would they become. Since then I have become depressed and melancholy. I have lost all desire for life. I feel as if I would like to go into a desert and there die. I want to live and have a quiet, undisturbed mind. I am a human being, I cannot hide myself. I have eyes and ears, but everything I see and hear is transformed into evil. T cannot undertake to describe all the bad thoughts that enter into my mind. If you could drive all this nonsense from my mind without weakening my love for my people or my religion, if you could bring it about that I could read the Bible without changing the thoughts into evil, and my mind should be clear of horrible fears, you would save my life. Oh! If light should dawn upon me and my mental darkness should disappear. T have confessed to you everything, more than I would to my father and mother. The condition of this case can be understood in the light of the patient's childhood, revealed by means of psychognosis of psychopathic cases 193 various intermediary states, and by indirect inquiry of the patient's parents and sister. The patient passed his childhood and youth in extreme poverty and misery, in the midst of social, political, and religious oppressive fears. Living from his very babyhood in misery, extreme poverty, and squalor, often enduring cold and the pangs of hunger, surrounded by disease, sufferings, pains due to starvation, affected by sickness and death of those near and dear to him, the patient, with all his natural intelligence, had been fostered in the strict religious belief of a fearful providence. With all his needs, desires, and instincts, thwarted and mocked at by the merciless conditions of life, subconscious protests began gradually to form by principle of contrast. The protests, gathering force, finally burst forth with the crisis of adolescence. It was a protest of subconscious mental activity against a life of misery, hallowed by a religion of fear. Out of the chaos of discordant, dissociated elements we see the formation of an ill-shaped, maimed, but defiant, subconscious, secondary personality of nihilistic tendencies, a state through which his country and countrymen are now passing. We witness here a struggle full of anguish and agony of fear between a shattered personality and a newly forming self-oit of a chaotic, disaggregated subconsciousness. Like the demoniacal possession of the Middle Ages, it is the reading of the sacred scriptures that throws the patient into a condition of distress and of inner combat of discordant elements. The patient is not fully aware of the why and wherefore of the pangs of his conscience, but still he seems to have some dim suspicion of the nature of his malady, when he asks for help without weakening my love for my people and my religion. The patient's condition is the agony of a mortally wounded self struggling against the messy 194 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases less onslaughts of a pitiless, secondary self formed out of chaotic states of a disaggregated subconsciousness, the struggle of a terrorized animal. In all such cases we find the workings of the impulse of self-preservation and the fear instinct, having a disaggregating influence on the human personality. B. Mr. D., a young man of 25, born in Poland. As far as can be ascertained, the parents, as well as the brothers and sisters, are well. A physical examination of the patient reveals nothing abnormal. There are no sensory, no motor disturbances. He complains of severe headaches, preceded by a feeling of indisposition, depression, vertigo, and distress. During the attack there is hyperesthesia to touch, pressure, temperature, and to visual and auditory stimulations. The patient shivers and looks pale. The cold experienced during the attack is so intense that the patient has to wrap himself in many blankets, as if suffering from a malarial paroxysm. Fears have strong possession of the patient's mind. He is afraid to remain in a closed place in the daytime and especially at night. When he has to remain alone at night, he is in agony of fear, and cannot go to sleep. Every passerby is regarded as a robber or murderer, and he quakes at the least noise. When walking in the house in the dark, he has the feeling as if someone were after him, and occasionally even experiences the hallucination of someone tugging at his coat. He is mortally afraid of the dead and shuns a funeral. The patient has also a fear of dogs, a cynophobia. The fear is irresistible and is as involuntary as a reflex. Psychognosis of psychopathic gases 195. An investigation by means of the hypnoidal states, brought out of the patient's subconscious life the following data. When a child of 3 years, the patient lived with his family in a small village near a large forest infested with wolves. In one of the intermediary states a faint memory, rather to say a vision, struggled up, a vision of wolves and dogs. Someone cried out, "Run, wolves are coming." Crazed with fear, he ran into the hut and fell fainting on the floor. It turned out to be dogs instead of a pack of wolves. It is that fright in early childhood which has persisted in the subconscious mind, and, having become associated with subsequent experiences of attacks of dogs, has found expression in the patient's consciousness as an instinctive fear of dogs. But why was the patient in such abject terror of dead people? This found its answer in the experiences and training of his early life. When a young child, the patient heard all kinds of ghost stories and tales of wandering lost souls and of spirits of dead people hovering about the churchyard and burial grounds. He heard tales of ghouls and of evil spirits, inhabiting deserted places, dwelling in the graves of sinners and the wicked. He listened to stories of haunted houses and of apparitions stalking about in the dark. His social and religious environment has been saturated with the belief in the supernatural, as is usually the case among the superstitious populations of Eastern Europe. We cannot wonder, then, that an impressionable child brought up under such conditions should stand in mortal fear of the supernatural, especially of the dead. When the patient was about 9 years old, his parents noticed some prominences on his right chest. It was suggested to them that the hand of a dead pet. 196. Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. Son possessed the property of blighting life and of arresting all growth, and would therefore prove a powerful medicine for undesirable growths. It happened that an old woman in the neighborhood died. The little boy was taken into the room where the dead body was lying, and the cold hand of the corpse was put on the child's naked chest. The little fellow fainted away in great terror. The fear of dead people became subconsciously fixed and manifested itself as an insistent fear of the dead, and, in fact, of anything connected with the dead and the world of spirits. The patient had hardly recovered from the shock of the dead hand when he had to pass through a still more severe experience. A party of drunken soldiers stationed in the little town invaded his house and beat his father unmercifully, almost crippling him. They knocked down his mother, killed a little brother of his, and he himself, in the very depth of a winter night, dressed in a little shirt and coat, made his escape to a deserted barn, where he passed the whole night. He was nearly frozen when found in the morning, crouching in a corner of the barn, shivering with fear and cold. From that time on the headaches manifested themselves in full severity, with hyperesthesia and death-like paleness and intense cold of the body. The early cultivation of the fear instinct resulted in a psychoneurist with its recurrent states. C.C. Mrs. M.M., Armenian, Aintab, age 27, medical student, married, but divorced 6 years ago, has child by marriage. Last March, 1913, had a serious attack of diphtheria, then about 8 weeks had a lapse of psychognosis of psychopathic cases 197 personality, patient does not know where she is, does not recognize her face. Suffered from insomnia, had to take bromides, has shaking spells. Worked hard as intern, worried about child, about the work, about the future. Was very religious. Afraid of insanity, dreams of her morbid condition. Used to be afraid of the dark, of robbers, afraid of her face, cannot associate it with herself, had to look at herself to make sure that she was herself. One day was looking into a mirror to make sure of herself, a sudden attack of fright, did not know of what, had various fears at the age often. The attacks of fear occur about 2 or 3 times a week, afraid to remain alone. Suffers from headache, nervous chills, noises in the ear. The patient gives the following account: during the last 6 years great deal of fear of kidnapping of the child by his father, hard work nursing all summer and going to school and during school terms working for board and room, no vacation during all this time, 6 years, and great deal of anxiety during the trial of separation and divorce case. Present sickness, diphtheria, 1st of March, days in bed, no antitoxin given, because was vaccinated for smallpox 12 days previous to attack. Complication, myocarditis, nervous prostration. Had 2 days rest at home after the discharge from hospital and went back to school. Began to have dyspnea, palpitation, tremors of the hands and feet, pulsation of superficial vessels, headaches, buzzing and ringing in the ears, vertigo, nervous discharge which seemed to depress and crush the brain and extend over the spine, and which caused a kind of dazed feeling for a few seconds, then disappeared, terminating in a cold perspiration. These attacks came on mostly after lectures, and had 1 or 2 a day. In this condition continued school for 2 weeks, at the end 198 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases of this period. One day at the lecture had this attack, but seemed as though was not able to use the right hand, tried to write, but was not able to hold pen, tried to walk, but was too weak, it seemed as though had 8 feet, was taken away from lecture room and given some heart stimulant, then put to bed. At the end of half an hour had 1 more of those attacks. This time it seemed as though the right side of the body was helpless, it seemed like passing away, dying, was not able to speak for 2 to 3 minutes but didn't last. At the end of a few minutes dyspnea grew very much worse and also dizziness, was sure it was the last moment of life. After a while hands and feet were ice cold and then came a chill just like an extremely bad malarial chill. It seemed as though all the bones would break or dislocate by shaking. The chill lasted 25 minutes, terminating with cold perspiration and discharge of great quantities of urine. During the attack was very frightened. After this attack was in bed 2 weeks, had 4 or 5 more attacks similar to this one, but very mild. During these 2 weeks was not able to write or talk for any length of time, was very much depressed, was sure was not going to live, and was making preparations for death. Had a very bad headache, sometimes continuous contraction and relaxation of all the muscles for 2 or 3 minutes. Noises in the ears. Spasm of muscles of mastication and of the muscles of the right eye, and symptoms of nervous prostration. The 3rd week grew better and went back to school. On my 3rd day at school left the room to go to school, suddenly became dizzy, it seemed as though I was wrapped in a black cloud, and separated from all the world, was completely lost to my surroundings. I then became stronger and stronger. It seemed a psychognosis of psychopathic cases 199, though I went away from this world and left my body behind. I was not able to decide where I was or who he was. Then this question came to my mind: I wonder where I am. Am I dead, and is this the second life? Was it a true fact that I have been sick and dead and this is another stage of life, in Philadelphia or somewhere else? Is this my own home? Are these my own hands? Is this my own dress? Yes, I can remember where I bought this dress and these shoes, so there must be something true about me, but where is my own self? What happened to me? Something went away from me. What was it? Was it my own soul or the thing we call self or personality? Where is my room? I must try to find it. Intense fear of loss of surroundings and fear of loss of personality are at the basis of the symptom complex. A morbid impulse of self-preservation and the fear instinct form the pathology of the case. DI patient is physically well developed, a well-known professor of physics in one of the foremost institutions in this country. He suffers from attacks of loss of personality. The attack is of a periodical character, coming on at intervals of 2 weeks, occasionally disappearing for a few months, then reasserting itself with renewed energy and vigor. During the attack the patient experiences a void, a panic, which is sudden in its onset, like petit mal. The trouble was diagnosed as larval or psychic epilepsy. The patient was referred to me by Dr. Morton Prince as an interesting, but puzzling case. Patient feels that his self is gone. He can carry on a conversation or a lecture during the attack, so 200 causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases that no outsider can notice any change in him, but his self is gone, and all that he does and says, even the demonstration of a highly complex problem in integral calculus, is gone through in an automatic way. The fury of the attack lasts a few moments, but to him it appears of long duration. He is beside himself, as he puts it. He seems to stand beside himself and watch his body, the other fellow as he describes it, carry on the conversation or the lecture. He is knocked out of his body, which carries on all those complicated mental processes. 4 days after he must keep on thinking of the attack, feels scared and miserable, thinking insistently, in great agony, over his awful attack, at recurrent, psychoneurotic phreноphobia. At first the patient could trace this attack only as far back as his 7th year. Later on, earlier experiences of childhood came to light, and then it became clear that the attack developed out of the primitive, instinctive fear of early childhood, fear of the unfamiliar, fears of the dark, of the unknown, of the mysterious, to which he had been subjected in his tender years. This state was further reinforced by the early death of his parents. It was hammered in and fixed by hard conditions of life, full of apprehension and anxiety. Life became to the child one big mysterious fear of the unknown. The fear instinct formed the pathological focus of the attack. As the patient puts it, it is the mystical fear of the attacks which overpowers me. With the disintegration of the focus, the symptom complex of the attacks disappeared. The patient is in excellent condition. He is doing brilliant research work in physics and chemistry. I give extracts from my clinical notes of the case, Psychognosis of Psychopathic Cases 201 D18 HTK, 25, married. Father died of Bright's disease. Mother died of appendicitis. Only child. At age of 7, walking down street with uncle, things and persons became suddenly peculiar. The attacks seem to date from that time. During the brief attack, patient can keep on with his work, the senses are not affected. It seems as if life is gone, It is a sort of emotional attack. Intellectual activity goes on. At the age of 13 began to have attacks very hard. Fixed ideas of having narrow shoulders at 17. This lasted about 6 months. The attack lasts about a fraction of a second. Feeling of fear. Keeps on thinking, what am I? Between attacks has the feeling of fear, does not know of what. Has been treated for years in the city hospital. Physicians regarded attacks as petit mal, and treated him for epilepsy. Under von Monachov in Zira Quinta of 1905. Janet in Paris spring of 1906. Then Prince and others fail of 1906, 1907. The 6th of September, 1908. Hypnoidal state, patient very quiet. Remembers that when about age of 4 in school was excited, and was afraid when teacher called him out. Patient remembers distinctly walking with his uncle, electric lights shining, then all appeared queer. Was always afraid of the dark. At Waterfall in New Hampshire, he was about this time riding in carriage in the daytime. Old grandmother was afraid of railroad tracks and he was worked up, suffered mentally. During the walk that he had with his uncle some such feeling came about. During the same visit had met 202 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases a hermit who scared him. Remembers suddenly that a little child died there by being lost in snowstorm. Saw the grave. This happened when he went up Mount Washington. Remembers distinctly that he was much excited when he was about 4. Had to imitate the teacher, did not know whether he would be able to recite. Kept on asking himself whether he could do the things. Since that time used to put himself questions whether he was able to accomplish certain acts, such as swallowing. Once patient went to father and said, "Papa, I am afraid." Afraid? Of what? Asked his father. Did not know of what. When his father sent him on a dark night to drugstore, patient had the fear of loss of personality. Kept the fear to himself. Always got that feeling. Was afraid of unreal things, fear of ghosts. Does not remember whether he had fear of darkness before age of 7. Patient 8 years when mother died, he remembers, his mother's death. He knew his mother was dead. Sat on steps the whole day while mother was in coffin, was much frightened. Patient finds that in his spontaneous hypnoidal states after meal or when going to sleep, he can remind himself of these experiences. Went to see a play, The Fall of Pompeii, picture of the lava overcoming the people. This experience stands now out clear and distinct in memory. Next is seeing some tragedy, remembers father and mother cried over the fate of the heroine. After these experiences had his attacks. The experiences were frightful. In one of his hypnoidal states patient emphasizes the feeling of something that is worrying, something that he must think of. He has this feeling every time. He psychognosis of psychopathic cases 203 must think of something awful, and then the something indefinable, unknown melts away, the fear and the crises set on. Patient went into deep hypnoidal state with shivering, kept on shivering, could not answer questions. The 12th of September. Has anxious feeling, begins to think of something. Has feeling of something, trying to remember, of something forgotten which gradually passes into loss of personality. He thinks that on the average the good period lasts 10 days. Has indefinite tantalizing feeling, feeling of unreality. I put him in a deep hypnoidal state. Intense fright, shivering. Respiration became heavy, rapid, the whole body is hypoesthetic, could not catch his breath. Sees red light. Something is going to happen to me, Jay would like it sleerald. Sees flickering lights, bright lights with dark spots. Suddenly memory came, long forgotten. Mother and grandmother used to give him piano lessons, went to attic, before going to bed saying his prayers, scared in the dark. Father used to make him play alone in dark room. Patient was afraid to remain alone. This memory came to him suddenly. The 14th of September. Begins to feel as if he wants to induce the attack so as to be sure that it is weakened. Last night worked in laboratory, turned out lights, just as he came out had hallucination of grisly man, who had an awful face, small in stature, all grisly and crusty. As if he came from another planet. Fears not earthly, but supernatural things. This is a reproduction of a child fear. Another experience, the 12th of September at night when going from bed to bath idea came, don't go, it will be fatal. This is another of his child fears. 204 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases. The 14th of September. Went into hypnosis, the whole body became sensitive. Respiration irregular. Later on, after he woke up, said he remembered, though he knew before, an old man he visited in the mountains, a hermit. That, he said, might have had to do with the hallucination of a grisly man. The 17th of September. Had attack on the 14th, it keeps on again and again, coming on when he gives up his work, it is like something he has to remember. Something forces him to think, what am I? In hypnoidal state he remembers went uphill with his father, was very small, had same feeling of fear of loss of self. Does not remember whether it was night or day. Since the hallucination of the old man, patient is afraid to remain alone in the laboratory. He knows he was very sensitive as a child, much frightened when he saw the waterfall. The waterfall looked awful, patient was scared, hair standing on end. Walked up a great flight and looked down, idea came suddenly. Patient was appalled, it looked supernatural. His father was nervous, and he was excited when he saw his father. Dates the frequent oncoming of his attacks to time when he and his wife were in Berlin, he and she played tennis, suddenly she fell down, she had hallucination of her lost brother. Patient became frightened and had many attacks since. The 19th of September. Feels miserable, has attacks quite often, feels as if he was in a strange country, may have 5 to 10 of fear attacks in an hour. Hypnoidal state induced by pressure on carotids. After a few minutes, memory emerged. Walking in back alley, was frightened, memory is vague. Back of the house was high fence, thinks he had his first attack near that fence, someone might have chased him. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 205 did not know it before. This experience flashed upon his mind, cannot get the details. Some boys chased him, drove him to climb fence, frightened, had attack. Sees pictures distinctly. Remembers he was a little fellow, then heard something strike the floor, thought lost a bone, was frightened, sink over his head, must have been about 5. The 21st of September. Patient had attack of short duration. Hypnoidal state, by pressure on carotids, felt calm, but soon told me he had an attack, saw himself beside himself. Attack of short duration. Patient was in hypnoidal state. Suddenly told me that backyard keeps on coming, can see myself in the backyard, blind alley, something bad, afraid, does not know of what, I can see it clearly. Thinks that the New Hampshire experience and the fall of Pompeii laid the foundation of his attacks, but bicycle ride experience was much stronger. This attack came like from a clear sky, attack passed off as soon as he came home. Bicycle ride took place about 9th year. Patient had been riding to South Framington, had been riding the whole day, was afraid his father would worry, would look for him at the police station. Then he was afraid to go away far. The attack came on, then repeated itself a few times. That was after the uncle experience. Patient thinks that this uncle experience was because patient was away from home at night. It was raining, saw row of lights, things appeared to him queer, dizziness. Anything brilliant, anything strange will affect him that way. Coney Island, St. Louis exposition brought attacks. New Hampshire experience was about the time the patient went to kindergarten. He was in grammar school about 7 years old. Patient has letter which he wrote after New Hampshire experience. He clearly 206 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases remembers the experience of the ride and of his fright, nothing stands out so sharp in his life. It is like one nagging he must think of something, does not know what, loss of feeling of reality. From October to February, patient is getting fewer attacks, but occasionally gets a prolonged one, with short ones following. The 8th of November, 1908. In hypnoidal state suddenly came to him that when he was about 4, thought about not being able to read in school, kindergarten. Greatly affected. Ran home, something happened. Thinks first attack happened then. In hypnoidal state, it suddenly appeared to him that he was told that about the age of 4 he was buried alive. Does not remember it though, but it occurred to him now. Added that this might be connected with the fact that the worst thing with him is the feeling of being smothered alive. Patient has attacks when in the dark, going to station, or in light, when playing piano. Solitude may bring this on. When interested in problems, enthusiastic in work, when reserve energy comes out, attacks disappear. Thinks that under given circumstances can induce an attack. When 8 to 9 years, going down the street, dark, strong light in front used to induce attacks. Thinks first what am I, then gets the attack of lapse of personality. Hypnoidal state, attack set on with hallucinations of being in the White Mountains. I think I was brought up to be introspective, to look at myself from the outside, selfish. Attacks of loss of personality occur in his sleep. The personality attacks appear in dreams. When he says his prayers he is predisposed to have attacks, at any rate he is apt to get into trouble. Psychognosts of psychopathic cases 207. If he is in one of the moods and says his prayers then he gets an attack. Gets his fear when in intermediate states, especially on waking up. The 24th of December, 1908. Patient has some vague attack dreams in sleep. Wards off attacks during the day. The attacks or lapses started at a very early age, due to intense fear on the part of the patient. The earliest one definitely in mind is that which occurred when walking at night down a street with long rows of lights. Another early one was in New Hampshire, age 8, and again at the Pompeii performance, age 10. All of these were promptly forgotten as soon as over, and the following day was lived with no thought of them. Even when, age 10.5, the attacks came regularly from night to night when sent out alone in the dark on errands. Immediately upon returning home the experience was forgotten and the following day was lived, as if nothing happened. When at the age of 13 the attacks came on once more, in schoolyard, they made a deep impression. The patient deliberately brooded over them at that time and would spend hours alone, buried in the mystery of them, for to him they were unusual, disconnected with anything else in his career and consequently seemed essentially mysterious. The question, what am I, seemed to be the central idea and the attack itself seemed more or less secondary. The patient used to insist, when questioned by physicians, that he asked himself the philosophical question, 208 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases What Am I, and then afterwards experienced the attack. It was a positive relief later to be convinced that the attack really came, that is, that it was an emotional state and not the result of a mental trouble. In short, the whole matter was bound up in mystery in the mind of the patient, the question, what am I, indicating that he felt that his personality was involved in some mysterious manner. This brooding mystery has been the fuel which subsequently has fed these attacks. Similar ones, nature ally of most varied character, among various children, are extremely common, but are usually completely lost and forgotten as the child grows older, and in this case they would have died out naturally for want of attention had not this mysterious feeling and attitude concerning them caused them to be kept constantly in mind. The influence upon the patient of the sense of the mysterious in connection with this trouble is of the greatest significance. This sense of the mysterious is shown to be a deep-rooted part of his makeup, in his attitude toward many other more or less commonplace subjects, notably his general fear of the dark. It is this sense of the mystery surrounding these attacks that has made it possible for them to assume so much importance in his mind and consequently to develop. In his early life the attacks were relegated to the mysterious, and the hours of brooding and thought, which he spent concerning them, were executed in a state of great emotion, particularly of fear, due to the apparent mystery of the whole affair. Each subsequent attack immediately aroused this associated, mystical fear which became the habitual after effect of every attack. Gradually the fearful, uncertain state of mind became more stable and stronger than the attack proper, because it persisted over long intervals of time and was psychognosis of psychopathic cases 209 a cause of great anguish and depression. With proper comprehensive treatment this great mass of associated fears which the attack arouses should no longer continue, and consequently its main source of annoyance should be removed. The attack comes in a very trifling manner, often by some little twist of thought under just the proper external conditions. Without the after effect of fear, which can only come when the patient's mind regards the whole matter as being dark and mysterious, they would gradually dwindle away and disappear. Lately, the patient, while being tolerably free from attacks proper, experiences more the direct sensation of fear without any apparent definite cause. This is the outcome of the long-continued habit of being fearful which has been developed as a result of the brooding and consideration of the mysterious attacks. It is still the mystical fear concerning these attacks which overpowers him. The attack is a momentary intense fear, perpetuated from child experiences, such as was aroused in him when out alone at night in the dark on errands. The patient retains consciousness and memory. The attack itself is of brief duration, and if it were not for the after effects, would be comparatively easy. As a child, the experience was one of true, natural, instinctive fear, causing a disturbance in the form of the present attacks, which, owing to later conditions, was never outgrown or forgotten. Instead, it has actually been cultivated by deliberate brooding, and by thoughts analogous to what am I. The attacks are short in duration. It is only the fear of them and the after anxiety which is terrible. This could not exist, if the attacks were deprived of their mystery. The terrible pang that comes with them all when thinking of them sometimes is a panic of fear. 210 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases. Many daily experiences in the patient's life show his subconscious suggestibility. This helps him to understand that the sudden attacks, when in strange surroundings, are due to his early experiences. This condition of worrying has persisted for so long a time that it has become a fixed habit and has gathered with it a tremendous amount of momentum. Lately the attacks come infrequently, but the remembrance or idea of them which comes frequently, arouses the participant to a state of mental anguish. This is because during all the past years, this attack has been associated with the fearful and the mysterious, and now each time it flashes across his mind, it brings those associations with it in the form of a vague fear. D4. The following is an account written by the patient. The earliest recollections I have of nervous troubles are in connection with being sent to kindergarten school at the age of 4. I am told that I disliked to go to school and persistently fought against it, often running away from the school. I now confided much in my parents and do not remember that I told them the following, but it probably was responsible for my dislike of school. I used to be called upon by the teacher to read aloud before the class, consisting of my little playmates. This I did with terrible dread, for I was extremely self-conscious and was nearly overcome with the thought suppose I should not be able to speak and read how terrible it would be before these recollections were partly revealed by the hypnoidal, twilight method. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 211. All the children. This led me to think how do I speak, which thought troubled me greatly, and at times almost interfered with my speaking. JT was buried in a snowbank about this time, age 4 years, and rescued by a little playmate in an almost smothered condition. I have absolutely no recollection of this event, but remember having heard it spoken of a few years after it happened by my rescuer while we were both very small boys. One have corroborated this by speaking of it to the same person, now a young man about 30 years of age. All through my life I have entertained a most morbid dread of stifling or choking or smothering. At one time, age 12, I used to ask myself, how do I swallow until I nearly choked at meals? At another time, age 20, I called a physician in the night fearing I was smothering, when I had in reality only a cold. A little bromide gave me immediate relief. There were certain streets and places near my home which always seemed gloomy and depressing, although for no definite reason. Age 4 to 8. During this period, 6 to 8, I was taken to the White Mountains with my mother, father, and grandmother. My father was quick-tempered, high-strung, nervous, and intellectual. I was always striving to please him and hiding from him everything which would disquiet him. He was much excited about the change of trains on going to New Hampshire, and I suffered mentally the whole responsibility of the trip of caring for my mother and grandmother. My grandmother was mortally afraid of train crossings, of which there were plenty, and I suffered for her all the time without saying a word. Finally, on one of our trips to a deep waterfall gorge in the mountains, while walking along between the great rock cliffs, I was overcome with a most queer sensation. I felt disconnected from myself. 212 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. My personality was unreal. I had an attack similar to my later ones which frightened and disturbed me. This repeated itself at least once again during the trip. I worried and thought about it some, but still I never told anybody of it. Either shortly before or shortly after the NH trip I experienced a series of similar attacks while out walking one night with my uncle. I remember the long row of lamps on the street, and how strange and frightened I felt, but I said nothing about it. These early attacks were forgotten the next day and left no particular ill effects. My grandmother cared for me for the most part and used to hear me say my prayers each night upon going to bed. I can remember nothing unpleasant about her nor her method of training me, although it might well be that the following characteristics of later life are due to her religious influence. I never miss saying prayers upon retiring and often have a mild attack at the time. This used to be true at the age of 13 to 14 more than nowadays. Sometimes perverse notions such as, suppose in my prayer I should curse, etc. often disturb me. Neither of these has been a great source of trouble to me. I have always had a great fear of the supernatural when left alone. I am never afraid of robbers when alone at home or animals when alone in the woods, but am mortally afraid of the sudden appearance of some mysterious unknown, or of someone departed, as for instance the ghost of one of my parents. This was always so and is so today, perhaps because I was very much alive to the situation at the time of my mother's death, age 8, and of my father's death, age 11. This also never disturbed me seriously, although it is most persistent and characteristic. One early event, age 7 or 8, is very clear psychognosis of psychopathic cases 213 in my memory. I was at the theatre with my mother and father to see the terrible tragedy of Sudan. I remember the terrible death struggle of the leading lady. This, together with the apparent unreality of the whole situation within the theatre, the crowd, the lights, etc., caused me to have a definite attack, which copyright symbol, however, like the other early ones, was promptly forgotten. Considerably later, age 10, I had the same experience when witnessing the fall of Pompeii at night in an open-air theatre. I seemed appalled by the unnatural artificiality of the situation. The lights, the crowd, the dreamlikeness of the play, all made me subtly question my own reality, and the result was an attack. In later years I have at times been suddenly thrown into an attack by looking into a moving picture machine, by witnessing moving pictures at the theatre, or by the great display at a place like the St. Louis World's Fair. A strange, crowded city street often does the same. Recently I had the same tendency, but I can usually avoid the strenuous attack, because I realize what it is, and am not thrown into a panic of fear at the first slight effect. The year before my father's death, age 11, I had a number of attacks. He used to send me to the store alone at night, and invariably at a certain hill, as I looked down upon the lighted square below, I had an attack. I was terribly frightened to go out alone. These were probably the first systematic attacks. Again, when far from home on a bicycle ride, and often on the way back to the city from the beach with him, I had attacks. I used to be sent upstairs alone at night to practice on the piano for an hour. I was afraid to be alone, and was tired. The light seemed too bright, at times, almost as if it shone into my head. 214 Causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases through holes. I would suddenly stand up from the piano stool in the midst of an attack. None of these left after effects the next day, nor did I tell anyone about them. One day I returned home from playing all morning, and was waiting with my father for dinner. I had no attack, but a terrible anxiety or fear hung on me. For the first time I confided in him, saying, "I am afraid." This was promptly forgotten like the rest. I was a vigorous, active boy, unusually bright at school, and advanced for my age. This was not interfered with by my attacks, although I recall many occasions when I seemed strange and greatly depressed. When I was at the age of 11, my father died and I was left with a guardian whose family felt little sympathy for me. I had occasional attacks of small consequence until I was 13 years of age. At this age, one day in the bright sunshine, while entering the schoolyard, I had an extremely severe attack. I yielded to this and returned home, having several other attacks on the way. For days I could not relieve my mind of the matter. In some way I got hold of the question, what am I in connection with the sensation of the attack? My guardian laughed at my plight, and I would lie alone in my room for hours, brooding and thinking about the attack and what my physicians were visited who neither understood my condition nor interested themselves particularly in me. I used to say, "I think what am I?" and then "I don't know what I am" and have an attack. I used to answer after much reasoning that I am just what is asking the question, What am I, and desiring an answer to it and feeling so badly. This answer relieved me temporarily. In this way I went on for months, having almost daily attacks at intervals. I finally persuaded myself that this was a real attack. The attacks came, psychognosts of psychopathic cases 215, too numerous to tell. DRT gave me bottle after bottle of bromide. This severe condition lasted about 6 months, age 13. Often at the dinner table, which was brightly lighted from overhead and at which I was an insignificant unit among a very large family, I would disturb the meal by rising from my place in the midst of an attack. I received no sympathy, and would return to my room to brood. During the summer months I went to a seaside resort with the family and improved somewhat. Upon returning I entered high school for the first time. At the first exercise I was obliged to leave the room, because of an attack. That was the last attack for 3 years. For some reason I was absolutely free from them during the next 2 years at high school and the following first year at business. I was fascinated with my work, making scholarship records, winning prizes, etc., and I practically forgot that I ever had an attack. After a year in business, age 17, the old trouble came on again, at first in a peculiar form. I had grown very rapidly and I was very tall and lean. I got the idea that my shoulders were too narrow and the idea tormented me. I would look on every possible occasion to see my image in mirrors, in store windows, and I asked everybody's opinion. I would convince myself that I was all right, which would satisfy me for an hour or so, and then I would circle through the same old chain of thoughts and worries about my shoulders again and again. I soon began to have attacks of the old type which displaced the shoulder affair. This continued off and on for a year. Then I left the busyness world to enter the Institute of Technology. Age 18. Again I had a long period of well-being which lasted for 4 years. I was absorbed in and enthusiastic about my work and ambitious to win scholarships. 216 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. I had during this time a few isolated attacks, as for instance, upon visiting Coney Island for the first time, but in general I enjoyed vigorous health until near the end of the 4th year. At that time I had a severe pressure on the top of my head, probably from overwork during the preceding years. Towards the very end I had 1 or 2 attacks, but they were light and left no after effects. Immediately upon graduation I left Boston for San Francisco to accept a position as a teacher. On the way west I stopped over at Philadelphia, Washington, St. Louis Exposition, etc., and at each place had terrible attacks. As soon as I was located in San Francisco I was free from them again for nearly a year. Toward the close of the San Francisco year, which had been an exceptionally busy and hard one, I began to get attacks regularly in the evening, and in particular situations. I had been well for so long that I paid but little attention to them. I was then sent to Germany for 2 years by the MI Technology for advanced study. I sailed with my wife and Dr. C, for what should have been the best years of my life, but they were spoiled by continued attacks and depressions. T couldn't go out to walk at night in Berlin without an attack. The same was true at Zurich. In the mountains during vacations it was the same. A week of peace and then 2 weeks of depression, worry, and attacks. I brooded over my condition and grew steadily worse. I consulted Dr. von Monaco and just before returning home, Dr. P. Janet. These were my 24th and 25th years. T was given electrical treatments, baths, diets, etc., but to no avail. The idea, what am I, no longer concerned me, but the attack was so strange, so unusual, so uncorrelated, so mysterious, and so terrifying, and psychognosis of psychopathic cases 217 fearful. I could get no satisfactory idea about what it was or what caused it. Consequently, the after effects of an attack were prolonged for days by brooding and fear concerning them. I was simply waiting for them to stop in the same mysterious manner in which they apparently had come. One day in France I fairly shrieked with the pangs of fear with which I was seized without apparent cause. I returned to Boston, aged 25. For a few months after my return I was somewhat better under the stress of new conditions. But I soon fell back into the same rut. The steady depression and worry between attacks were wearing upon me. After visiting several physicians, with very little if any benefit, I visited Dr. Sidis. He threw an entirely new light upon the whole affair. It has taken 3 years, aged 25 to 28, of persistent work with me to break my old habits of mind concerning myself and the attacks. By completely changing my attitude toward myself, my condition and my attacks, by furnishing me with a new point of view, Dr. Sidis has caused the trouble to be robbed of its terrors, and the attacks to dwindle away. From my point of view, the main steps along the road of improvement with Dr. Sidis were as follows. It was a revelation to me to be told when I first described an attack by saying that my personality was gone, that J lost myself, that was meaningless except for a state of unconsciousness, that it was only a panic of fear which overcame me and which paralyzed my sense of reality or familiarity for a very brief interval. Granted a second modification of personality, what of it? What a small fraction of one's day after all, if only the after-worry be suppressed. That was an extremely new idea and a powerful tool form. It robbed the attack of most of its mystery. For 218 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases, it was now merely a temporarily modified me in a state of peculiar fear, and not a mysteriously lost me. I was there all the time. Only a very small part of the great complex of personality is affected during an attack was a powerful sentence for me. T soon wanted to know the cause of these sudden onrushes of fear which came without apparent cause. Might not Dr. Sidis be mistaken? Might they not be due to something organic about which it was best not to inform me? I think nothing but months of consistently repeated answers to my torrent of questions could have persuaded me about these points. Had I been able just once to get the upper hand of the argument, all would have been lost. The critical answers were, 1. It can't be organic, or how could the event of the attacks depend as they do upon exterior surroundings? 2. The fear is due to a series of events in early childhood, which events were traced down in the hypnoidal state and by long periods of reflection on my part. It seems reasonable and probable, since the personality of a child is not very rigid and depends largely upon familiar surroundings for its normality, that the peculiar manifestation, the attack, might at first be entirely due to fear. I still remembered continued events such as the night errands with accompanying attacks immediately forgotten upon return home, which assured me of this point. It is easier to understand repetitions, if the first ones are explained. The first attacks, then, are the result of childish fear. The sensation was so unique that it seemed mysterious. It was like a taste of another world. So long as it seemed mysterious, it was brooded over, deemed all-important and exaggerated, until it occupied the whole mental horizon. As soon as it was robbed of its mystery and regarded as a brief acute fear state which manifested itself acutely, because of having psychognosis of psychopathic cases 219 gone in an undeveloped personality of a child, it was robbed of its sting of terror. Another important point which I have lately begun to appreciate is as follows. Since these attacks were for so many years associated with ideas of mystery and enormous importance, the slightest trace of one arouses a flood of emotion. These emotions are anxieties and fears, and are due to their frequency of repetition. They now come with tremendous momentum. Sometimes the anxieties and fears come without the attacks. The temptation is to start thinking about my condition, revolving in my mind much of my history in connection with the attacks. It seems as if there must be something more behind which could be thought out, and which would satisfy me, if I could only grasp it. I yield to this temptation. I soon have a cloud hanging over me which persists for days, during which I am subject to attacks. The mere remembrance of my previous condition, which often strikes me with great force after a period of well-being, as when one suddenly remembers something of importance which has been forgotten, is enough to start me off, if I yield to the temptation. The point is not to yield to that critical moment. Put it off for a few minutes. Then the flood of emotions has passed away, the matter is considered reasonably and calmly, and its importance is gone. It doesn't seem worth considering then. Dr. Sidis has made this possible. Sometimes the thought that, although I have practically all my life been subject to these attacks, yet they have not interfered with my career, which has been an unusually full and busy one, satisfies me that they cannot be so all-important and worthy of much attention. This reflection has at times a soothing effect, and often is just sufficient to enable me 220 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases to keep from meddling with the affair until I work myself into a state of depression. It is important to understand that the severity of an attack, the determining factors as to whether it takes hold to cause its terrible wake of after effects or not, is largely what I put into it at the time of its recurrence. Like most phenomena, these attacks always have an immediate and a remote cause. In the beginning, the immediate cause was fear induced by unfamiliar surroundings, darkness, etc., inducing a fear which in an undeveloped personality of a child gave rise to a sensation of disconnected or lost self. The fundamental cause which made this possible was my fearful, anxious, mystical temperament, due to my manner of bringing up. This is illustrated by the case of a very young child first hearing thunder. Whether or not it will leave vague fears of that apparently terrifying and mysterious sound forever after, depends largely upon the attitude of those older persons present when it is first experienced. This temperament is like the fuel or gunpowder, while the immediate cause is like the spark, in the case of an explosion. Later on, age 13-17, the same immediate cause, i.e. darkness, etc., would not induce an attack. Peculiar special surroundings or subtle suggestions, certain trains of thought or effects of light, reminded me of the early attacks, and induced new ones. These induced attacks might be consciously self-induced, consciously externally induced, or subconsciously induced. Most of them were the latter, and came suddenly. During this period, however, the attack visited a different personality. It seemed strange and mysterious, causing the thought, "What am I?" This the simple mind of a child could not add to the brief attack proper, and it soon was forgotten. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 221 now, however, age 13-17, these new thoughts and attendant fearful emotions were habitually indulged in after an attack, and they made a different attack of it. At one interval it seemed that the thought "what am I?" preceded and caused each attack, age 13. Recently, 27-8, the immediate cause of an attack, when it is not purely subconscious, is subtle effects of light, the confusion of a crowded street, etc. This causes a peculiar sensation to be experienced which, when not understood, is very frightening, that of changed connection between mind and body, as if the body were operating without the control of the mind, in short, a change in personality. The effect is now upon a very different personality from that of old. It is the same picture on a different background. The attack visits a new, older, more experienced and stabler personality. This present personality realizes the history of its development and that of the attack, and of its habits of fear and fright, due to its attitude of mystery toward the attacks. Consequently, it now does not regard the attacks as fearful or mystical. The result is that the sting and the after effect are gone and the attack seems unimportant. It is no longer a fundamental question of what am I, bound in feverish, mystical anxiety, but an explained panic of fear, overwhelming only for a fraction of a second, due to childish experiences and habit. The whole matter may be summed up in 3 words: fear, mystery, and importance. Natural instinctive fear starting in childhood was the early origin of the attack, about which, as time passed, a network of mystery was woven. While mystical and not understood, the effect seemed all-important and was given a tremendous amount of attention of the vague, anxious, 222 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases fearing, emotional kind, which further cultivated the attacks. The attack proper has always been quite uniform in its nature, but it has been surrounded through 20 years off and on of practice with great quantities of moss. This moss varied in kind and quantity, and is the real source of trouble. So oft repeated has the attack and its after effects of worry, etc., been, that this worrying tendency has acquired tremendous momentum. The important cause of suffering has not been the brief attack itself, but it has been the after effect of fear and worry. It has been the attitude of my personality toward this brief acute sensation which has built a fortification of mystery about it, so that it has become more oft repeated and apparently more intense. More and more possibilities of suggesting or inducing an attack were on hand the more I brooded about it and the more strange things I connected it with in my thoughts. While young and with a simple mind, I saw nothing special in the attacks and they were readily forgotten. As my mind developed, I regarded them in ever so many new ways, and particularly from the viewpoint of the fearful and the mystical. This aroused new emotions, and the study and worry were repeated and repeated, always resulting in fresh depressions and attacks, because no satisfying conclusions were reached. The more this continued, the more important the attack seemed, and the more channels to suggest the sensation were opened to me. Only recently, with a clear conviction that the first cause was fear, that the chief fuel had been mystery and my own attitude, has their importance waned, and with this the whole matter is gradually losing itself in the stream of now apparently more important matters. Psychognosis of Psychopathic Cases 2243. The history of this case written by the patient from his own present standpoint needs no further interpretation. For, as the patient clearly realizes it, fear and mystery are at the basis of his trouble, as, in fact, they are at the basis of all psychopathic maladies. EI patient is a young man of 27 years. His parents, though slightly neurotic, have reached a good old age. Patient is physically well. Since early childhood, as far back as the age of 8, he has suffered from intense melancholic depression, often reaching a state of agony. He is obsessed by the fear of having committed the unpardonable sin. He thinks he is damned to suffer tortures in hell for all eternity. He keeps on testing any chance combinations, and if his guesses turn out correct, he is wrought up to a pitch of excitement and panic. For it is to him a communication coming from an unseen world by unknown mysterious powers. Diagnosed as parencidal dementia precox, the patient was committed to an insane asylum, from which he was subsequently released. The omen testing, he writes in his account to me, had a monstrous growth. The tests have been concerned with the letters in my reading, with people walking on the street, with carriages and automobiles, fire alarms, sounds of all kinds, the sound of the voice and of birds, hymns in church, the weather, the arrangement of letters in conversation, etc. The general principle has been the same throughout, which is briefly this: if the normal course of events is interfered with in a special way that I arbitrarily arrange in my mind before the happening, I infer, or rather fear, that it is a signal from some extraneous intelligence. As to a 224 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases signal of what, that also is arbitrarily arranged beforehand. For instance, I considered it was not the normal course of events to be able to predict on what day of the week several people would arrive at the hotel, and still I predicted it. I feared either that I had a supernatural power of prediction or that the people themselves were in some supernatural way forced to fall in with the day I predicted. The attack proper comes in pulses of brief duration followed by long periods of brooding, depression, and worry. The primitive fear of danger and death, and the sense of the mysterious, cultivated by his religious training, reached an extraordinary degree of development. Among the earliest memories that have come up in the hypnoidal state was the memory of a Sunday school teacher who cultivated in the patient, then but 5 years of age, those virulent religious germs which, grown on the soil of the primitive instinctive fear and the highly developed sense of the unknown and the mysterious, have brought forth those poisonous fruits which now form the curse of his life. Another paragraph from the patient's account: it is difficult to place the beginning of my abnormal fear. It certainly originated from doctrines of hell which I heard in early childhood, particularly from a rather ignorant elderly woman who taught Sunday school. My early religious thought was chiefly concerned with the direful eternity of torture that might be awaiting me, if I was not good enough to be saved. To sum up briefly an account of the fear which is the bane of my life. The most general way to express that fear is to say, it is a fear of some dreadful calamity happening to my conscious self after death. That is to say, a fear that my present suffering will continue or something worse, perhaps infinitely worse. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 225 will come. This feeling is always very closely allied to the early theological doctrine of hell. The intellectual processes leading up to this fear are to, first, that I may deserve this punishment at the hands of justice, on account of failure to attain the moral standard which is required of everybody who knows enough; second, that I am receiving communications from discarnate intelligence, confirming this fear. Taking first the idea of moral failure, it seems to me that God, justice, or whatever you choose to call it, requires from every individual who is intelligent enough, a certain standard of goodness or morality, failing which the individual suffers corresponding to the magnitude of failure. I believe that I have failed to reach this standard to a very great degree and am so continuing, for I am constantly neglecting the duties around me which other people have the moral courage to do. Taking up the second point, that of spiritual communication, I must admit that the general principle seems fundamentally irrational, and yet many highly intelligent men of modern times admit the possibility of communication with the spirits of the dead. My difficulty in this respect is that the results I get from testing, while not intrinsically impossible or miraculous, are such that it is difficult for me to explain them by chance or anything else other than outside intelligent design. E2T give here some of my clinical notes of the case. When young, patient used to think of eternity, got it from the old teacher. Wondered that things should have no beginning and no end. Connected it 226 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases with hell, in that May's early fear began. The patient thinks that the idea of endless was at that time his great trouble. Had dream, catching dogfish, fish horrible, snake-like, men ridiculing him. Snake and dog, horrible experience which patient undergoes. Patient has fear of dogs, his mother too has it. Snake, serpent, devil, damnation feeling, devil is damned, he is the devil. Testing in dreams is rare. The testing of respiration in conversation does not enter into dreams. Guessing in odd or even numbers may come up. Memorize letters, odd and even letters, and tests them whether odd or even, beginning of sentence or middle of sentence or fifth letter. Sense of depression in dreams expresses itself in the form of damnation. In the church, if the goth letter is hash, it is confirmatory, so it was, the 20th S, the 12th O, confirmatory. From church took hymn book, the 7th will be D, found word diadem. Fear of death, of the unknown, of the consequences of damnation. In conversation with me, while I talked to him about his state of fear of damnation and testing, he kept on testing the letters of my conversation, whether the fifth letter of my words will be a certain letter. In the hypnoidal state very little testing is done. Told me of a superstitious fear that when parents went away they will not return, not that they will meet with an accident, but that they will simply disappear. It was not a natural fear, but a superstition. Then if such a thing should happen it would be a sign of divine wrath. The fixed fear was tenacious. If parents went away with other people the feeling was not so intense, because they, the parents, could be traced naturally. It is only the mysterious that appealed. In school looked out of the window to see carriages. May psychognosis of psychopathic cases 227b parents disappear. When left alone, solitude or with stranger, something terrible may happen. Compare other cases. Kept up this fear until 20. When very young, parents went away, left him with servant, cried very much. Went to sleep. When they returned, he woke, but he thought he was dreaming, not real. Was about 6 years old. The fear instinct developed. Damnation was torturing in fire all alone in solitude and away from parents, natural childish fear. Hell to be all alone in a dark place. Had fear of walking in a dark room without having helping hand or some object, was afraid he may go on so to eternity. Even the year before, when in Wonderland had to go through dark tombs, fear had been resurrected. The fear became occasionally exacerbated by the different forms of testing. Then employed dates and letters as a test. The date is even or odd. Dreamt I was in his dream, spring was coming, birds would come singing, patient testing their song on expiration and inspiration. I told him something, could not remember at first what, was worried about testing, I explained him the insight of it. It was some actual physical disturbance, superstition, strange. There was a feeling of oppression, the same as waking depression. Between 8 and 15 liked excitement, but then the excitement made him think he is diabolical. Dreamt he was in a boat with religious people discussing about God, resurrection, and damnation, saw figures computing the time between now and resurrection. The people were universalists. The Sunday school teacher used to dwell on the length of time to resurrection, a day being 1,000 years. I said I shall subject all that to test to see whether it is true or false. Came across a phrase relief to him. 228 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases. The present fears are realized. Always sees the same phrase. Sees it always the same day in the week. This must surely have a meaning, keeps a diary. Found that the phrases occurred on Tuesday. Still the probability is 1 in 7. Then continued testing in other ways. He kept playing the chance game. Could not attribute results to mere chance. Now he keeps on testing nearly all the time in relation to the condemnation. Came down to odd and even, got so that he must follow it up. Before he conceived the idea of blaspheming against the Holy Ghost, he used to go over in his mind that he was not good during the day, making decisions of being better next day. The people around him used biblical testing. There was an atmosphere of religious and other superstitions in the place. Mother superstitious. Mother used the Bible, opening it to test the outcome of events, especially when in trouble. Even last summer Mother showed him verse which just came by opening the Bible. The verse was very favorable. Bible stories hammered into his head. When rain, was afraid of flood. When about the age of 9, a fear, a horror used to come over him. It was intense, awful. This came on suddenly, more real than usual, so intense that it could not last. Reaction. This occurred before testing was systematized at Harvard, 1902, age 20. Was very depressed. Then the phrase worst fear true, then in reading the worst came, which is unusual. Seemed significant. Origin of testing. Felt at the same time that the testing was absurd and even dangerous. Depression partly ascribed by patient to homesickness, and keeping away from people and friends, loneliness in a crowd. Did not take an interest in his work. The fear became overwhelming. When passing a sand heap each unit meant a year of damnation. When near a psychognosis of psychopathic cases 229 hot radiator thought of the fire of hell. Any depression emphasized the fear of damnation. Had to use resisting power to the dominant idea. Anything of a depressing character hardly diverted his attention from the fear. Now the testing shows that he is in a constant state of doubt and indecision. The indecision manifested itself by constant delay. Good resolutions, the curse of my life. Makes no resolution. About 4 years ago, when tired and depressed, a fearful feeling of unreality came over him. Often dreams of seeing dead people, because of experience of being buried alive, also connected with his ideas of sin and damnation. Testing as to whether he could suffer vicarious suffering when about the age of 16. Sacrifice myself for others. Dreamt about a funeral, has frequent dreams of funerals. Thinks it was due to the incident. He remembers distinctly of the funeral of his grandmother, but does not remember his grandmother herself. Says his dreams are mixed up with death and funerals. The hymn was, "Is My Name Written There?" which had to do with patient's testing. The place of fear of the grandmother where he was at the funeral, that place was a huge hole. This probably helped the formation of fear of funerals, also dreams of burials and resurrections. Had a dream about salvation. Evidently the subconscious still retains the prejudices. Also dreamt of the death of a friend of his. The dream experience is of the supernatural. He thinks that there is an experience which he has forgotten, which may account for the whole thing. Thinks he had something of the terrible in it, had great mental terror. He reminded himself that when about 6 years he had fearful shock 230 causation and treatment, psychopath diseases in terrors on awakening. Used to call them shaking spells. His folks used to call it the same way. Father corroborated the patient's story of his spells due to fears. Begins to dream about testing in sleep. Being aboard on ship, listening to bells. Dreams much of death. Dreamt of the death of a friend of his who died just about the time when patient was in bad condition. Dreamt that he was to be buried, and still was alive. The whole patient's life hinges on death, experiences of life after death. Something flashed in his mind, the world burnt up. People lie in the ground a long time before resurrection. His whole childish system is built on life after death, salvation, damnation. Feels strain in the presence of strangers, thinks lacks vitality. The knowledge of the history of his case not sufficient, must allay fears by other considerations. Tells me he does not feel any more, as if he is a lost soul. Dreamt of death of aunt, looked into casket, body alive, moved, felt anxiety, when woke up had words BM name of his old early Sunday school teacher who influenced him strongly in his religious life. The details of the dream death keep on varying. Had experience of funerals, saw one brought out through window, because the door was too narrow. The test dream which he has besides the funeral dream is more depressing than the funeral dream because the first deals with himself, the second with others, and yet both are connected with his general fear of damnation. I have to discuss with him on sin, suffering, adjustment to life and other metaphysical and theological subjects. Alphabet is expressed to him in number. Has attacks when the testing comes. Has dreams of false recognition, saw friends whom he psychognosis of psychopathic cases 231. Recognized in dream having known them, turned out he had never seen those faces. Patient begins to improve, indifferent to testing for some intervals. Feels well after a series of relapses, but dreams about Waverley and does testing, wakes up with relief. Begins to experience enthusiasm about his work. After a couple of years of persistent treatment by means of the hypnoidal state and methods of association and disintegration of the active subconscious systems, the patient recovered. He entered a well-known medical school and took a high rank among the medical students. The following history is an account written by the patient. Propose here to put down, as far as memory serves me, a detailed account of my early impressions which resulted later in a very troublesome mental condition. My recollections of this early period are rather hazy. As I remember it, the first person to present religious themes to my mind was an ignorant woman who lived about 100 yards from the home where I was born and brought up. She was a middle-aged or elderly housewife who had a crudely religious turn of mind. She used to hold family prayer meetings where prayers were said and hymns sung. This woman was a great smoker of a blackened clay pipe. It was principally through her grandchildren that I became acquainted with her. In her efforts to bring her grandchildren up in the straight and narrow way, she quite naturally sought to include their young friends, of whom I was one. 232 Causation and Treatment. Psychopathic diseases ***. According to my memory, the very first time that this woman, or anybody else, broached religious subjects to me was one morning when I was in her house. I will relate the exact incident as my somewhat foggy memory recalls it. I had gone into her house, for what reason I have no idea. She asked me if one supposed I should always go on living just as I was. I suppose I said yes. She said no and then went on to tell me of death. Had she stopped at that, it would have not been so bad, but she went on to tell me all about the rising from the dead and the frightful judgment which followed. The good went to heaven, of course, but the wicked, as I remember it, wicked was a favorite word of hers, were burned up. Of course, painful fire and brimstone were to be visited on the wicked. From what I know of the woman's character, I have no doubt she added to the gruesome tale many a hair-raising detail, but I do not definitely remember much of these. I do remember one thing plainly. She said those who went to heaven would not be able to take their money or their goods with them. My old schoolhouse was directly opposite this woman's house, and I have a dim recollection of being in the playground of the school very soon after my conversation about the future life and still thinking over the situation. It is hard for me to say how old I was at this time, but I should estimate 5 years. Suppose the woman's doctrine was perpetuated, if not amplified, by the grandchildren and other proselytes who received it at the same time that I did. My brother in particular, who was 4 years older than J, think was impressed by the current religious doctrine, and he naturally might have thought it his bounden duty to instruct me. Another source from which I imbibed of a similar decoction of ideas is my early Sunday school. The psychognosis of psychopathic cases 233 influences which I came under were undoubtedly more generally intelligent, but the theological doctrine was, I think, not cheerful to a child's mind. My Sunday school days do not leave a pleasant flavor in my mind. I have a Bible that was presented to me, for committing to memory the 10 Commandments, by the Sunday school teacher. I was just 8 years old at the time this Bible was given. I know this positively by the inscription in the front. I think, however, my Sunday school career had preceded this by some years. Through this period my idea of religion was a nightmare to be kept in the background as far as possible. The whole purpose of life was to escape hell at the end. I cannot be sure of what I am about to say, but it is my impression that so far as I broached to my family my ideas of the dreadful doctrine, they did not attempt to rid my mind of it. I was naturally rather secretive with my thoughts, and they had no means of knowing the damage that was being done. They probably took it as an evidence of early piety, and thought it was more or less healthy. Another source from which I imbibed some orthodox doctrine was that of revival and evangelical meetings, which were sometimes held in the hall over my father's store and other places. There was in particular one woman evangelist who used to come around occasionally, preaching the immediate ending of the world and the day of judgment. I think she sometimes had the exact date figured. While my family ridiculed this woman, and had but little sympathy with the other evangelistic chances, still I was more or less impressed with the possibility of there being some truth in the matter. With so dreadful a thing as hell in the balance, any possibility at all was enough to make one take notice. I remember that one day this woman evangelist, she was a Seventh-day Adventist, 234 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases, undertook to prove to my father in my presence the date on which the world would end. She took certain numbers from the Bible and apparently made certain combinations, the result of which proved conclusively that the day of judgment was at hand. In all my early religious experiences it was always the doctrine of hell that stuck in my ears. Everything else was so insignificant that it made little impression in comparison. I am inclined to believe that this fear was gradually stamped on my mind. I do not think it was due to any single impression or impressions. First came the old woman's doctrine, the woman who smoked the pipe. This was confirmed probably by her grandchildren and other playmates who had received the same ideas from her or others of her stamp, then my home and Sunday school teaching, and last of all the revival meetings. One abnormal trait of my childhood was the undue fear and emotion which the absence of my family caused. Unless the entire family was involved, the emotion was very much reduced, if not altogether done away. The fear was that some terrible accident could happen to them, and that I should be left alone. In this emotion a certain sense of mystery was required, generally, to have a strong effect. If I knew just where my family were and whom they were with, this emotion was greatly reduced. I think the most exciting thought was one of disappearance rather than of accident, a vague notion that once my folks were out of reach, even for an hour or less, they might in some mysterious way disappear and I would be unable to find them or trace them. As I have said, if one member of the family, there were 3 altogether, father, mother, and brother, was still with me, then the excitement was very much lessened, though there was still an abnormal concern lest something should happen. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 235 to the absent one or ones. However, then I should not be left a lonely survivor. And again the emotion was much less if some acquaintance was with them in their absence, for then they could be traced. In this way the idea of mysterious disappearance was more or less disabled, for mysterious disappearance did not apply to anybody but my father, mother, and brother. Naturally, other things being equal, these emotions concerned themselves more strongly with my parents than my brother. I have spent many hours of anxiety in the country school where we lived, worrying lest I should find the house empty when I got home from school. Of course, frequently my folks would be out, then the immediate task was to locate, if possible, where they had gone, by examining the wheel tracks out from the stable, asking neighbors, etc. To know where they had gone, even, was a gain. This abnormal habit of mind was very persistent. It gave me no little trouble when I was in the teens, and to this day it will sometimes crop out as an emotional anachronism. For a time in childhood I had the obsession that I could not swallow beefsteak. If I chewed potato, however, at the same time with the steak, I had no difficulty. If I went out to visit with my parents and steak was served, unless potatoes were promptly served along with it, there might be trouble at the table. For a period in childhood and again for another period at about 12 or 13 years, I had a morbid fear of poison, a fear carried to fantastically absurd lengths. At the age of 11 or before, I began to be troubled, for the first time, with a perfectly definite religious fear. Hitherto my religious fears had been general. At the time I began to fear that I had committed what the Bible speaks of as the unpardonable sin or blasphemy against the Holy Ghost. I had actually made some remark about God which I afterwards feared. 236 Causation and treatment. Psychopathic diseases might be blasphemy. Here was a definite reason why I should be damned. All other sins could be forgiven, but never this. At this time I think I was 11.5 years old. My mental disturbance at this time was great. This particular idea persisted for a long time, but now other ideas began to crowd in thick and fast even before this one disappeared, all leading up to the same ultimate fear, damnation. There were many different theories formed as to why I was in danger of damnation between the age of 11 and 16. A playmate of my early life had died of a somewhat mysterious disease. I used to tease her, and now I feared that in some way I might have caused her death and was a murderer. In my morbid fear of poison I had subjected other people to frightful risks of being poisoned to death. My early sexual imaginings perhaps had been a deadly sin. The ideas in connection with poison were very troublesome in this connection. I did not suppose I had actually poisoned anybody, but since poison was on my clothes, hands, and possessions, I was constantly subjecting the people around me to great danger, and I did not have moral courage enough to warn them of this danger, because T had a sort of idea the poison theory was foolish. Still this lack of courage to warn them was a source of untold anxiety, lest on account of it I should be doomed. I, of course, knew the danger of poison and could and did avoid it, but to endanger the lives of poor unsuspecting people was a hideous crime. I cannot remember all the theories that entered my mind leading to the fear of hell. They were manifold. When I was 16, the foremost one was a fear that my faith was not sufficient for salvation. This fear of lack of saving faith very soon gave place to a general idea which proved to be permanent. The idea was this: that if I was called upon for an psychognosis of psychopathic cases 237 exercise of great self-sacrifice for some very great necessary purpose, my moral courage, or perhaps physical courage is the better term, would prove so far below the required standard that in consequence I should be condemned. Whether the occasion for a display of sacrifice arose or not, I felt that the weakness was present. I argued that as a rotten rope is just as weak whether it is ever pulled or not, it did not matter whether I failed to sacrifice in a definite case or whether simply the weakness existed. I could easily think of numberless experiences at which my courage stood still and shuddered. To be sure, there was no probability, perhaps no possibility, of my being called on to choose such an experience, but suppose some enormously great cause, outside of myself, should demand such a sacrifice, some cause so infinitely greater than my bit of suffering that the two could not be compared. This fear of lack of faith and courage tortured me. During an attack of measles, contracted in college, my mental suffering was acute. Having once initiated the principle of receiving supernatural information, the means of applying this system had no bounds other than lack of ingenuity. At first the omens were not significant unless the nature of them had some apparent meaning, having to do with damnation. But after a time this property of direct significance was not necessary to make the omen valid. For instance, a few months after I had got over my attack of measles, I made the following test. I said, mentally, that if several people, designating the particular ones, of the persons who were coming to the hotel where I was living should arrive on a Tuesday, I would regard it as possibly a revelation confirming my fear. Of course, I recognized that there was not the slightest connection between the arrival of persons at the Hotel 238 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases and my salvation. I simply figured this method as an arbitrarily arranged means of conveying information from some spiritual individuality to my individuality, just as the dots and dashes of telegraphy, meaningless in themselves, have a purely arbitrary meaning. As a matter of fact, the first two arrivals at the hotel that I had put in the test did come on Tuesdays, though I had made the test weeks before they came, not knowing anything at all about their plans beyond the simple fact that they were coming. In the case of one arrival, I had one chance in 7 of getting it right by coincidence, and as I hit the first two, the chances were 1 in 49 that it might have been mere chance. This caused another period of intense mental distress, but another one of my arrival tests failing, I was immensely relieved and assumed as well as I could that the other hits had been merely coincidence. The tremendous emotions raised by these stormy periods stamped the tendency so deeply in the brain that the deadly habit was slowly getting a firm hold on my mental life. The word deadly is not too strong to apply to this tendency, for it has been a withering blight on other activities. T became afraid to go much away from home, or at least to get out of touch with home, for the fear connected with the testing had been a terrible thing even when I had been surrounded by my family and friends. What would it be if I had to meet it with only my own mental resources which were absolutely demoralized? The presence of my own people and intimate friends who tried to show me the error of my fears was a great palliative, even though they could not absolutely persuade me that I had nothing to fear. This habit of omen testing has had 4 monstrous growth, continuing into the present. As to the detailed psychognosis of psychopathic cases 239 of arranging the tests, without exaggeration, it would take volumes to report them, for they have been interminable and constantly changing. They have been concerned with the letters in my reading, with people walking on the street, with carriages and automobiles, fire alarms, sounds of all kinds, even the sound of the voice and of birds, hymns in church, the weather, the arrangements of letters in conversation, etc., etc. Having accepted the principle, it has been simply a matter of ingenuity to apply it to any form of activity or inactivity whatsoever, and if the variety and intricacy of this testing system is any measure of ingenuity, I have good reason to be well puffed up with conceit. The general principle has been the same throughout, which is, briefly, this: if the normal course of events is interfered with in the special way that I arbitrarily arrange in my mind, before the happening, I infer, or rather fear, that it is a signal from some extraneous intelligence. As to a signal of what, that also is arbitrarily arranged beforehand. For instance, I considered it was not the normal course of events for me to be able to predict on what day of the week several people would arrive at the hotel, for I feared either that I had a supernatural power of prediction or that the people themselves were in some supernatural way forced to fall in with the day I had predicted. This testing went on with varying intensity from the time it started at the age of about 19 or 20 and is still continuing in one way and another. During these years my activities have been greatly hampered. Have stood in such fear that I have spent my time for the most part with my family, dreading to take any step at all that would increase my emotion. Any definite idea of starting out on a career of any kind has never even been seriously entertained. I have realized that the problem has only been dodged, not 240 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases settled, by this course, but it was better to stay in the frying pan than to jump into the fire. After all, I date the last and present phase of my troubles from last May, just about a year ago. At the beginning of May a year ago I was in fairly good condition for me. I was not aware that my mental disorder was very different from what it had been. To be sure, I had observed that the testing had been growing more extended and troublesome, but there had been times in the past when it had been extremely troublesome. Will describe in detail, as well as possible, the beginning of the last stage in this miserable business. I was destroying some old letters one morning which I had stowed away for years. They were in tied-up packages, each letter dated on the back. A strong idea of making tests on those dates suddenly took possession on my mind, so I took one of the packets of letters and predicted whether the date on the top letter would be an even or an odd number. Having hit the top number right, I continued down through the packet, and it was some little time before I made a failure, though there was apparently no natural means whatsoever by which I could foresee the dates. I had not looked over these letters in years, and there was no systematic arrangement as to dates anyhow. It might have occurred by coincidence, but the chances were large against this. This circumstance aroused a good deal of apprehension and, as usual in such cases, gave the testing fresh impetus. It began immediately to make other tests, some of which seemed to defy the laws of chance. Within a day or two I had a result in testing on the dates of some postmarks which to this day I regard as phenomenal. At this time nearly all the testing was done on things where the chances were about even. Psychognosis of psychopathic cases 241 of my hitting or missing. Therefore it was not the individual times that the test came out as I had predicted that made the impression on my mind, it was the series which piled in succession. This odd and even testing was the result of a long evolution. At first I made tests where the chances of my getting them right by ordinary coincidence were very much smaller. There were plenty of individual failures now, but in spite of these, there were results that I could hardly reasonably attribute to chance. I got new points of view, which I had not had before, and which lead me to see in a new light how contrary to the laws of chance my testing came out. And now my testing began to branch out amazingly, and began to involve all my activities. It was at this time that I first went to Dr. P. He asked me if there was anything that I would like especially to do, and I told him I should like very much to go to visit some friends in New York. He said, "Po and come back here, if you don't feel better." It may appear strange that I should have wanted to go away from home at a time when my emotions were most aroused. The explanation is this: I had been visiting these same people in New York the preceding winter, and had grown to be very fond of them. They were intimate friends, so much so that they seemed more like my own family than mere friends. Therefore, I was rather going from one home to another than going away from home, and moreover, the home I was going to had apparently been better adapted to my mental state, for I had got along there better than I was now getting on at York Harbor, my permanent home. I did not have the courage to make even the short railway journey to New York alone, but insisted on my mother's going along. She did so and returned 242 causation and treatment, psychopathic diseases in a few days, leaving me with my friends. At first the change seemed to agree with me, but only very briefly. I now went rapidly from bad to worse, and my mental suffering became really terrible. It was the same fear of supernatural suffering intensified. I was in New York nearly a month, growing worse. I was simply a mental fragment of myself. Activity was pretty much at a standstill, though sometimes after suffering the limits of agony, there would be a mental reaction and I would feel better temporarily. The whole theme of the trouble was fear testing. New forms of this arose. At this time one of the most troublesome forms, which had its beginning then, was a test on sounds with respect to the inhalation or exhalation of my breath. If sounds, such as whistles, bells, or any other arbitrary sounds, reached my ear at that period of the respiration that I had predicted it would come at, it was ominous to me and intensified my fear. Sometimes I had almost paroxysms of fear at the times when the tests seemed to be certainly directed by some intelligence other than my own. My friends were good to me, and without the presence of some people like these or my own folks, I cannot imagine how I could have got through such a period. I say period, but it was simply the beginning of trouble. In June my brother came to New York and took me home. Here my sufferings continued. Still newer forms of testing arose which restricted my activity still more. All manner of work I renounced, and as for recreation, the testing and great suffering put a stop to that. Sometimes I lay in bed nearly all day, for there was nothing else I wanted to do, and furthermore, I could get away from testing better this way, for I would not have to see any printed letters, and I could muffle my ears somewhat with the bedclothes to prevent my hearing sounds to test on. It is impossible psychognosis of psychopathic cases 243 to convey to the mind of any individual the horror and agony that I experienced. To say that I was beset with extreme fear means nothing to the normal person's mind, for the greatest fear he can clearly imagine is perhaps to be chased by a lion, to fall off Brooklyn Bridge, to lose all his property, or to lose some dear friend by death. Any of these are calamities, but to compare them with the wild terror which I felt makes them insignificant. This state of affairs continued till some time in July, when my consent was most reluctantly obtained to go to the McLean Hospital, at Waverly. My brother had been advised by Dr. P that I should go to a hospital, afterwards Dr. P said Waverly would not have been his choice. I had reached such a state of despair that the prospect of having something done for me raised a faint aura of hope that perhaps I could be relieved. Furthermore, the McLean Hospital did not present itself to my mind as being really a private insane hospital. Dr. who had been looking after me as well as he could during these fearful days, had told me that there were two departments at the hospital, one for insane cases, and a separate one for nervous afflictions, and that I was going to the latter. He said distinctly that there would be no confinement. Perhaps he thought he was telling the truth, but whether or no, I do not blame him, for he and my family were at their wits' end and were completely demoralized. Accordingly, one bright July morning I started out for Waverly. I believe it is the Lady Macbeth who says so foul and fair a day I have not seen. That is not inappropriate here. I signed a voluntary commitment somewhat unsuspectingly. 30 minutes after I had signed I would have given all my possessions and much more if I had not signed. My brother and one of my New York friends had accompanied me to 244 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases the hospital, and on them I used what powers of argument I possessed to induce them to believe this was not the place for me, but quite naturally they took the opposite view. I spent 4 days there. It is useless to attempt to describe my fear agony during this period, for its intensity baffles description. Enough to say that, was thrown suddenly on my own resources, unable to read or do anything else, fearful of every whistle, the slamming of every door, made tremendously afraid by conversation, not only because it was a sound, but from the arrangement of the letters. I would walk around the circle of the yard's liberty, then lie abed as long as I could stand the agony, then walk. I doubt if I was sensible to ordinary physical pain at this time. The suffering was all that the crude conception of the inferno would ask for, therefore the feeling grew that it was helly and might continue. The idea of spending a lifetime there was unendurable, but in addition to that I was afraid that I should be unable to die, and live on indefinitely, get to be 60, 70, 80, 100 years old, and still not relieved by death. I doubt whether such excess of mental suffering can be experienced without leaving permanent scars in the nervous system. During the 4 days I was at the hospital I was writing letters home which were couched in the most urgent phraseology that my command of the English language permitted. I discovered through the head nurse of my ward that a voluntary patient could give notice that he would not remain, but that before his discharge his people must be communicated with, giving them the opportunity to have him legally committed. I was afraid to insist on my rights, lest one should be committed by law, in which case I knew my chances of regaining liberty would be very much reduced, for I psychognosis of psychopathic cases 245 was afraid in that case I could not be legally liberated, even with the consent of my people. By this time I had little doubt that I was insane, though this realization did not make my fears any the less real to me. My father, worried to death by the character of the letters I was writing, sent a physician friend of his to Boston to see, in consulting with Dr. J.P., what was best to be done in the matter. Accordingly, Dr. H. and Dr. J.P. came out to Waverley together, held a consultation with the McLean officials, and decided that I should be removed from such a place. I therefore went home with Dr. H. My relief of mind at getting out cannot be expressed. At the announcement I was at first suspicious that Dr. H might be deceiving me, then I was afraid that some unlooked-for contingency would yet prevent my getting out. It was not till I was outside the bolts and bars that I felt absolutely sure of release. During this period at Waverley nearly everyone showed me consideration and kindness, particularly the head nurse of my ward who was one of the most gentlemanly young men it has been my good fortune to meet. After going home my mental condition was the same as before the Waverley venture. My sufferings were terrific. At times they were so great that I would do nothing but toss and moan on the bed. Frequently after the exhaustive emotions of the day I would be pretty well worn out by bedtime, and the sleepy feeling of unconsciousness creeping on was the greatest pleasure of the day. But it was a tragedy to wake up in the morning and realize that it would be 14 or 16 hours before I could have unconsciousness again. In October I may safely say that I was very much improved over the summer, but still life was hardly worthwhile living, and, with all my improvement, I was much harassed with my fears. At this time I came EA 246 Causation and Treatment, Psychopathic Diseases to Dr. Sidis, under whose care I have since been. With my coming to Dr. Sidis this autobiography ceases. I have tried to present an outline of my abnormal mental history, though necessarily I cannot represent it as vividly as it has been present to my mind, and, of course, numberless details have been omitted. From my point of view it is the story of a blighted life, not only that, but a recounting of suffering of the first magnitude, pain such as I believe very few individuals are ever called upon to suffer, and pain which, by reason of its abnormality, very few persons can appreciate. In this case the fundamental fear instinct intertwined with the religious sense of the mysterious, trained in early childhood, stands out clear and distinct. The process of cure was by means of the hypnoidal state and by a long, painstaking, psychotherapeutic process of dissipating the sense of the mysterious and disintegrating the complex systems, reared on the basis of the fear instinct and the morbid impulse of self-preservation.